Chapter 15. Coal Creek and Coeur d'Alene. While the nation was concentrating on the terrific labor struggle in the steel industry, it was aroused by tremendous battles between capital and labor in two sections of the mining industry: the struggle of the coal miners in eastern Tennessee and that of the copper miners in Idaho. Like their brothers in the steel industry, the miners, both eastern and western, faced bitter employer opposition, and like them, they were fared to meet the full might of the state power arrayed on the side of the employers. The convict labor system in Tennessee. A labor song of the 189 O's, entitled, "Buddy, Won't You Roll Down the Line," contained the lines. Way back yonder in Tennessee, they leased the convicts out, put them working in the mine. Against free labor stout, free labor rebelled against it. To win it took some time. But while the lease was in effect, they made him rise and shine. Point 1. The uprising referred to in the song was the ~CR.E rebellion, the great struggle in eastern Tennessee against convict labor, which is scarcely mentioned in most histories of the American labor movement, despite its dramatic and significant episodes. It was a revolt against the ricious system under which the state rented convicts to private business L_N who guarded, disciplined and worked them as they saw fit with no _sub_RVIS_O_J greater than L_he_state authorities. The supplying of convicts to Plan 119. Tation owners, construction contractors, and mine owners was so profitable a business that innocent men, many of whom were Negroes, were railroaded to jail to furnish convict labor to employers. By 1891, public opposition, spearheaded by labor organizations, had compelled a large number of states to abolish the use of prison labor for profit. Point 2. But in Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, Texas and other southern states, the system still continued. Since 1889, convicts in Tennessee had been contracted out to the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Company, which owned and controlled nearly all the mines in eastern Tennessee and also operated mines in Alabama with convicts. The company paid the state about $60 per head for convicts, and since it had a monopoly of all the men imprisoned during the life of the contract, it subleased its excess convicts to other companies at a profit. Point 3. The great struggle in Tennessee against contract prison labor began in April 1891 when the miners of Briceville, a short distance from the village of Coal Creek in the northeast part of the state, went out on strike against the Tennessee Coal and Mining Company. The contract with the K.F.L. having expired, the company had set out to break the union. Only miners who signed an ironclad agreement that they would not join a union would be given employment. The company demanded that the men agree not to employ their own checkweighman to weigh the coal, a right granted to them under the state law, but to have implicit confidence in the integrity of the company. Having been systematically robbed for years by the company's checkweighman before they had compelled it to accept one of the union members in the post, it is not surprising that the miners refused to sign the proposed agreement. Point 4. The company promptly locked out the miners and evicted from company houses all who refused to sign the agreement. B. A. Jenkins, president of the company, signed a 5-year contract with the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railway Company to supply him with contract convict labor. From April to July 1891, the miners kept the mines shut down. On July 4, Independence Day, the Tennessee Coal and Mining Company announced that convicts were to be imported to break the strike at Briceville. The next day, 40 convicts were brought in, leased from the Thomas C. Platt, Republican boss of New York State, was president of the company, and many of the biggest stockholders were Northern capitalists. In 190, the company became a subsidiary of the United States Steel Corporation. After the law was passed in 1887 giving miners the right to elect their own checkweighman, the Briceville miners had selected one of their own members. But it took a strike to compel the company to recognize him. In other mines, too, it was found that the law could be enforced only where there was a strong union to police it. Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railway Company, and put to work tearing down the houses formerly inhabited by the evicted strikers. The lumber from the houses was used to build a stockade to keep a group of 150 convicts expected to arrive on July 15. Release of the convicts. The company's action in importing convict labor aroused the entire community. A citizens' mass meeting was held on July 14, and the miners, merchants and other property owners, all of whom stood to lose from the importation of convict labor, unitedly decided to march on the stockade and demand the release of the convicts. Shortly after midnight, a determined band of about 300 miners and other citizens, armed with shotguns, revolvers, rifles, and army muskets appeared before the stockade. Far outnumbered, the guards turned the convicts over to the crowd. Convicts and guards were marched to Coal Creek, a distance of 5 miles. There they were loaded on a train for a 32-mile journey southwards to Knoxville. The entire incident was well organized and went off without the slightest confusion or violence. Point 5. After they had released the convicts, the miners and their allies sent a telegram to Governor John P. Buchanan explaining their action as a necessary step to defend their families from starvation and their property from ruin. In appealing to him to prevent the return of the convicts, they emphasized that only bloodshed would result if the company persisted in using convict labor to take away the free miners' livelihood. Governor Buchanan's reply to the committee's telegram was to call out 3 companies of the state militia. 7. Organized labor in Tennessee came to the support of the miners. Mass meetings were held in the principal cities, and resolutions were adopted by the assembled Unionists condemning the governor and demanding that all Union men in the militia return home at once. 8. The Chattanooga Federation of Trades sent a representative, H. Schwartz, to express solidarity and to bolster up the spirits of the locked-out workmen. Much to his surprise, he discovered that they needed little encouragement. He sent back this report. I should like to impress upon people the extent of this movement. I have seen the written assurance of reinforcements to the miners of fully 7,500 men, who will be on the field in 10 hours after the first shot is fired. But the time for action has not arrived. There is no division of sentiment. The entire district is as one over the main proposition, since the convicts who bought nothing from them were replacing their major customers, it is not surprising that the merchants and other property owners should have joined the miners in the protest action. Convicts must go. I counted 840 rifles on Monday as the miners passed, while the vast multitude following them carried revolvers. The captains of the different companies are all Grand Army men, whites and Negroes are standing shoulder to shoulder. 9. The March on the Stockade. On Sunday afternoon, July 10th, a miners' committee called upon Colonel Sevier, commander of the militia, with a proposal for a peaceful solution. The troops and convicts were to depart retaining their arms. The miners would assist with their transportation and baggage. The colonel's reply was that if the miners attempted to enter the camp they would be fired upon. At a mass meeting that evening, the miners drew up plans to move upon the stockade the following morning. Before daybreak, miners converged on Briceville from all the mining camps of northeast Tennessee. They came on foot, trains, and mules, armed with rifles, shotguns, Colt pistols, and old squirrel guns. Eugene Merrill was in command. The miners were organized in strict military discipline, prepared for whatever might happen. A roll call was drawn up listing each man, with a note as to his arms. Those who had been drinking were ordered to fall out. Marching 4 abreast, in 2 columns, T-11 and miners and farmers started out on their 2-mile hike to the stockade. Organization was complete, said a contemporary newspaper, and their leaders placed them along the hills with military precision. 10. As they approached the camp, situated on a knoll in a valley, the miners occupied the hills and completely surrounded the stockade. A column of miners marched within 200 yards of the camp when Merrill gave the signal to halt. A committee of 3, under a flag of truce, called for Colonel Sevier and went to meet him. When the colonel made a move as if to take the committee captive, Merrill waved his handkerchief, and at once 1,500 miners sprang from the hillside and made their way towards the stockade. Impressed with the strength of the miners and considering resistance futile, Colonel Sevier surrendered. The miners agreed not to injure company property and to assist in guarding the convicts. Then Merrill and his committee waved their hats and swords, a signal of success. There was a tremendous cheer from the miners. In high spirits the miners started the convicts, guards, and militia on the march to Briceville. At the town they boarded a train of flat cars waiting for them. While waiting for a special train at Coal Creek, the miners invited the soldiers into their homes for lunch. The troops, the references to the Grand Army of the Republic, the Union Army during the Civil War. Many of whom sympathized with the miners, departed in good spirits, and as the train left Coal Creek there were reciprocal cheers by soldiers and miners. When they arrived at Knoxville, the soldiers gave the press a statement in which they thanked the miners for the many courtesies and kindness extended to us during our stay in camp. 11. Meanwhile, the miners released 125 convicts being used at the Knoxville Iron Company mine and placed them on a train for Knoxville. Then at a closed meeting, the miners took an oath not to molest state or company property and to remain quiet and orderly. Guards were placed around company property to prevent injury, for the miners were familiar with the old tactic of coal companies of planting a charge of dynamite in time of strike to incite public opinion against the miners. 12. The discipline and organization of the miners in the second release of the convicts aroused admiration in many parts of the state. The capture of the Tennessee militia was one of the most amazing things in military tactics, declared the Louisville Times. The conservative newspapers, spokesmen for the mine owners, carried screaming headlines denouncing the strikers. Anarchy, law of Tennessee set at naught. Organized mob of miners defy and override the power of the state. Taking his cue from these headlines, Governor Buchanan, after consulting TCI officials, issued an order mobilizing the full military strength of the state, 14 companies of militia, and prepared for war. Troops were ordered out from 6 cities and placed under the command of General Samuel T. Carnes of Memphis. As Gompers correctly put it in denouncing the governor's action, the state of Tennessee really converted D itself into a bureau to supply scab labor. 13 On July 25, the convicts were returned under military escort accompanied by Governor Buchanan. They were received in silence by a crowd in Coal Creek. 36 convicts were delivered to the Tennessee Coal and Mining Company and 125 to the Knoxville Iron and Mining Company. A speech announced by the governor had to be canceled when no one turned out to hear him. 14. The legislative session. Yielding to pressure from labor and its allies, Governor Buchanan had agreed to call a special session of the legislature to consider the miners' demand that the convicts must go. But in the very proclamation calling for the session, the governor made it even more clear than before that he was a servant of the corporations. The first item on the agenda was to be conferring upon the governor greater authority over the militia and an increase of its strength. Continuance of the convict lease system in the face of the clear desire of the majority of the people to be rid of that iniquitous evil. Modification perhaps, but no repeal, said the governor, and he cited as his main reasons for retaining the system that it would be too expensive to consider building a new prison to house 1,500 convicts and that the state would lose $100,000 a year, the sum received from the convict contract. The legislature refused to repeal the convict lease system by a vote of 59 to 23, and passed laws which made the convict lease system even more obnoxious. Interference with the labor of a convict was made a felony punishable with 5 years imprisonment. Leading a protesting group, mob, was the word used in the law, was to be punished by 7 years in prison. And the sum of $25,000 was appropriated for the maintenance of the militia with which to further intimidate the miners, while $14,458.13 was set aside to pay the bill already incurred by the militia at Briceville. Finally, the governor was commended by the legislature for his firm and prompt action in restoring order in the mining district. 15. The governor could now do legally what he had been pleased to do illegally. Not only the miners but the entire state was shocked by the legislature's action. Senator Woodley, a Farmers Alliance Democrat from Grundy County, declared, "It is a disgrace to have been a member of this General Assembly." 16. At a mass meeting on October 28, the Miners Committee made its final report and tendered its resignation in these words: "As the state had willed it, and is prepared to enforce its will with bayonet and Gatling gun, that you peacefully give up your work, your homes, and your sweet memories that around them cling, and like Hagar did, find a protection in a divine providence, for surely you can find none elsewhere. With sorrow too deep to express, we ring down the curtain on the last act in the Briceville drama by tendering our resignation." 17. The storming of the stockade. However, the last and what was by far the most dramatic act in that drama was just beginning. Convicts had been used in the mines since 1871, and the miners had waited patiently for 20 years for the law to redress their grievances. They had refrained from resorting to extra-legal methods until they had exhausted every possible legal instrument. Now the miners were prepared to use much more drastic action. On the last day of October, word was passed around announcing a meeting in each mine. As the men approached, all lights were extinguished so that no one could be recognized. Jack in the Box spoke, advising all miners to disguise and arm themselves, and gather together that night at Rock Bottom Hall. From the hall the miners marched 1,500 strong to the stockade, which was quickly surrounded. The leaders, with handkerchiefs across their faces, demanded of the warden that the convicts be turned over to the miners. The demand was met at once. After furnishing each convict with civilian clothes, they were set free. The stockade was burned to the ground. This was the first violence to property in the long struggle. It was clear that, whatever the cost, the miners did not intend to permit the convicts to return again. The convicts at the mine of the Knoxville Iron Company were also freed, though here the stockade was not burned, for the warden's wife was seriously ill in an adjoining house. The guardhouse and the office, however, were destroyed. Convicts were supplied with clothing before they were set free. 18. The release of the convicts had been conducted with the utmost secrecy and with no shots being fired. Everything had gone off with military precision. Newspapers sympathetic to the miners compared the attack on the stockade to the storming of the Bastille in the French Revolution. When the Nashville Banner asked, "Shall Tennessee allow a gang of thieves, robbers, ruffians and outlaws to trample with impunity upon the law?" the Chattanooga Republican replied, "They are not ruffians and they are not cutthroats. Rather call the legislature robbers. Rather call the legislature inhuman because they refused to listen to the appeals of the miners, and when they asked for the right to labor and earn bread for their families, received in answer the contemptuous reply, 'We not only make it a crime for you to interfere with state convicts, but we send more convicts in your midst to show you that the power of the state is supreme.' 19. A reward of $5 was offered by the governor for the arrest of the leaders of the miners and of $150 for each additional member of the miners' union who participated in the attack on the stockade. But no one was arrested and no legal action was taken against the miners. It was impossible to proceed legally against an entire county. No one knew who was responsible, at least no one would talk. As for the convicts, most of them were rounded up by railroad and company detectives. 20. For several months following the attack on the stockade, peace reigned in the area between Coal Creek and Briceville. Most of the companies decided that it was the better part of wisdom to deal with the union on reasonable terms. They met with committees representing the United Mine Workers, to which organization the miners, formerly affiliated with the KFL, now belonged, and agreed to permit the miners to select their own checkweighmen and to desist from importing convict labor. In Briceville, the company finally decided that it had had enough. In spite of pressure from Godwin, agent of the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railway Company, the Briceville mine owners refused to bring back the convicts. Convicts were never again used in Briceville. 21. On July 1892, the first anniversary of the freeing of the convicts at Briceville was celebrated. Eugene Merrill made the welcoming address, and Billy Webb, president of the United Mine Workers in the district, was the principal speaker. During the afternoon and evening there was dancing on a platform constructed from the old timber of the convict stockade. "It's funny what a little organization will do," Webb wrote in the United Mine Workers Journal, describing the celebration. 22. The miners' rejoicing was premature. The Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railway Company was determined that the state of Tennessee should have convicts mine its coal, regardless of what the miners and the rest of the population thought about the matter. It proceeded to buy out a number of companies that had signed agreements with the miners' union, rebuilt the stockades that had been burned, built new ones, and brought in convicts. In these mines, convicts worked full-time while the free miners received only 1 or 2 days a week. The best places in the mines were given to scabs and blacklegs. Miners who had been active in the convict fight were discharged and blacklisted. 23. Trouble was in the air. Once more the miners began to hold secret meetings. The Battle of Oliver Springs. This time the explosion burst in Tracy City in the southeastern part of Tennessee. Although the miners at Tracy City had suffered under the convict lease system longer than any other GRO Micro P, it was here in 1871 that the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railway Company had first introduced the use of convict labor in the mines. They had not taken part thus far in the war to end the system. Then in July 1892, the Tennessee Coal and Iron Company cut the free miners to half-time, while the convicts were working full-time. A committee of miners asked that as soon as work picked up, they should be given more time instead of giving it all to the convicts. The company replied that they would give the request consideration, but promised nothing. Soon more orders came in. Instead of heeding the miners' request, the company imported more convicts, and increased the number of guards at the stockade, located at Oliver Springs, several miles to the north of Tracy City. It was this action that caused the pent-up resentment of years to explode. 24. About 5 o'clock on the morning of August 13, 1892, a committee of miners called on Superintendent Nethrust. They demanded employment on equal terms with the convicts. He made a vague promise to take up the matter with the company officials. When the miners received this report, they decided to take action. They were fed up on promises. At 9 o'clock in the morning, 150 miners approached the stockade at Oliver Springs, while 3 miners covered each guard. With drawn guns, the leaders, Barry Simpson, Bob Vaughn and Jim Frazier, demanded the keys to the stockade. All personal property of the convicts and the company were carefully removed. The stockade was burned and the convicts placed on the train for Nashville. 25. The next day the conservative press demanded that the governor take immediate action to preserve the dignity of Tennessee. "There must be a stop to this," raged the Nashville American. "We point to anarchism and communism in other states, and at the same time are nurturing them in our midst." 26. The governor did act. Troops were sent in, the convicts were returned, and the stockade was rebuilt. More and more free miners' jobs were taken by the convicts. A permanent armed garrison was now stationed at Coal Creek. On August 14, the story of the Battle of Oliver Springs was related to a mass meeting of miners at Coal Creek. Full approval of the miners' action was voted. Resolutions were also adopted hailing the Homestead workers for their courage in battling the Pinkertons employed by the Carnegie Steel Company. There was a demand for new action to rid the entire area once and for all of convicts. 27. On August 16, miners from all parts of eastern Tennessee and southern Kentucky poured into Coal Creek. Everyone realized that the final showdown was at hand. Freight trains were taken over by the miners as a small army T greater than F miners, 3,000 strong, moved in the direction of Oliver Springs. At 4:30 a.m., they arrived before the stockade. Under a flag of truce the miners agreed not to injure company property, guards or militia, provided that the convicts were released. In the face of such odds, the guards and militiamen surrendered. As the guards and militia marched out between a double file of miners, they were disarmed and permitted to leave unharmed. For the third time in a year, a carload of convicts moved toward Knoxville. Again the stockade at Oliver Springs was burned. Before the Oliver Springs battle began, word of the miners' plans had reached the authorities and a regiment had been sent to the area from Chattanooga. A train was waiting to convey the regiment to Oliver Springs, but the railroad engineers and train crews refused to move the train. In spite of the raging and threats of the officers, the men stood their ground. The train did not move. 28. Invited to a conference by the miners, the governor replied evasively, advising them to remain quiet and satisfactory arrangements would be made. He was merely stalling for time, for he had already set about mobilizing the entire military power of the state. Regiments of troops were ordered to Coal Creek, and, acting under the new legislation passed at the special session, the governor ordered the sheriffs in all the neighboring counties to furnish large forces of men for duty. Volunteers, all belonging to the best families, responded to the sheriff's appeals for forces. Arms and munition were supplied by the United States War Department. The armed force, which included, according to a Knoxville newspaper, some of the most prominent citizens of the place. Good representatives of the class of men who favor the maintenance of law and order, started for the front at Coal Creek. 29. The miners entrenched themselves on Walden's Ridge opposite Fort Anderson. Pickets were posted on the surrounding mountain top to prevent a surprise attack, for word had reached the miners that thousands of soldiers were on their way. On August 19, however, trainloads of soldiers arrived in Coal Creek. With the large number of soldiers came field guns and Gatling guns. Greatly outnumbered and unable to withstand the artillery shelling, the miners were driven from their positions commanding the fort. Coal Creek was in the hands of the militia. Troops continued to pour in, and as soon as it was known that armed resistance had been broken, large numbers of volunteers turned up eager to fight the dispersed miners. 30. The RE1GN of terror. The war turned into a madman hunt. Revenge and terror were the order of the day. The troops combed the hills and mining towns, taking custody of hundreds, not only miners but ordinary citizens, regardless of whether they had been participants in the war. Hundreds were arrested and prisons soon overflowed. The village schoolhouse was converted into a prison, and when that was filled, the Methodist Church was used for the same purpose. 31. On August 20, General Garnes announced that he had 300 miners in custody and was continuing the reign of terror with zeal. Soldiers have been engaged all day arresting miners, and the work is to be prosecuted with vigor. Houses are to be searched and all arms and ammunition in them will be confiscated. No quarter will be given miners who resist. 82. A Negro, Jake Whitson, who was alleged to have resisted, was shot and killed, his body being pierced with a dozen bullets. Whitson described, there would have been even more miners imprisoned if the citizens of the area had not hidden and fed them. Even though they knew that if they were discovered they would be arrested, these citizens hid the miners in cellars and attics. In the conservative press as a desperado, had been one of the leaders in the revolt. His body was carried to his home at Clinton and a funeral was held which was attended by several thousand white fellow workers and in Ibers. 33. 300 miners were indicted for conspiracy, carrying of arms, murder and many other crimes. Nothing was said at their trials about the lawless acts of the companies nor of the soldiers and how they had terrorized women and children. After long drawn-out trials, a number of miners were sentenced to the penitentiary. D.B. Monroe, one of the leaders of the battle, was given 7 years in the penitentiary. He served only 2 years and, after his release, was again in Grundy County organizing the miners. 34. Following the battle at Coal Creek in August 1892, there was comparative quiet in the mountains until the spring of 1893. Then the miners of Tracy City staged the final pitched battle of the convict wars. The stockade near Tracy City had been burned in the August battle. A short time later it had been rebuilt. The new structure was a real fortress, complete with portholes from 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and block houses on the corner. Miners continued to drill in secret against the day when they would fight again for their jobs. On the evening of April 1 to 9, R.8_9 to 3 greater than is less than __1 inners approached the stockade. Coats were thrown over their heads for disguise. For several hours a battle raged. As soon as the news of the battle reached Nashville, 5 cannon shots were fired from Capitol Hill, the signal for the troops to take off. A special train carried 4 companies of the 1st Regiment of the Militia, a cannon and Gatling gun. At Murfreesboro further reinforcements were picked up. Adjutant General Fitta and Captain Henry Ward of the D_S_A_Errol_E_ in command. With the arrival of the troops, the outnumbered miners dispersed and a hunt began for their leaders. Most of them took to the woods. They were hidden and cared for by hundreds of friends and sympathizers who wanted to see the convict lease system abolished. Thus ended the final battle in the Great Convict War. 35. While apparently defeated in their long struggle, the miners were the final victors in the fight over the convict lease system. Their struggles had ed the state to the point where public opinion demanded an end to the convict lease system in the mines. In response to the continued pressure from the miners, their union, the United Mine Workers, and their supporters throughout the state, the contract with the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railway Company was not renewed when it expired in 18 cents. After exactly 25 years of suffering and struggle IND TWCLY less than Rs have pitched 4 addles, the miners rid themselves of this yoke and wiped from the slate a disgraceful mark against the state of Tent. SC.36. Conditions of Western miners. At the very same time that the miners were waging their historic struggle in eastern Tennessee, another battle was occurring in the western minefields at Idaho. A common bond of oppression linked the eastern coal miner and the western metal miner. By 1890, the great majority of the western miners were dependent upon corporations, dominated by absentee owners, for their livelihood. Gone was the independent miner of the early rushes into the mine fields. In his place were strictly wage earners, working for corporate organizations under a whole new set of restrictions and regulations, and piling up profits for absentee owners in what was easily the most dangerous of America's major industries. As William D. Big Bill Haywood, the militant leader of the Western miners, wrote in his description of a typical mining town, "Human life is the cheapest byproduct of this great copper camp." 37. And as a miner himself put it, the worker in the mines was treated as only a man in overalls, a very good man as a rule, but a man with this is rated as a farmer rates a mule. One is as good as the other, but the long-eared slave's the best. He's a little rougher, decidedly tougher, and doesn't need half the rest. Only a man in overalls, lay him anywhere, send for the company doctor, we have not time to spare. Only a little misfire, only a miner crushed. Put another one on, from dark till dawn. This smelter must be rushed. 38. The Western miners organize. In the face of the evils growing out of corporate mining, the majority of the miners in the camps came to realize that only through organization, through cooperation together, and through united opposition to exploitation could their conditions be improved. Although it was not until 1893 that a federation of Western miners' unions was formed, local unions had been in existence long before then. During 1880 to 90, the K of L were able to absorb most of the ore miners' unions, and by 1888 had established 43s assemblies in Colorado as well as a number of assemblies in Montana. 30. A number of local unions of silver and lead miners were formed in the Coeur d'Alene area of Idaho in the late 188s, and in 1890 they came together to form the Consolidated Miners Union. A central executive, the union included almost all of the underground workers in the Coeur d'Alene camps. Committee was set up to coordinate the activities of the local unions, and to manage all common enterprises, such as the administration of sick benefits, and the establishment of a union hospital. The committee was also empowered to direct activities during a strike or lockout. 40. In the summer of 1891, the miners' union laid siege to the Bunker Hill mine, reputedly financed by Standard Oil, and the citadel of anti-unionism in Coeur d'Alene. After a 2-week strike, the company capitulated, agreeing to pay the union scale, to rehire strikers without discrimination, and to pay the hospital fees as the men desired. With this victory, the entire Coeur d'Alene area came under union control. Every mine in the region now paid the union wage scale. 41. Up to now the mine owners had been fighting unionism tooth and nail individually, but in 1891, they formed the Mine Owners Protective Association of the Coeur d'Alene, or, as generally known, the Mine Out_X, L. Association, and abbreviated MOA Lane January, 1892, the Mine Owners, SJIUTC, L_Q, their mines, and the MOA announced a new wage scale in the district, F. I_E, you'll wipe out many of the previous gains won by the U_I.ion. The association offered $3 per day for carmen and shovelers and $3.50 per day for miners, a wage reduction averaging 25%. 40. The miners' union refused to accept the wage cut, recognizing TLI at this was but the first step in the association's drive to wipe out unionism in Coeur d'Alene. Thereupon, the MOA locked out the members of the union, and announced that the association has resolved never to hire another member of the miners' union. 43. With the entire community, including some of the papers and the police, friendly to the miners, the employers were unsuccessful in even a limited attempt to work the mines._howev.er. On May 4, they were able to secure a court injunction restraining the miners from interfering with QRK_at he mines, or from discouraging workers from entering the region for the purpose of replacing locked out miners. 44. Gradually the mines resumed operations, 300 scabs being brought from Duluth under 53 armed guards. Armed guards traveled about the Idaho countryside, rounding up farmers who were told that they would be paid $3 a day in the mines and additional money for serving as deputized U.S. Marshals. 45 inches Peaceful persuasion. Peaceful persuasion was the union's answer to the owners' importation of strikebreakers. Pickets met all the trains entering the district, swarmed around the scabs, isolated them, and lectured to them as they The project to set up a union hospital was dear to the heart of the miners. There were no workmen's compensation laws in existence, and the company's medical assistance was completely inadequate to meet the needs of the miners. Marched to the company boarding houses on why they should not take the jobs of the locked-out workers. This method of meeting the employer's offensive achieved remarkable success. Many of the scabs were induced to quit their jobs or to abandon their efforts to seek work. Out of the 74 men brought in on the first train in May, about 30 quit work as strikebreakers, went down to union headquarters and joined the Miners' Union. It has been estimated that at least 50% of the men who came into the district seeking work were taken into camp by the union. The men who had been induced to stop strikebreaking and join the union received the same strike relief as the locked-out workers. 46. Two small mines yielded to the union's successful, peaceful persuasion early in July, but the MOA remained firm. It was almost 6 months since the January shutdown and over 3 months since the April lockout. Peaceful persuasion had been successful in interfering with the attempt to run the mines with strikebreakers, but it had not yet brought recognition of the union and elimination of the proposed wage cut. On July 7, the locked-out miners learned that the locked-out steel workers at Homestead, Pennsylvania, had given battle to 2 barge loads of Pinkerton detectives coming up the Monongahela River from Pittsburgh to act as strikebreakers. The action of the steel workers in beating back the Pinkertons and defeating the strikebreaking attempt impressed the miners in Idaho, especially when they discovered that their recording secretary was a Pinkerton spy planted in the Union by the MOA 47. On July 11, a large group of armed miners gathered outside of the Frisco mine, and a fight between them and the Pinkertons' armed deputies and the strikebreakers inside ensued. The miners loaded some giant powder on a rail car and sent it down the track, where its explosion demolished the Frisco mine and compelled the surrender of the strikebreakers. The strikers then compelled the non-union men to leave the region. 48. Open warfare between armed strikers and armed strikebreakers, Pinkertons and deputies continued for a few days and resulted in the death of 3 union men. Non-union men were forced to quit. The armed battle stopped strikebreaking at 2 or 3 mines, but as one student of the strike points out, the union's conquest of the rest of the district was bloodless, achieved without firing another gun, but always backed by the threat of further violence in case resistance was offered. 49. The Army moves in. Recognizing that without the aid of the state and federal authorities, they would lose out, the mine owners appealed frantically for such assistance. It was immediately forthcoming. _federal tro tilde _ to -f at SK, reorder. Close to I, 500 soldiers, members of the UARD and the United States Army, commanded by Major General J. M. Schofield, moved into the Coeur d'Alene District. 50. With the open aid of the troops, the strikebreakers were brought back, the mines resumed operation, and 600 men were thrown into bullpens at Kellogg and Wallace. With the exception of those who fled to Montana, all the union leaders, practically all the union membership, and a considerable number of union sympathizers were taken prisoners. The arbitrary and mendacious conduct of some of the U.S. Army officers, wrote an A.F. L. organizer who visited Coeur d'Alene, was never equaled in Russia, Siberia, or by a plantation slave driver for cruelty towards those arrested or came under the displeasure of the mine owners. One striker testified later, "I have been shut up in a small cell without ventilation and with little light except what comes through the bars. No friends have been permitted to see me. We could not get permission to have a barber shave us. The soldier barbers are not permitted to work among us. Each one was obliged to eat alone." 51. Organized labor stood loyally behind the imprisoned strikers. Miners' unions in Montana and other states helped to raise a defense fund for the men in Idaho. The A.F. L. announced full support of the miners, appropriated $500 for their defense, and called for a congressional investigation of the whole Coeur d'Alene affair. 52. The trials of the imprisoned men opened on August 2 before a jury composed almost entirely of farmers. 21 of the defendants were charged with contempt of court for having violated a court injunction. 9 were found guilty and sentenced to 6 to 8 months in prison. The others were dismissed. In a trial for conspiracy, growing out of the Frisco mine explosion, 4 of the miners were found guilty and sentenced to between 15 months to 2 years in prison. They were later released on appeal to the United States Supreme Court. At the same time, 480 indictments returned by the federal grand jury were quashed. 53. No sooner were the miners released from the prison pens than they picked up the strike where it had been left off. The men who were forced to remain in jail as a result of the convictions learned the happy news that despite military suppression, the miners had won the strike, forcing the mine owners to rescind the wage cut and to recognize the union. Most all the men working in the Coeur d'Alene country are now union men. P. J. MacArthur, recording secretary of the Butte Miners Union, wrote to the trade unions of Chicago refused to participate in a Columbus Day parade because the military heading the procession had been used against the miners in Coeur d'Alene. Army and Navy Journal, October 15, 1892. Gompers on February 19, 1893. We have two unions there notwithstanding the temporary injunction that is standing over them. We think before 6 months we will have better unions than ever before and the wages is the same as before the trouble. Thus, as a contemporary reporter correctly concluded, with all the federal and state troops, with all the corrupt officials, with all the enormous wealth of the association, with the carloads of non-union men, still the companies could not operate the mines. The mine owners, after months of persistent effort to train the new men, gave up in despair and discharged them. They were again compelled to employ all the old Coeur d'Alene men who made application. The union was victorious. 54. Formation of the Western Federation of Miners. We have made a fight that we are proud of and propose to continue it to the end. A spokesman for the victorious strikers wrote to Gompers. 55. The fight did continue. The men sentenced to prison on contempt were quartered in the Ada County Jail. They spent part of their time discussing labor strategy and tactics. It was during these discussions that the idea of a federation of Western miners' unions was conceived. Reviewing the events since the shutdown in January 1892, the imprisoned miners reached the conclusion that better organization and more complete unity among the workers were essential for continued advances. All recognized the importance of the aid they had received from the miners' unions in Montana and from other labor organizations, and they thought long and hard about the way to organize labor's forces more effectively in the whole mining West. 56. At Butte, Montana, too, discussions were taking place on the need to unite the various miners' unions into one powerful federation. In February and March 1893, the contempt prisoners were discharged from the Ada County Jail. 3 of them went directly to Butte and conferred immediately. The result of these conferences was the issuance of an invitation in April by the Butte Miners Union to all miners' unions in the West urging them to send delegates to a convention at Butte on May 15, 1893.57. From May 15 to 19, 1893, 43 delegates gathered at Butte to form a federation of all the miners' unions of the West. The delegates were unanimous in their approval of the plan to form a federation whose purposes were to unite the various miners' unions of the West into one central body, to practice those virtues that adorn society and remind man of his duty to fellow man, the elevation of the position and the maintenance of the rights of the miner. The Western Federation of Miners was chosen as the name of the organization. 58. Chapter 16. The Economic Crisis of 1893. On May 4, 1893, the National Cordage Company, which only 5 months before had declared a stock dividend of 100%, failed. A general break in the stock market followed, and soon the country was passing through the severest economic crisis U.S. capitalism had yet experienced, with runs on the banks, thousands of business failures, and severe unemployment following in its wake. During 1893, 642 banks failed and 22,500 miles of railway went into receivership. 1 More than 16 business firms went into bankruptcy. Thousands of shops and factories shut down, more thousands worked part-time only. The unemployed, hundreds of thousands were thrown out of work. In the summer of 1893, Bradstreet's reported that 9 cities of the country showed 801,000 unemployed upon whom 1,956,000 persons depended for bread. This made a total of 2,757,000 persons without visible means of support in these cities alone. In its report for the week ending December 23, 1893, Bradstreet's admitted that returns from the same 9 points showed 3 million people without means of earning a livelihood. These 119 points, of course, by no means covered the whole country. With at least 3 million out of a total labor force of 5 million unemployed, and with 2 to 5 times as many people dependent on these workers for their existence, it is clear that by the end of 1893 a large percentage of the population were unable to procure the necessities of life. 2. Wherever the unemployed turned there were more applicants for jobs. Large numbers of idle workers, desperately searching for a means of livelihood, traveled long distances looking for work, only to find upon their arrival that there was not enough employment for the workers already there. Without visible means of support, these itinerant workers were immediately classified in the press as tramps and hobos, who had number 235. Real desire to work, but a study of homeless workers in 14 cities revealed that these men were only too eager to work, that more than half the men had trades, employments or professions requiring more or less skill. 3/5 of the men were under 35, and 3/4 under 40 in short, in the prime of life. 3. The burden of providing some measure of relief to enable the hundreds of thousands of jobless men and their families to keep body and soul together fell upon charitable organizations, municipalities, and a number of stronger trade unions. In large cities, these trade unions typographical, cigar makers, carpenters, shoe workers, building trades were able to care for their own unemployed members, so that these workers were not compelled to resort to outside relief. Several unions, notably the printers and cigar makers, had established permanent out-of-work funds long before the crisis, and were able to use them to assist unemployed members. But most unions had not accumulated enough reserves in prosperous times, and they relied mainly upon emergency contributions or assessments upon employed members. In general, the unions that gave relief furnished weekly benefits of between $3 to $2 for unmarried men, with additions of coal, flour, meat, and other provisions for men with families. In some cases, relief was extended as loans to members. Occasionally union relief funds were dispensed not only to members but to all who applied. 4. Demands for public relief. Although the economic crisis of the 90s marked the first widespread contribution to unemployment relief by trade unions, the trade union relief affected but a very small proportion of the total number of the unemployed. The trade unions themselves were among the first to recognize this fact and demanded public aid for the unemployed. Following a meeting of trade unionists in New York City, a call went out to the trade unions to send delegates to a conference to be held on August 20th at the Hall of the International Labor Exchange. A fearful crisis is upon us. Countless thousands of our fellow men are unemployed. Men, women and children are suffering the pangs of hunger. The present indications are that the poverty and misery of our people will not be diminished, but on the contrary intensified for some time to come. We cannot allow by our indifference hundreds or even thousands to die of starvation. The wants of the needy must be supplied. The hunger of our brothers and sisters must be satisfied. 6. No state appropriated money for relief purposes during the Depression, 1893–97. 100 delegates representing about 100,000 organized workers were present at the trade union conference on August 20th. Among the speakers were George E. McNeil, the veteran labor leader, Herbert Burroughs, and Victor Delahaye. The last two were the delegates of the workingmen of England and France to the International Labor Conference at Chicago. Gompers, as chairman, made the major address. He presented a moral indictment of the ruling class, avoiding an attack upon the capitalist system. He placed the blame for the economic crisis squarely upon the shoulders of the wealthy possessors of our country. Since they were quite content to let the unemployed starve to death, it became the duty of government to provide the means by which the manhood and womanhood of our country may be maintained. Gompers set forth a number of relief measures. He called upon the cities of the nation to inaugurate movements for public improvements. The states should improve their roadways, deepen their canals and make them available for larger ships, and the government of the United States should construct a Nicaraguan canal and improve the Mississippi River. Such public works would give the unemployed something useful to do, would stave off starvation for hundreds of thousands, and would cause an upturn in business conditions. 7. 3 committees were set up by the conference. One to visit public officials to demand relief for the unemployed in a program of public works. Another to solicit contributions for unemployment relief, and the third to draw up a proclamation. The proclamation was issued the next day. It called upon the mayor and the board of aldermen of New York City to convene a special session to devise means of commencing public works for the unemployed, and urged the state governors and the President of the United States to call a special emergency convention by public proclamation, and take such legislative action as would relieve the widespread distress. 8. The New York Organized Labor Conference for the Relief of the Unemployed revealed that the trade union movement was alert to the dangers facing the working class early in the crisis, and that it did not intend to wait for the wealthy possessors of our country to starve American labor into submission. 9. The conference, moreover, had an important effect throughout the land. Writing to Gompers after a tour of several states, McNeil observed, "The result of that meeting cannot be judged by the measure of relief received by those dependent upon the charity of the world." The voice of that meeting was heard throughout, in an article especially written for the New York World of January 14, 1894. Gompers advanced these and other proposals. In all, he listed 22 propositions for relief. Our broad land, and the attention of thinking people brought to a closer examination of causes and conditions. 10. Mass demonstrations of unemployed. The Organized Labor Conference had shunned mass activity, relying instead on the work of its committees. But it soon became clear that resolutions adopted at labor conferences were meaningless if they were not backed up by mass demonstrations. Fruitless visits to the mayor of New York City and the governor of the state convinced even Gompers and other top A.F. of L leaders that mass activity was necessary to give substance to the program adopted by the conference. Denouncing these officials for having failed to do anything in response to the direct appeals of organized labor for the relief of the workers in distress, the A.F. of L leadership began to call for mass demonstrations of the unemployed. Federation organizers were instructed to devote themselves to organizing meetings of the unemployed in their communities, and many spent most of their time in this work. Several even organized the unemployed into federal labor unions which were promptly chartered by the A.F. of L. 11. The A.F. of L National Office sent McNeil on a tour as an official spokesman for the Federation to rally the unemployed. He helped to organize and addressed gatherings of the unemployed at Albany, Buffalo, Toledo, Detroit, Owasso, Michigan, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Chicago. At each of these meetings, he reported to Gompers, the leading labor men of the cities were present. 12. The mass meeting in Chicago, sponsored by the trade unions, was held on the lakefront late in August, 1893. The resolutions adopted demanded, among other things, that Congress should issue a circulating medium direct to the people, that idle men should be employed on roads and other public improvements where convict labor had been used, and that the hours of labor should be reduced until all could be employed. After the meeting, the workers paraded through the streets, carrying before the organized labor conference took place, Joseph Barandus, head of the Socialist Jewish Clothing Workers Union, affiliated to the AF-Avels United Garment Workers, urged Gompers to call a demonstration of the unemployed of New York City, organized and unorganized, to bring pressure upon the public officials. Gompers was opposed to the suggestion, privately informing Chris Evans, AF-Avel Secretary-Treasurer, that it would not be the wisest thing for the Federation to sponsor a demonstration of the unemployed. Instead, it was decided to call a conference of trade unionists. Joseph Barandus to Gompers, August 15, 1893. Gompers to Chris Evans, August 17, 1893, AFL Corps, GLB. Rebuffed by Gompers, the Jewish Clothing Workers Union called a mass demonstration of the unemployed at Union Square on August 19, the day before the organized labor conference met. It attracted thousands of workers. New York. Sunday, August 20, 1893. Banners of various trade unions and of the Socialist Labor Party, and demanding work of the city government. Early in the fall of 189 another mass meeting of 10,000 workers was held in Chicago, addressed by Gompers and Henry George. A committee of trade unionists, elected by the meeting, assisted a mayor's committee in putting 1,400 men to work for a month on the Chicago Drainage Canal, and in arranging for street repairs that would employ 2,000 men at $1,000 per day. 13. Demonstrations in cities by labor groups resulted in clashes with the police, whose solution for the problems of the crisis was to club and brutally maltreat all unemployed who gathered to express their demand for relief and work. But these demonstrations also forced the municipal governments to provide some measure of relief for the jobless. Soup kitchens were established in dozens of cities. Many municipalities provided work in the improvement of streets or parks. But the unemployed received bare subsistence wages. Heads of families in some cities received 10 cents an hour, but the average was much lower. Single men worked for meal and lodging tickets only. Destitute men, however, rarely were permitted to work for more than a day at a time. In San Francisco, some of the unemployed were permitted to sweep streets for 2 half-days each week at a wage of $1.40, enough to keep them alive for a week at the Salvation Army, life. Boat. 14. The millionaires' protest. Yet even these meager disbursements for the unemployed aroused irate cries of communism and waste from the wealthier classes. In Cincinnati, a committee of businessmen protested vigorously against the city's providing work for the unemployed, insisting that it was solely a problem for private charity. The committee listed 3 objections to public works to aid the unemployed. 1. That it is not necessary, and that it is a waste of taxpayers' money. 2. That it is communistic in principle. 3. That it demoralizes those who receive it. 13. It is hardly surprising that when the unemployed read such reports 16 that they should ask in the words of a moving poem, written during the crisis by a Chicago trade unionist, why then should we be starving in a land of plenty, in a great and growing nation? Men and women, little children crying out in desolate TL. Harvests rich and ripe and golden, leaping forth from fruitful acres safely stored in vaults that hold them. Starving in a land of plenty, workless, where real work is needed, smokeless mills and factories closing, labor's legions standing idle, idle without wish or choosing. Starving in a land of plenty. Hunger lines on haggard faces. Thousands tramping on and on in search of work in far-off places. 11. Gompers reiterated this theme at a great mass meeting of New York's unemployed held at Madison Square Garden on January 30, 1894. So carried away was he by the terrible fact that, in a country such as ours, rich as a nation could be, large masses of our citizens were forced to endure hunger because unemployed, that he threw caution to the winds and cried out in bitterness. Let conflagration illumine the outraged skies. Let red nemesis burn the hellish clan, and chaos end the slavery of man. 18. Although Gompers speedily regretted the vehemence of his language, his fiery call adequately reflected the sentiments of hundreds of thousands of workers. All over the country there arose a wail of hunger of men, women, and children calling upon the national government to step into the unbearable situation and provide for the needs of the unemployed. At its convention in Chicago, December, 1893, the A.F. of L resolved forcefully that the right to work is the right to life, and declared that, when the private employer cannot or will not give work, the municipality, state or nation must. In advocating passage of the resolution, Gompers went beyond the moral indictment of the capitalists to launch an attack on the capitalist system itself. In a society where such abnormal conditions prevail, there must of necessity be something wrong at the basic foundations, and it requires but little study to come to the conclusion that the ownership and control of the means of production by private corporations which have no human sympathy or apparent responsibility, is the cause of the ills and wrongs borne by the human family. 19. Under these circumstances, it was necessary for government to intercede and provide for the welfare of the hundreds of thousands of workers who were facing starvation through no fault of their own. The radicalness of Gomper's speech was probably influenced by the fact that members of the SLP in attendance at the meeting greeted his appearance with jeers and catcalls. At any rate, in his autobiography, published in 1925, Gomper states that he was horrified by the thought that his speech might well have led the audience, which was in an ugly frame of mind, to take extreme steps. Samuel Gompers, 70 Years of Life in La Barre, New York, 1924, Volume 2, pp. 4-7. But in Congress, as in the state legislatures, there was no awareness that the problem of unemployment and relief was any concern of the government. B. 0. Flower, editor of the liberal magazine, The Arena, complained bitterly in the spring of 1894. Millions for armories and the military instruction of the young, but not 1 cent to furnish employment to the able-bodied industry in its struggle to escape the terrible alternative of stealing or starving. Such seems to be the cry of government in the United States today. Flower suggested an extensive program of public works to relieve unemployment, authorized under the General Welfare Clause of the Constitution. 20. On to Washington. While these ideas were being discussed in newspapers and magazines and at labor conventions, masses of unemployed workers were making their way by foot, rail or water to Washington, there to register emphatic dissatisfaction with the conditions of the country and to demand redress of the grievances of a whole people. From hamlet and city, the armies of the Commonwealth were recruited, and the spring of 1894 saw them marching down from New England, straggling in from California, Arizona and Texas, and tramping through the late snowstorms in the Alleghenies. All told, about 10,000 men were on the march throughout the country with Washington as their destination. The originator of the descent upon Washington was Jacob Seckler Coxey, a wealthy manufacturer of Massillon, Ohio, who formulated a plan under which the unemployed would be put to work on public work projects, which would be financed by issues of greenbacks. Any state, county or town which would undertake such a public improvement program would receive greenbacks from the federal government in return for its own bonds. These non-interest-bearing bonds would be repaid at the rate of 4% per annum. In addition, the federal government would issue $SU, in greenbacks to be expended for the employment of citizens on a huge nationwide road building program. 21 inches. As you know, a leader of the Commonwealth's rode to Gompers. The Coxey movement is made up of men of all labor unions and may therefore properly ask the sympathy and cooperation of all organized labor in this struggle for relief. The A.F. of L responded quickly to the appeal. Its executive board expressed sympathy for the Coxey movement, and the American Federationist, its official organ, noted that the fact that in all the cities and towns throughout the country a feeling exists to respond to the call on to Washington is the best evidence that hundreds of thousands of our fellow human beings are suffering the pangs of hunger and smarting under the lash of injustice. Several leaders of the Commonwealthers, like Louis C. Fry, Carl Brown, and Arthur Vanette, were also general organizers of the A.F. of L. They were in close touch with A.F. of L headquarters during the March on Washington, and, as a result of this correspondence, arrangements were made for the armies to hold conferences with local organizations affiliated to the Federation. 22. A considerable number of central labor bodies affiliated with the A.F. of L endorsed the Coxey movement, characterizing it, in the words of the Central Labor Union of New York, as the forerunner of a great uprising of the toilers of America in the near future. The Central Labor Council of Richmond, Indiana, sponsored and distributed copies of a song entitled Marching with Coxey, written by an A.F. of L member. The price of the printed copy was 1 loaf of bread to feed Coxey's army. Sung to the tune of Marching Through Georgia, the song went in part: We are marching to the Capitol, 300,000 strong, with live petitions in our boots to urge our cause along. And when we kick our congressmen, they'll feel there's something wrong. As we go marching with Coxey. Chorus: Hurrah, hurrah, for the unemployed's appeal. Hurrah, hurrah, for the marching Commonwealth. Drive the lobbies from the Senate. Stop the trust and combine steel. For we are marching with Coxey. We are not tramps nor vagabonds that's shirking honest toil, but miners, clerks, skilled artisans, and tillers of the soil, now forced to beg our brother worms to give us leave to toil, while we are marching with Coxey. 23. Although the General Executive Board of the K of L expressed sympathy for the Coxey movement and local assemblies sponsored meetings to assist the Commonwealthers, the work of the order in behalf of the cause was hampered by the fact that Grand Master Workman Sovereign publicly denounced the March on Washington as foreboding both insurrection and rebellion. It is likely to create a spirit such as that which John Brown brought to life at Harper's Ferry, Powderly's successor told the press, which promptly headlined the fact that, "Sovereign says Coxey's methods are full of great peril." 24. On May 1, 1894, Coxey's army arrived in Washington. They were given permission to parade, with the warning that the passage of processions or the carrying of banners through the Capitol grounds was forbidden by statute. If Coxey or his men attempted to hold mass meetings or make speeches on the Capitol grounds, they would be promptly arrested. 25. In defiance of the warning, Coxey paraded his men through the Capitol grounds. For this offense, he and Brown were arrested and punished by a 20-day imprisonment and, in addition, were fined $s each for walking on the grass. 26. The police brutality and the arrest of the leaders of the unemployed produced tremendous protests from trade unions, populists and other sympathizers. The executive board of the K of L demanded that Congress begin an immediate investigation of the outrage, and scores of labor organizations sent similar protests to Washington. Calling the action of the police a crime against freedom, the American Federationists denounced the brazen attempt to crush out the constitutional and natural rights of free speech, free assemblage and freedom of petition. If history teaches anything aright, it warned, it wholly and conclusively demonstrates that bludgeons and prison walls have never yet prevented truth from becoming generally accepted, recognized and established. 27. Despite the protests and warnings, the Senate refused to interfere, and the penalties of the court were duly paid. Coxey could not obtain hearings before congressional committees to present the relief program. By August 15, the army was dissolved. The "On to Washington" movement had proved ineffective in forcing legislation to provide for the unemployed, but the industrial army processions had thrust before the eyes of the country the stark and naked fact that there was something basically wrong in the nation, and this was something that jokes and quips in lighthearted newspaper accounts of the movement could not altogether conceal. The digressicune mptjnued, agitat _ n for the 8-hour dage. Inc. RC. ASEDIR. Crescendo. At Everex _ m and y t. Ion. T c. JCQI. J. MRCTIPG. Arid Workers Lecture. The 8-hour day was pressed and arguments were brought forward to support it. The 8-hour day would create more work, reduce unemployment. It will set millions of men and women at work who are now idle. It will infuse new life into those now at work and send hope into the hearts of young men and women everywhere of higher wages and better things. Were the 8-hour system now in vogue, wrote a trade unionist in August, 1894, it would require 5 men to perform the labor done by 4 men under the present 10-hour system. This would reduce the recruits of Coxey's army and the idle men in every community. 28. Employers seek to wipe out labor's gains. The demand for the 8-hour day was also pressed as an answer to attempts by employers to take advantage of the necessities of the workers to extend the hours of labor, destroy wage standards, and wipe out all past improvements in working conditions. The financial crisis had barely descended upon the country when the A.F. of L National Office was deluged with letters from unions in all parts of the country telling of the attempts being made by employers to use the industrial stagnation to fasten upon us onerous conditions, and to deprive us of the rights and benefits it has cost us years of work to secure. The Lumber Shavers Union in upstate New York reported in June, 1893, that 1,000 of its members had been locked out by the capitalistic lumber kings, who had informed the workers as soon as the Depression started, "You must disband your union and come to work as individuals, otherwise you cannot work." The American Flint Glass Workers Union reported that in the summer of 1893, the Associated Manufacturers, composed of the vast majority of employers in the industry, announced that no members of the union would be employed in the future. As the union president noted, the panic had come, and the time was now propitious to fight the union. 29. Reports to A.F. of L headquarters pointed out how difficult it was for the unions to combat the employers' offensive. With 50% QF their members unemployed and income consequently Cephiously, ILLT Tile U Rons were hardly in the position to render considerable financial aid to the victims of the employers' attacks. There is probably not more than 2 national unions affiliated with the American Federation of Labor, Gompers wrote on September 28, 1894, which have not had their resources greatly diminished and their efforts largely crippled by reason of trade struggles, and the enormous number of members who have suffered through lack of employment. 30. Nevertheless, American workers were not intimidated by the fury of the employers' drive to rob them of their hard-won gains nor by the incredible obstacles and hardships caused by the Depression. When the owners of the gold mines in Cripple Creek, Colorado, took advantage of the crisis to lengthen the working day from 8 and 9 hours to 10 hours, members of the Western Federation of Miners voted to strike for a uniform 8-hour day. Early in February, 1894, they went out on strike. In the face of the most disheartening conditions with thousands of men in the area unemployed, with a meager union treasury, the miners fought the employers, the strikebreakers, the 1,300 armed deputies and the entire state militia, and won their fight. After a 5-month struggle, the miners returned to work in mid-June, 1894, with the 8-hour day fully established. 31. Contemporaneously with the Cripple Creek strike came a great strike in the bituminous coal industry. Wage cuts began immediately after the Panic of 1893, and further slashes in the miners' wage scales were threatened. Conditions became so intolerable by the spring of 18Q4 that the United Mine Workers, with a treasury of only $2,600 and a membership of not more than 24,000, of whom only 13,000 were paid-up members, decided to call a general strike in the bituminous coal industry. No coal was to be mined for any purpose after noon on April 21, 1894, until wages had been restored to where they were on May 1, 1893.32. Responding to the call, the members of the Union refused to enter the pits on April 21, and they were joined by miners throughout the country. In all, 180,000 miners in Pennsylvania, Illinois, West Virginia, and Ohio struck, thousands more than even the leaders of the United Mine Workers had expected, and the production of bituminous coal almost completely ceased. 33. The strike lasted 8 weeks, and ended in a defeat for the miners. Although some adjustments in wages were made, the mine owners refused to rescind most of the wage cuts, and the strikers, with meager resources at their disposal, were unable to hold out longer. They returned to the pits, once more at the mercy of the operators. Their union, the United Mine Workers, was practically shattered. A year after the strike, Patrick McBride, UMW, National Secretary-Treasurer, wrote to the A.F.L. "The National is busted. We will have to suspend the Journal, and tax to the Federation is an impossibility. I cannot for the life of me see what course we can pursue, other than throw up the sponge." 34. Labor Unity Conference. However strong the determination of workers to resist the employer's drive might be, it was clear that the best defense of labor's past gains could come through unity of action. With this in mind, Joseph R. Buchanan, the militant labor editor, sought during the winter of 189-94 to achieve a closer union of labor forces to resist the employer's offensive. When his efforts produced enthusiastic responses from labor leaders throughout the country, Buchanan issued a call for a conference to be held in Philadelphia on April 28, 1894. Organized capital, he appealed, has sent forth the edict that wages must come down, and every opportunity is being seized to utilize the present depression to force labor nearer the brink of pauperism and to strangle the labor movement, which is the toiler's only protection. If the workers are not to be crushed down to the position of slaves, then they must act, and act quickly. First, there must be a thorough unification, a close alliance of all organized workers without regard to creed, occupation, sex, or nationality. The toilers must combine for protection. 35. A large and representative group of labor men and women met in Philadelphia in response to the call. Among them were Gompers and Chris Evans, representing the A.F.L. J.G. Schonfarber, and Powderly, representing the K.F.L. Chaz. A. Wilson, A.H. Hawley, and P.H. Morrissey, representing the Railroad Brotherhoods and prominent leaders of international unions such as P.J. McGuire of the Carpenters and Joiners, John B. Lennon of the Tailors, George W. Perkins of the Cigar Makers, Charles F. Rikers of the United Garment Workers, C. L. Drummond of the Printers, and M. Garland of the Iron and Steel Workers. Rarely had so many different groups of labor organizations been represented at a general conference. 36. On the second day, the conference adopted a report in which it hailed the gathering as living evidence that the organized labor sentiment of the country is a unit on the fundamental truths that underlie the labor problem, urged the A.F.L., the K.F.L., and other national and international organizations to take such steps as will lead to an agreement for united action of labor's forces in the industrial and legislative fields, recommended the end of strife and antagonism between labor organizations, for strife and antagonism in labor's ranks is fratricidal and ruinous to the best interests of the working people, and called upon the labor forces to unitedly resist any further reduction of wages, and to energetically renew our efforts for the reduction of the hours of labor. Buchanan was disappointed that nothing more concrete emerged from the conference. He had hoped that the demand for greater unity, expressed in letters he had received from workers the country over, would lead to a definite plan of action. Still, he felt confident that the conference had taken an important step towards solidifying labor's ranks and would strengthen the ability of workers to resist the employer's attacks. Such solidarity, Buchanan felt, was more necessary than ever before. As he informed the conference when it was about to adjourn, the labor movement was still to feel the full impact of the employer's drive. 37. At the very moment that the Conference of Labor Representatives was being held to discuss the need for labor unity, American workers were seeing living proof of the benefits that flowed from united action. A new union of railroad workers, the American Railway Union, had come into being based upon the principle of unity of all workers in the industry, and within a short time it had achieved victories hitherto undreamed of by the railroaders. Although Buchanan had not spelled it out at the conference, he had made it clear elsewhere that it was this industrial union, uniting skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled workers in an entire industry, which should serve as the model for a unified American labor movement. With the necessary changes to fit the situation, I want to see the principles of the American Railway Union adopted by the great national labor movement in the United States. 38. Chapter 17. The Railroad Brotherhoods and the American Railway Union. Except for those in the K of L, the railroad workers of the L88Os and early L89Os were organized into 5 brotherhoods. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, founded in 1863. The Order of Railway Conductors, organized in 1868. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, founded in 1873. The Brotherhood of Railroad Brakemen, founded in September 1883, changing its name in 1890 to the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, and the Switchmen's Mutual Association, launched in 1886. Only the engineers had started as an organization for collective bargaining. The others, from their inception, were secret fraternal societies, emphasizing primarily insurance systems to protect members and their families from the hazards of the very dangerous occupation of railroading. Gradually, all of the brotherhoods became organizations for collective bargaining. Characteristics of railroad brotherhoods. The brotherhoods made the transition from fraternal societies to trade unions, but they had no common fraternity, no common confederation for mutual protection and for the advancement of their general interests. For the history of organization and struggles among railroad workers before 1880, see Foner, Op. Cit. pp. 464-74, and George E. McNeil and others. The Labor Movement. The Problem of Today, New York, 1888, Chapter 12, The Rise of Railroad Organizations, pp. 312-20. For discussions of the railroad workers in the K of L, see pp. 50-53, 83-86. The Brotherhoods also pursued the policy of remaining aloof from the rest of the labor movement, desiring no alliance with militant unions either in the K of L or the AF of L. A strong anti-strike sentiment among the Brotherhood's leaders deepened the gulf separating them from other unionists. 247. A policy which enabled the corporations to deal with each union separately, playing one against the other. The Brotherhoods represented only a tiny fraction of the railroad workers. Regarding themselves as composed of the aristocrats of labor, the Brotherhoods ignored the great mass of unskilled and semi-skilled workers on the railroads, and, in the case of Negro workers, deliberately sought to drive them out of their jobs. Not only were the unskilled and semi-skilled unorganized, but even among the engineers, firemen, conductors, and trainmen, many were non-union. Altogether in 1893, the combined membership of the Brotherhoods was less than 100,000, 1/10 of the railroad workers in the United States. Small wonder that Fred Anthony, Grand Master, Brotherhood of Railway Shop Employees, wrote early in 1893, "Every trade and occupation in the country is better equipped for defense than the railwaymen." 1. The conditions of the railroad workers reflected the weakness of their unionism. The annual wages for various railroad workers in the year 1890, according to the 5th Annual Report of the Commissioner of Labor, were engineers, $957, conductors, $575, firemen, $337, brakemen, $212, switchmen, $264, flagmen, $224, baggagemen, $311, laborers, $124, and telegraph operators, $235.20. The wages of the engineers, because of their superior bargaining power, placed them among the aristocracy of labor. But the vast majority of the railroad workers in the country received wages below the level required for subsistence. These miserably low wages were paid for many of the most dangerous jobs in all of American industry. According to the Interstate Commerce Commission's reports, there were 2,070 workers killed and 20,148 injured on the railroads for the year ending June 30, 1888. 2,554 killed and 28,267 injured for the year ending June 30, 1892, and 2,727 killed and 31,729 injured for the year ending June 30, 1893. This meant one railroad worker killed out of every 115 employed and one injured out of every 10 employed. The railroad corporations either attributed the accidents to carelessness of the workers or called them acts of God. Challenging this cynical interpretation, the Locomotive Fireman's Magazine declared, "It comes to this. While railroad managers reduce their force and require men to do double duty, involving loss of rest and sleep, they will continue to lament the occurrence of accidents, involving the loss of life and maiming. The accidents of which they complain in numerous instances are chargeable to the greed of the corporation." 3. In 1867, the engineers changed its membership requirements so as to prevent Negroes from becoming members. The firemen excluded Negroes from its very beginning as an organization. See William W. Bennett, The Railroad Brotherhoods and Collective Bargaining, unpublished PhD thesis, Princeton University, 1932, p. A39. Debs calls for unity. Since 1885, the editor of the Locomotive Fireman's Magazine had repeatedly emphasized that the only way to curb the greed of the railroad corporations and improve the conditions of the railroad workers was by achieving joint activity by the railroad unions. The editor was Eugene V. Debs. In stirring editorials, in which he quoted with approval the K.of.L. slogan, "An injury to one is the concern of all," Debs repeatedly pointed out that a single union was powerless against a giant railroad, and that the only way for the railroad workers to win out was through federation between engineer and fireman, switchman and brakeman. Just as the individual workers had combined for mutual protection, the brotherhoods should combine on matters of common concern. Debs' outspoken advocacy of federation took root. It won little support among leaders of the brotherhoods who feared it would be followed by a reduction in the number of office holders, and it encountered the bitter opposition of P. M. Arthur, conservative, arrogant Grand Chief of the B.of.L.E., an outspoken advocate of class collaboration who believed that he could win gains by siding with employers against the other brotherhoods and the rest of the labor movement. 5. Despite Arthur's opposition, the engineers and firemen began working together in 1886. Victories were won over the New York City Elevated Railways, controlled by Jay Gould, and the Ohio and Mississippi Railroad. The New York Elevated contract, gained after a strike in the opening months of 1886, provided for a pay increase, extra pay for overtime work, the 9-hour day, a half-day's pay for reporting to work, strict seniority, and reinstatement of all men who had been fired during the struggle. Debs hailed the victory in the Locomotive Fireman's Magazine. The incident supplies abundant proof that the two great brotherhoods are necessary to each other. 6. Joint action by the firemen and engineers was an important step forward in building a united front of all railroad workers against the corporations, but by itself it could not accomplish too much. This was fully demonstrated in the strike of the engineers and firemen, beginning February 27, 1888, against the Chicago, Burlington and Quincy Railroad. The switchmen and brakemen refused to quit work. Moreover, the K.of.L. railroad workers, incensed by past strike-breaking by the engineers in K.of.L. strikes, took the places of the striking members of the brotherhoods. Although the brotherhood leaders, particularly Debs, influenced many of the switchmen to support the walkout and, with the assistance of Joseph R. Buchanan, convinced many K.of.L. strikebreakers to respect the strike, the absence of real organic unity among the brotherhoods made the failure of the strike inevitable. The Burlington strike, Debs pointed out, could have been won in a day, if from the first there had been federation between engineers and firemen, switchmen and brakemen on the C, B, and Q. The April, 1888 issue of the Fireman's Magazine featured an editorial headed, "Federation, the Lesson of the Great Srike." 7. The loss of the strike taught the members of the brotherhoods an important lesson. This, wrote Thomas Neesham, leader of the K.of.L. employees of the Union Pacific Railway, has taken all the aristocratic feeling out of them, and it has got through their heads that they are only men like ourselves. This is a great revelation to some of these fellows, and I think it best to strike the iron when it is hot, or in other words to lift up the standard of federation. 8. In editorial after editorial in the Fireman's Magazine, Debs lifted the standard of federation. The cry met with powerful support from the rank-and-file members of the brotherhoods, so powerful, indeed, that even the conservative leaders of the crafts were unable to withstand the unity movement. 9. Meeting in convention in the fall of 1888, the firemen drew up a plan of federation which provided for the establishment of a board of federation on each system of railroads to be composed of representatives from each of the grievance committees of the brotherhoods which joined. If after all efforts to settle a dispute with management by a member organization on its own had failed and it had decided that a strike was necessary, the board, by a 2/3 vote, might order all the member organizations to join the walkout. The switchmen endorsed the plan, and the brakemen also announced their approval. But when the engineers met in convention, Grand Chief Arthur and his conservative supporters came out against federation. With the aid of some shrewd parliamentary maneuvering, the conservatives carried the day. Federation was turned down by the convention. 10. Supreme Council of United Orders of Railway Employees. Although the refusal of the engineers, the strongest organization of railroad labor, was a severe blow to the supporters of federation among the brotherhoods, the firemen, switchmen, and brakemen decided to proceed. The highest officers of the three brotherhoods met in Chicago on June 3, 1889, and established the Supreme Council of the United Orders of Railway Employees under the motto, Mutual Justice, and with Frank P. Sargent and Eugene V. Debs of the firemen as president and secretary respectively. Unlike the firemen's plan, which was based on federations on each railroad system, the Supreme Council consisted of a centralized authority made up of representatives from each member organization, the chief executive and 2 associated grand officers chosen for the purpose. Grievances were to be handled by this group of high officers. After a member organization had exhausted its own grievance procedures and decided to strike, it could, with the consent of its chief executive, refer the dispute to the Supreme Council. A unanimous vote of the council was required before the strike could be endorsed, and, after such a vote had been secured and the company still refused to settle the dispute peacefully, the council would order all its members to strike. However, the council was also empowered to prevent strikes as well as to declare them. No strike was to begin until the council authorized it, and any constituent organization violating this rule might be punished. 11. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and the Order of Railway Conductors, under ultra-conservative leadership, remained aloof from the Supreme Council. But the Brotherhood of Conductors, a new organization formed in November 1888, in opposition to the conservative, strike-breaking Order of Railway Conductors, joined the council. The sole holdout was the engineers whose membership, President Sargent of the Supreme Council correctly pointed out in his first annual report, are in favor of federation as now in effect, but ruled by despotic power there for a time held back. He predicted, however, that the rank and file would soon make their desires felt. 12. In his report, President Sargent pointed out that during its first year of existence, the Supreme Council had won every battle without being forced to resort to a strike. In the 4 threatened strikes in which it had intervened, involving the Erie, the Pittsburgh Yardmen, the conductors on the Queen and Crescent, and the engineers and firemen on the Ohio and Mississippi, the corporations, faced for the first time with a united movement of railroad workers, had been forced to settle peacefully and to grant improvements in conditions, wage increases, seniority, reduction in working hours, etc. The Supreme Council was more than satisfied with these results, and in its greetings to the membership it declared, "We are happy to say after a year's experience as a federated organization, that our expectations have been more than realized, that every pledge had been redeemed and that we reaffirm our faith in the federation of the members of the several organizations of railway employees, as now established, as the redeeming and emancipating power of our age." 13. The record of the Supreme Council influenced the engineers at their convention, over Arthur's objection, to set up a committee to study the question of federation. 14t. Just when it seemed that Deb's dream of a merger of the brotherhoods, the firemen's plan was called the local, or system, plan, and the Supreme Council's plan as general federation, or the association plan. The committee produced a plan of federation similar to that of the Supreme Council, but nothing came of it. Into one organization would be realized, factional strife, a bitter jurisdiction dispute among the trainmen, switchmen and conductors over membership, and petty quarrels broke out among the leaders of the brotherhoods and gradually reduced the Supreme Council to a paper organization. The council's prestige was further reduced by 2 unsuccessful interventions, one in the case of the strike of the K of L on the New York Central and the other in a dispute between a member of the council and the Houston and Texas Central Railway. In the case of the K of L and the New York Central, the Supreme Council acted in keeping with the fundamental principle of labor solidarity, but in the dispute with the Houston and Texas Central, it completely violated that principle. In September 1890, the officers of the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen complained to the Houston and Texas Central Railway that Negro switchmen were being hired in the Houston yard and demanded that they be discharged. The complaint was filled with chauvinistic statements such as, "Observation, deep and honest conviction, has taught us that we degenerate in the eyes of all, when we acknowledge them, the Negroes, our equals, which we are compelled to do, as the position they occupy is on a par and must necessarily be recognized as equal to ours, and compels us to associate with them to an unbearable extent." When the company refused to discharge the Negroes, the Brotherhood called upon the Supreme Council to intervene, and a special session of the council was held at Houston on October 9, 1890. The session was marked by a total absence of understanding of the need for unity between Negro and white workers. President Sargent proposed that the council prove to the company that the amount and character of the labor performed by them, the white workers, was in every way superior to that of the colored man. Grand Master Wilkinson of the Railroad Trainmen applauded the proposal, and added that the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen changed its name from Brotherhood of Railway Brakemen and took in conductors, switchmen, and other railroad workers. The switchmen and conductors insisted that the trainmen should include only brakemen. For details of the jurisdictional disputes, see Report of Evidence given in the trial of the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen before a committee of the Supreme Council of the United Orders of Railway Employees, in proceedings of the first and second annual sessions and intervening special sessions of the Supreme Council of the United Orders of Rail 11I Employees, Galensburg, Ill., 1890. The Supreme Council visited Vice President H. Walter Webb of the New York Central in an effort to persuade him to negotiate with the K of L, but failed to gain any concession. At a special session following this visit, the Supreme Council adopted a resolution endorsing the course of the Knights and condemning Webb, but pointing out, at the same time, that it had no power to intervene officially because the Knights was not a member. Ibid. Special Session at Terre Haute, Indiana, August 23–25, 1890. Council should demand the removal of the Negro workers on the same principle as it, WM1LD asked for the removal of an obnoxious yardmaster or a scab. After the discussion, during which Debs was not present, the council voted to ask the railroad to discharge the Negroes. It met with a flat refusal. 15. It was hardly to be expected that an organization whose slogans were mutual justice and each for all and all for each could gain respect in the labor movement when it practiced discrimination against an important section of railroad workers and cooperated with the corporation's policy of pitting Negro and white workers against each other. When the annual session of the Supreme Council was convened in Chicago, June 20, 1892, only the firemen and switchmen were present. Upon a motion by Debs, the organization was dissolved. 16. The Buffalo Switchmen's Strike. Upon the heels of the dissolution of the Supreme Council came the Great Switchmen's Strike at Buffalo, New York, a strike that more than any other previous struggle pointed up the glaring weaknesses of the separatist policies followed by the Brotherhoods. On August 12, 1892, the switchmen on the Lehigh Valley, the Erie and the Buffalo railroads went out on strike to enforce the recent New York state law establishing the 10-hour day in all industries and to secure an increase in wages from 19 to 23 and 25 cents an hour for day work and from 21 to 23 and 25 cents an hour for night work. When the sheriff's deputies, sympathetic to the strikers, refused to help the companies break the strike, the governor called out the militia, commanded by General Doyle, in civilian life general freight agent of the Lehigh Valley Railroad, and sent aid, state troops to crush the walkout. The switchmen on the New York Central and the Nickel Plate joined the strike in sympathy with their brothers. 17. The hard-pressed switchmen, battling scabs, police, and militiamen, called on the officers of the other brotherhoods for assistance. They emphasized the urgent necessity of calling a general strike on the railroads involved in the dispute. Debs endorsed the switchmen's appeal, but he was convinced that the heads of the brotherhoods, hiding behind constitutional provisions which forbade sympathetic strikes, would do nothing. "I am in full and hearty sympathy with the switchmen," he told the press on August 23, "but in my opinion it will be the same old story. Justice to labor will never come in my judgment until labor federates and wields its united power for the good of all." 18. Debs was correct. It proved to be the same old story. At the request of Grand Master Frank Sweeney of the switchmen, the leaders of the conductors, the firemen, and the trainmen came to Buffalo. Arthur of the engineers refused to appear. The conference was brief. A general strike, Sweeney was informed, was impossible. Sweeney's response was equally brief. "We can't fight 8 militia, a dozen or so railroad corporations and the other brotherhoods at the same time." 19. On August 25, the Buffalo Express headlined the news, "Strike Off." The subheadings told the full story behind the complete defeat for the switchmen. They thought the switchmen's grievance just but could not come to their relief. The other Grand Masters told him a general strike was impossible. Sweeney has succumbed to the inevitable. They had but sympathy. The switchmen, Debs pointed out, had appealed for support in a just cause. Instead of practical help they had secured oceans of sympathetic drool. Like a man in the parable, the switchmen asked for bread and were given only stones or peanut shells. Bayonets and bullets, scabs and capitalists won a victory, rode roughshod over a principle which must eventually triumph or labor's emancipation day will never dawn. The principle was labor unity, or as the Trainmen's Journal put it in commenting on the lost strike, "If the injury to one is not the concern of all, the history of organized labor will soon be of the past." 20. Before he left Buffalo, Grand Master Sergeant of the firemen predicted that the strike will do more than anything to bring the railroad men together. "The rank and file," he told a reporter, "want union, and if the leaders will not consent they will choose new ones who will." 21. The American Railway Union. The spokesman for the rank and file acted even more swiftly than Sargent expected. On September 5, less than 2 weeks after the disastrous defeat of the switchmen, George W. Howard informed Gompers that Howard headed the Brotherhood of Conductors, formed in September 1889, in opposition to the Conservative Order of Railway Conductors, until the fall of 1891, when the organization was merged with the Order of Conductors. He had advanced the plan of uniting all railroad workers into one organization as early as the summer of 1891 in discussions with Gompers. Once the united organization was achieved, it would seek a charter from the AF of L. Gompers approved the project and encouraged Howard to sound out others who might support the project. 30 years later, in his autobiography, Gompers wrote that he did not encourage Howard in his enterprise and, in fact, tried to dissuade him from going ahead because he felt that it was better to let the brotherhoods correct their own mistakes rather than to foster a dual organization with the hope of bringing the railroad. Secret meetings were being held in Chicago for the purpose of getting the railroad men into one organization. It was to be an organization built up of all classes of RR men, from the trackman and car greaser, wiper, etc., and including the conductor and engineer, etc., a tree complete with all its branches. 22. At Cincinnati in September 1892, Debs told the National Convention of the B of L. F that he was resigning as Grand Secretary and Treasurer and editor of the magazine in order to devote himself to establishing one great union to which all railroad workers, skilled and unskilled, would be admitted. When the delegates refused to let him resign, Debs agreed to retain the editorship of the union's magazine. Since Debs had boosted its circulation from 1,500 when he became editor in 1878 to 37,000 copies per month in November 1892, it is easy to understand why the firemen were so anxious for him to retain the post. 23. In June 1893, the press headlined the sensational news that a compact organization of all the various classes of railway employees has been established. 24. On June 20, 50 railroaders had met at Ulrich's Hall in Chicago and officially launched the American Railway Union. Membership was open to all white employees, men and women, who served the railroads in any capacity, except superintendents and other high officials. Even coal miners, longshoremen, and car builders, in the employ of a railroad, were invited to join. Dues were small: $1 initiation fee, $1 a year to the National Union, local dues to be decided by each lodge. The aims of the organization were to maintain a living wage scale and satisfactory working conditions, to lobby for favorable legislation for workers such as the 8-hour day, safety applications for trains, restriction of unions into the Federation. The correspondence between Howard and Gompers in the AFL archives proves conclusively that Gompers' recollections were not accurate, and that he encouraged Howard to organize an industrial union of railroad workers which would be brought into the AFL, C.G. W. Howard to Gompers, November 6, I.O., December 17, 1891, September 5, 1892, Gompers to G. W. Howard, November 6, 1891, APL Corps, Gompers, 70 Years of Life and Labor, Volume I, pp. 404-05. Final plans to establish the organization were drawn up at a meeting in Chicago on February 7, 1893, where representatives of the engineers, firemen, conductors, and carmen appointed a committee to draw up a constitution consisting of Debs, S. Kelleher and Lewis W. Rogers. Originally the name selected was the United Railwaymen of America. Women were not only admitted to membership, but the ARU insisted that when a woman performs a man's work, she ought, in all justice, to have a man's pay. Railway Times, June 15, 1894. The ban against Negro members, the one blot on the ARU Constitution, was a backward carryover of practices in all of the brotherhoods which denied membership to Negroes and attempted to drive them out of the railroad service. The first annual ARU convention voted down a proposal to admit Negroes by U3 to 102. Sunday work, employers' liability laws, etc., to provide cheap insurance, and to publish a daily newspaper. In its Declaration of Principles, the new union expressed the belief that labor and capital could, if each acted fairly and honorably toward the other, adjust differences without recourse to lockouts, strikes, blacklists, and boycotts. To achieve this peaceful relationship, however, the railroad workers had to be thoroughly organized in every department. Although preferring the old brotherhood policy of avoiding strikes and boycotts, the ARU permitted branches engaged in disputes to sanction local walkouts if all efforts at mediation had failed. National headquarters could not call a strike without the approval of local unions whose interests were involved. 25. The structure of the ARU was that of a modified industrial union. Its locals were organized on a craft basis, and these craft locals were organized into a federation on each major railway system. The system federations, in turn, were unified in the national organization. The distinctive feature of the new organization was its policy of united action whenever the rights of any members were threatened. This policy had been adopted, Debs noted, because, in the one towering, pivotal and essential feature, that of protection against corporate power, all the organizations of railway employees hitherto known have been failures. 26. With Debs as president, Howard as vice president, and Kaliler, secretary-treasurer of the railway carmen, as secretary, the American Railway Union got underway. The new organization, the Machinists' Fernal noted, starts out with brilliant prospects ahead and under one of the brain-est men of the present age. We feel safe in predicting for it one of the grandest victories that labor has yet achieved. 27. It proved to be an accurate prediction. The first ARU lodge was organized on August 17, 1893, at Fort Madison, Iowa. By November 15, charters had been issued to 86 lodges. At the end of the year, the Union Pacific, the Denver and Rio Grande and Western were solidly organized. There were 22 ARU locals on the Northern Pacific and more than 40 on the Southern Pacific. All told, there were 125 locals in the Union when the year 1894 opened. 28. January 1, 1894, marked the appearance of the first number of the Railway Times, the new Union's official organ. The 4-page, 6-column biweekly, edited by Lewis W. Rogers, former editor of the Railroad Trainman, pledged, in its opening editorial, to fight to better the conditions of at least 800,000 railroad employees who had hitherto been overlooked, left out in the cold, and abandoned to their dismal fate by the Brotherhoods. The editorial, the Chicago Intelligencer reported, has created a great deal of interest among railway men and the labor field at large. 29. The rank-and-file railroad workers eagerly read and discussed each issue of the Times. And thousands rushed to join the new movement. Entire lodges of the railway carmen and switchmen transferred to the ARU. Firemen, conductors, even engineers, hastened to sign up with the Industrial Union in St. Louis. A local was composed exclusively of engineers. But these recruits from the older brotherhoods were the minority of the new members. The vast majority were from the ranks of unorganized labor, the unskilled workers and the young workers, who had been for so long a time exploited by the railroads and kept out of the brotherhoods either because of their deliberate policy of exclusion or because they had been unable to pay the high monthly dues and special fees. Membership dues in the ARU were $1 a year. 30. The Great Northern Strike. The membership drive received tremendous impetus from the great victory of the Industrial Union in its first real struggle, the strike on the Great Northern Railroad in the spring of 1894. The line was a transcontinental one, having its headquarters in St. Paul, Minnesota. It was 2,500 miles in length and it had 9,000 workers on its payroll. Wage cuts on the Great Northern in August, 1893, and again in January and March, 1894, had brought wage levels to an average of less than $40 a month. In April, the workers voted to strike unless James J. Hill met their representatives to set up a new wage scale. When Hill refused to respond and ignored a letter from the American Railway Union informing him of his employees' decision, the men struck. The strike began on the Montana Division. It spread rapidly, both east and west, until the tie-up of the giant railroad was complete. The strike made labor history. The 9,000 employees of the Great Northern engineers, conductors, switchmen, truckmen, roundhouse workers, firemen, section hands, etc. were completely united in support of the struggle. Even the station agents, operators, yardmaste-s, and similar type of employees, usually loyal to the railway companies, struck with the others and remained out until the settlement. Every train was stopped except mail trains, which were allowed to move on Deb's explicit orders. A few local trains were run, but not a single transcontinental train went through. Strikebreakers, imported by the company, were on hand, but, faced, commenting on the composition of the more than 400 delegates to the first convention of the ARU, the Chicago Times observed, "They're young men generally, but young men whose words and actions show that their minds have been as active as their hands and that wisdom does not always wait on years." June 13, 1894. With such a solid, united front of railroad workers, no attempt was made to use them to fill the strikers' places. Probably the fact that farmers and businessmen in towns and villages along the line wholeheartedly supported the strikers and passed resolutions in sympathy with the men and in denunciation of the corporation, contributed to Hill's decision not to use the imported scabs. The company had expected that the paralysis in business during the strike would turn public opinion against the workers. But the farmers and businessmen had been victimized too often by the Great Northern to fall prey to its propaganda. They stood firm behind the strikers. 18 days after the strike began, the company gave in. The strikers won practically all their demands, an aggregate wage increase of $146,000 a month. 31 inches that a corporation of so gigantic proportions had to yield so quickly to their men, commented the Salt Lake Tribune, indicates that the day has already come when the voice of united labor has to be heard in the matter of wages. 32. The smashing victory in the midst of the Great Depression was also proof of the strength of the Industrial Union idea. Hill had not been able to set one brotherhood against another, as the railroads had usually done. Unity had paid off, and it convinced thousands upon thousands of railroad workers not only that they too could win out under the leadership of the new union, but that they could do so even without a strike. The ARU was proving itself to be so powerful an organization that no railroad would dare to resist its just demands. At any rate, so the railroad workers felt, and they joined the new union in increasing numbers. 33. In the weeks following the Great Northern victory, the ARU gained members at the rate of 2,000 a day. A year after the union was founded, it was the largest trade union in the United States with 425 locals. The 50 original members had increased in 1 year to 150,000. The combined brotherhoods, in existence for years, had only 90,000 members, and their membership was steadily declining because of the inability of the workers to pay the high dues. Many members of the brotherhoods, reported the Columbus Dispatch, have been out of work and could not pay their dues, and accordingly have been dropped from the rolls. 34. In observing the first anniversary of the American Railway Union, the Chicago Times commented editorially, the new general organization in a surprisingly short time has developed greater strength than any other labor alliance ever projected, which took its members from the workers in one single line of industry. The American Railway Union today represents the interests, sympathies, ambitions, and in some degree the politics of a majority of the employees of whatever class and in whatever department of most of the great trunk line systems of America. 35. In certain quarters, the first birthday of the ARU aroused anything but enthusiasm. The new union emphasized that it did not ask the railroad men to leave the older brotherhoods and that it was possible for those who decided to belong to the organization of their craft and to the industrial union to be loyal to both. But the craft union leaders of the brotherhoods were both enraged and frightened by the new union's phenomenal success. 36. Employers unite and attack. Yet the alarm in the headquarters of the brotherhoods was as nothing compared to the concern registered by the railroad corporations. The growth of the ARU was the greatest threat the railroads had ever faced. Addressing a secret gathering of railroad managers from all parts of the country in August 1893, J.T. Odell, general manager of the Baltimore and Ohio, warned his colleagues that the day they had all dreaded had already arrived. For years, he cried, we watched with fear and trembling, so to speak, the inevitable coming of the time when demands would be made which were thoroughly disastrous and absolutely inimical to the interests and property in our charge. That time had come with the formation of a perfect organization of the railroad workers, the American Railway Union. No longer could the railroad corporations divide and conquer their employees with the aid of the wise men of the organizations, the brotherhoods, who proclaimed their loyalty to their employers. They were now confronted by new forces who had ended many of the divisions among the railroad crafts, forces which not only seek to determine the amount of wages paid to the railroad workers, but practically to determine also the management and control of the parties seeking the wage. From there it would be only a short time before these new forces would seek to take over the management and control of the railroads themselves. 37. What really concerned the railroad managers was that these new forces threatened to destroy their carefully laid scheme to add to our treasuries thousands upon thousands of dollars by cutting wages of all railroad workers. This scheme, developed over a period of years, was to be put into effect by an employers' association encompassing all the railroad. Confirmation of this warning appeared in reports in the press that one of the objects of the newly formed American Railway Union is an aggressive agitation for making the railroads of this country the property of the American people. The railroad employees are becoming sick and tired of being squeezed and tyrannized by corporations organized for private gain. Seattle Evening Telegram, July 3, 1893. At the first convention of the ARU, Debs came out for government ownership of the railroads, saying, the change would be of incalculable benefit to the railroad workers. Railway Times, June 15, 1894. Managers in the country. 88. The organization was the General Managers Association. In March 1893, the GMA set up the Chicago scale for switchmen. In August, the association, asserting that a reduction of wages of employees, however much to be regretted, is imperative, worked out an elaborate schedule of wages paid upon the line of its 24 members. As a result, during the fall reductions in wages were made on a number of roads. The whole tendency was to equalize wages on all lines at the lowest level. 89. The objective of the GMA was clear. It was to establish a uniform scale on all railroads throughout the country by reducing wages to the level of the lowest paid workers. With this in mind, the association invited lines not running into Chicago into membership. At a meeting in Chicago in August 1893, 58 leading roads were represented. The meeting urged all general managers to adopt the anti-labor policies so effectively worked out and put into effect by the Chicago Association. A plan for an organization of all the general managers of the United States was set up. 40. The chief, and in fact, the sole obstacle to the plans being worked out by the Managers Association of Chicago and its allies throughout the country was the new, united movement of railroad workers represented by the ARU. To eliminate that obstacle, the association laid plans to organize a powerful onslaught on the new industrial union. Corporations have and are scanning the field of railway, Debs warned early in 1894. They know just when to attack. 41. The attack came while the industrial union was celebrating its first birthday. It originated in the town of Pullman, 12 miles south of Chicago. From there the struggle spread until it enveloped two-thirds of the United States. The 24 lines which made up the General Managers Association in 1894 represented 4 miles of railroad, $818 million in capital stock, and about 221,000 workers. Among the members were such giant roads as the Atchison, Topeka and Santa Fe, the Baltimore and Ohio, the Chicago and Northwestern, the Illinois Central, the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific, etc. Debs estimated that of the 870,000 American railway workers, some 50% were employed by the roads belonging to the association. Chicago Herald, February 7, 1895. Chapter 18. The Pullman Strike. More perhaps than any other industrial clash since the Civil War, the Pullman Strike, or the Debs Rebellion, as it was named by the newspapers, shook the nation to its very depths, bringing to the surface all the pent-up bitterness of exploited labor, and exposing the role played by the federal government as the agent of the capitalists in their drive to crush completely the aims and activities of the labor movement. Strike begins at Pullman. For years before the spring of 1894, employees of the Pullman Company had found the almost feudal paternalism of George Pullman, founder and owner, an intolerable burden. Forced to live in overcrowded tenements in the so-called model company-owned town of Pullman, Illinois, compelled to pay exorbitant rents, often 25% higher than in adjoining communities, and even more exorbitant utility rates, and subjected to innumerable shop abuses, blacklisting, arbitrary dismissals, and favoritism, the workers became increasingly restive when the Panic of 1893 brought wholesale dismissals and cut wages. Wages were cut by 25 to 33%, and, in some cases, as much as 50%. The company, meanwhile, continued to pay 8% dividends to its stockholders, but rents and other living costs were not reduced. In defiance of law, rent was withheld from salaries, and one employee framed his weekly paycheck of 2 cents. In March and April of 1894, the workers began to organize branches of the American Railway Union to which they were eligible because the Pullman Corporation owned and operated a few miles of railroad. So successful was the unionization drive that 19 local unions were founded at Pullman with a total membership of 4,000 men. Early in May, 1894, the workers at Pullman selected a grievance Com 261 Committee of 46 members to present their demands for reduction in rent, an investigation and correction of shop abuses, and the restoration of wages to the pre-depression level. On May 7, the committee called on Thomas H. Wicks, second vice president of Pullman, and presented their demands. Wicks told the committee to return 2 days later with their grievances in writing. At the second conference, Pullman himself was present, but he unequivocally refused to talk about wages or rents, agreeing only to investigate the shop complaints. George W. Wicks, vice president of the ARU, was also present, and while he did not participate in the negotiations, he did seek assurance, which was granted by management, that members of the grievance committee would not be discriminated against. Pullman's refusal to make any real concessions increased the determination of the workers to strike. And when they learned that 3 members of the grievance committee had been discharged, in violation of the company's pledge, the workers were ready for action. In an all-night meeting, the grievance committee debated the question of calling a strike. Officials of the ARU who were present, at Deb's advice, counseled against hasty action, urging caution until the union could learn the facts. But the workers were determined to act, and, on the third ballot, the grievance committee voted unanimously to strike. At noon of May 2, 4,000 workers left their jobs at the Pullman shops, and the remaining 300 were immediately laid off. In the evening, the corporation posted the following notice on the entrance gate of the plant. The works are closed until further notice. 4. A central strike committee, composed of members elected from the local unions, was set up, and 300 strikers were posted as guards around the plant to protect the shops from vandals. The strikers believed that with the powerful ARU behind them and with labor in Chicago rallying magnificently to their support, their chances of victory were fairly good. The ARU had neither called nor authorized the strike. Nevertheless, since the Pullman strikers were members of the union, Debs took immediate steps to investigate the situation at first hand. He visited Pullman, spent several days and nights in the model town talking to the workers, and reached the conclusion that the strike was completely justified. When the first national convention of the ARU met in Chicago on June 12, 1894, the Pullman strike was already a month old. After listening to several workers from Pullman describe in moving language their plight and the justice of their cause, the convention proposed that in his study of the Pullman strike, Almond Lindsay asserts that the men were not fired for their part in the protest. The Pullman Strike, Chicago, 1942, page 122. This may or may not be true, but the fact remains that the Pullman workers believed that the men were discharged because they served on the committee. Boycott be declared on Pullman cars. But Debs, still trying to avoid a major strike, suggested that a committee be appointed to confer with the Pullman Company and attempt to adjust the difficulties peacefully. Several committees went back and forth from the convention to the Pullman Corporation, proposing arbitration of the strike, but each time the company refused to yield an inch. We have nothing to arbitrate, the various committees were told. On June 22, a special committee, which had been appointed to recommend a plan of action, proposed that unless the Pullman Company agreed to begin negotiations to adjust grievances within 4 days, the members of the ARU would refuse to handle Pullman cars and the Pullman shops at St. Louis, Missouri, and at Ludlow, Kentucky, would be struck. 3 members were immediately sent to notify the Pullman Company of the convention's decision. Wicks informed the committee that the company would neither submit anything to arbitration nor have any dealings with the union. When the convention learned this, the delegates voted unanimously to begin the boycott at noon on June 26 unless the company changed its mind. Then the convention adjourned. Point 5. The boycott begins. At noon on June 26, as scheduled, the boycott became operative as Debs ordered all sleeping cars cut from the trains and sidetracked. The response surprised even Debs himself. Their wages slashed since the start of the crisis, suffering from blacklisting, long hours, arbitrary treatment, and discrimination of one form or another. The railroad workers, especially the switchmen, trackmen and common laborers, were only too ready to champion the cause of the Pullman strikers. In a few days the boycott had spread over the entire central and western United States, and nearly 125,000 men had answered the union's call. When it became apparent that the railroads would refuse to detach Pullman cars, the boycott developed into a strike, since the railroad workers refused to operate the trains if the Pullman cars were attached to them. On the day after the boycott was announced, the General Managers Association declared publicly that it would act to maintain existing contracts with the Pullman Company. When the boycott commenced on June 26, the association assumed control for the railroads. All efforts of the general managers, writes Almond Lindsay in his authoritative study of the strike, were directed toward one end: the complete annihilation of the American Railway Union. At no time was the association prepared to negotiate for an amicable solution of the dispute or to make even the slightest concessions in the interest of peace. 6. 1 June 29, the association let it be known that any worker who was discharged for refusal to perform his duties or quit work at the order of the ARU would never again be eligible for employment on any railroad represented by the general managers. Moreover, the man replacing the strikers would be given special protection and permitted to retain their positions permanently. This order converted the boycott automatically into a strike, for as each switchman was fired for cutting out Pullman cars, the rest of the crew stopped work in a body. Railroad lines Parole YZED. The association imported strikebreakers from all parts of the country and from Canada. But they could not prevent the ARU from halting a vast amount of railroad traffic. By June 28, the Pullman traffic out of Chicago was completely paralyzed, and 2 roads were tied up by the automatic strikes that followed the association's decree. With remarkable speed the boycott and the ensuing strike spread west and south, covering almost the entire country. This was the first truly nationwide strike. It stretched from the west coast to northern New York, and involved more than 15 oil workers in hundreds of local lodges. 7. The ARU leaders were not particularly worried about the efforts of the railroads to recruit strikebreakers, for as Debs wired to one local leader early in July, not enough men in world to fill vacancies, and more occurring hourly. 8. The strike was winning popular support everywhere it spread. In California, traffic was completely halted and business paralyzed. So deep was the hatred of the Southern Pacific Railroad on the coast that 9 out of 10 people, including even businessmen who bitterly resented the exorbitant traffic rates, were in sympathy with the strikers. Deputies at Oakland, where 1/2 of the population was employed by the Southern Pacific, sat on the tracks and were reported to have said, "Don't mind us, boys, we're blind." In Sacramento, members of the militia were seen wearing the white ribbon badges of Debs followers. 9 * from Chicago. William Boas, A.F. of L. organizer, wrote to Gompers on July 4. The sympathizers of the strikers in Chicago are wearing white ribbons in their coats, and you cannot go a block without you see some people wearing a white ribbon. 10. With more than 150,000 men on strike, the prospects for the railroad workers and their industrial union looked promising indeed. The union ranks were solid at every point, and organized labor was rallying to its support all over the country. True, the officials of the railroad brotherhoods had refused to endorse the boycott and actually engaged in strikebreaking. P.M. Arthur not only announced publicly that unemployed, in order to distinguish the strikers from elements hired by the railroads to foment violence as well as from hoodlums who were looking for loot, the ARU arranged to have every striker wear a white ribbon badge. Engineers would be permitted to fill the vacancies left by the strikers, but in a letter to the B of L. E. he wrote, "If the company furnishes switchmen and firemen, whether they be union or non-union, it is the duty of the engineers to run their engines. Any member refusing to do so lays himself liable to dismissal, and will not receive any support from the Brotherhood." The chief of the conductors took the same position, and denounced the boycott as wrong, no matter what the conditions at Pullman were. The other brotherhoods announced clearly that they would do nothing to help the strikers. 11. But the rank and file of the brotherhoods, agreeing with organized labor in many parts of the country that their leaders were the Benedict Arnolds of the labor movement, were sympathetic, and many lodges not only participated in the strike, but actually turned in their charters and joined the ARU. All over the country, trade unions and central labor bodies were endorsing the boycott and urging the people not to ride in Pullman cars until the company accepted arbitration. 12. The federal government intervenes. On July 2, John Egan, who was appointed to coordinate the anti-strike activities of the General Managers Association, admitted that the railroads had been fought to a standstill. he conceded that by themselves the corporations could not defeat the strikers and their union. It is the government's duty to take this matter in hand, Egan declared. 2 days later, on July 4, the association jubilantly announced, "So far as the railroads are concerned with this fight, they're out of it. It has now become a fight between the United States government and the American Railway Union, and we shall leave them to fight it out." 2 days after the strike began, the Post Office Department at Washington was informed that the mails were obstructed at some points in the West, and that the strikers were refusing to permit trains to which Pullman cars were attached to move over the lines. The federal government, of course, could very well have announced through the Postmaster General that until the strike was over, only passenger trains unattached to Pullman cars could be used for the transportation of mail. But the government was determined to render immediate and decisive aid to the railroad corporations in their drive to smash the new Union of Railroad Workers. Arthur sent a copy of his letter to the General Managers Association. At a meeting of the association, on July 5, 1894, it was read and greeted with thunderous applause. Proceedings of the General Manager, Association of Chicago, June 25, 1894 to July 14, 1894, bound volume in John Creer Library, Chicago, page 159, marked, Confidential. Richard Olney, Attorney General of the United States, was the man in charge of the government's campaign against the ARU. Having served the railroad corporations for years as a lawyer and having been a railroad director and a member of the General Managers Association before becoming a member of Cleveland's cabinet, Olney's interests were closely linked to those of big business. Moreover, Olney had sizable financial investments in the railroads. He was a director of the Burlington, which was involved in the dispute, and he was also a co-director with George M. Pullman of the Boston and Maine. 13. As soon as the boycott started, Olney deliberately set out to utilize the total machinery of the federal government to defeat it. He authorized that the U.S. Marshal at Chicago employ special deputies to protect the mail, and he appointed Edwin Walker, a well-known railroad attorney, then Illinois Counsel of the Chicago, Milwaukee and St. Paul and General Counsel for the General Managers Association, to conduct the government's case against the strikers. The special attorney for the federal government at Chicago had been recommended by the General Managers Association, was still on the payroll of the railroads, and continued to remain so during the entire dispute. 14. The injunction. But even this outrageous action was not enough for Olney. In a wire to Walker, he recommended that an injunction, based on the general principles of law and upon the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890, be obtained against the strikers. The fact that the Sherman Act had been passed by the Congress as a result of pressure by labor, small businessmen, and farmers to curb the evils of monopolistic control by big business, was of slight interest to an attorney general with a railroad corporation background. Olney refused to apply the law to illegal business combinations, 15, but he did not hesitate to use it as a weapon to destroy organized labor. The unpublished records of the General Managers Association, in the John Creer Library at Chicago, clearly reveal how closely Walker and the association worked together. The report of the meeting held July 3, 1894, reads, Mr. Walker, assistant to the United States District Attorney, was here introduced and spoke at length in reference to the injunction, asking that members furnish the United States officials with evidence of its violation. He also stated that government troops would be ordered out and that when they arrived they would undoubtedly be distributed under the direction of the United States Marshal, who would be glad to have suggestions from the railways, as they would be better advised than anyone else of the necessities. The association tendered its thanks to Mr. Walker and expressed the hope that he would be able to come daily to the meetings and give his advice and suggestions. Proceedings of the General Managers Association of Chicago, June 25, R. 894 to Foley R. 4, 1894, page 15 R. After several conferences with a number of lawyers for the railroads, the attorneys for the government drew up a bill in equity based upon the law prohibiting obstructions to the mail, and upon the Sherman Act. The restraining order, as originally planned, was based almost exclusively on damages to interstate commerce. But the GMA determined to take no chances. At the behest of Edwin Walker, interference with the mails became a permanent feature of the complaint. An injunction would merely enjoin or lead to a minor sentence. Criminal conspiracy to block the mails meant the penitentiary for the strike leaders. Upon Olney's authorization, the lawyers for the railroads presented a petition for an injunction to the Federal District Court in Chicago on July 2. Judges William A. Woods and Peter S. Groskup immediately issued the most sweeping injunction ever handed down by a federal court up to that time. The injunction order prohibited Eugene Debs and other officers of the ARU, and all other persons whomsoever, from in any way or manner interfering with, hindering, obstructing, or stopping any of the business of the railroads entering Chicago, and from compelling or inducing or attempting to compel or induce by threats, intimidation, persuasion, force or violence, any of the employees of the railroads to refuse to perform their duties as employees. Any act whatever in furtherance of any conspiracy or combination to restrain, the railroad companies in the free and unhindered control and handling of interstate commerce, was also prohibited. 16. This sweeping injunction took from the railroad workers the right to strike. For there was little that the strikers could do to press their cause. They were even denied the right to peacefully appeal to railroad workers, not to scab. It was, as even the Chicago Times was forced to admit, a menace to liberty. A weapon ever ready for the capitalist. 17. The federal troops. Meeting in special session immediately after the injunction was served, the executive board of the ARU debated their next step. It was clear that any attempt to violate the writ would mean a citation for contempt and summary punishment by the judges issuing the order. The accused would even be denied the benefit of jury trial. Yet obedience to the order would mean the crushing of the strike and the destruction of the union, and would cause thousands of strikers to lose their jobs, since the railroads had agreed among themselves not to rehire any strikers. The ARU Executive Board, after carefully considering the alternatives, decided to ignore the injunction. 18. On July 2, Edwin Walker informed Olney that he thought it would require troops to enforce the injunction. On the same day, when the United States Marshal attempted to read the injunction to a crowd of strikers in a Chicago suburb, he was hooted down. He, too, immediately reported to Olney that federal troops were needed. Olney took his telegram to President Cleveland, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of July 3, the President ordered Colonel Crofton, in charge at Fort Sheridan, to move his entire command to Chicago to enforce the orders of the courts, protect federal property and prevent obstruction of the U.S. mails and interference with interstate commerce. Cleveland and Olney had not bothered with the legal aspects of their action in sending federal troops. Under the United States Constitution, the President had the authority to send the Army into a state to protect it against domestic violence upon request for such aid by the legislature or, when the legislature was not in session, by the governor. Cleveland, however, relied for authority on 2 Civil War statutes which had never been used in time of peace. 19. He sent troops to Chicago in complete disregard of the governor of Illinois, and he did so because he was aware that Governor John Peter Altgeld believed that the situation did not warrant such drastic measures. Altgeld was quite prepared to dispatch Illinois militiamen to those areas which he believed required military protection. Indeed, at the time Cleveland ordered out the federal troops, militiamen were in Decatur, Cairo, and Danville to restore order. But Altgeld would not stand for military intervention where it was unnecessary, and in the course of the strike, he had recalled the militia from areas where the sheriff's alarm had no basis in fact. To prevent these false alarms, the governor issued General Order No. 7, in which he said, "It is not the business of the soldiers to act as custodians or guards of private property." Altgeld was justifiably indignant when federal troops entered Chicago, and in a telegram to President Cleveland he protested that neither he nor the legislature had applied for assistance. He pointed out that there were 3 regiments of militiamen in Chicago that could have been ordered into service, but nobody in Cook County, whether official or private citizen, had asked for their help, and for a good reason. Our railroads are paralyzed not by reason of obstruction, but because they cannot get men to operate their trains. The newspaper accounts were pure fabrications. 20. Cleveland replied briefly that he was satisfied that conditions were actually as represented. Altgeld sent another telegram of protest to the president, and was answered in a brief, sharply worded memorandum. Newspapers, both Republican and Democratic, joined in labeling Gov. The attempt of many historians to picture Cleveland as the dupe of his attorney general has no basis in fact. Cleveland was well aware of every development in the strike, and though Olney may have masterminded the plan for federal intervention, the president was acquainted with every detail. Erner Altgeld, an anarchist, a hater of society, and a menace to the American Republic. 21. Red Scare. On Independence Day, the federal troops arrived in Chicago. They were greeted with boos and hisses by crowds gathered around the railroad property. Among the crowd was a large number of hoodlums who had remained in Chicago after the close of the Columbian Exposition of 1893. It was this semi-criminal element, not a few of whom were hired by the railroads for the purpose, and the U.S. deputy marshals assigned to strike duty, who were largely responsible for the violence and destruction of railroad property during the 4 days following the arrival of the federal troops. It is significant that newspaper reporters who covered the events in Chicago and mingled with the rioters were almost unanimous in their opinion that the strikers had very little part in the disturbances. But the newspapers ignored this evidence. Typical headlines in the press screamed, "From a strike to a revolution. Most bent on ruin Debs, strikers begin work of destruction. Wild riot in Chicago, hundreds of freight cars burned by strikers, the torch in general use. Anarchists and socialists said to be planning the destruction and looting of the treasury. Anarchists on way to America from Europe." 22. Economists, ministers and other shapers of public opm joined in the hue and cry against the strikers, their union and its president, Eugene Debs. They called openly for force and violence against the strikers, quoting approvingly Napoleon Bonaparte's statement, Shooting down one at the right time is saving the lives of tens of thousands in the future," said Dr. Herrick Johnson, professor at the Presbyterian Theological Seminary in Chicago. "The soldiers must use their guns. They must shoot to kill." 23. The soldiers did use their guns and they did shoot to kill. 25 workers were killed and 60 badly injured, yet the strike remained unbroken. Thus, the Associated Press reported, despite the presence of United States troops and the mobilization of 5 regiments of state militia. Despite threats of martial law and bullet and bayonet, the Great Strike inaugurated by the American Railway Union holds 3/4 of the roads running out of Chicago in its strong fetters, and last night traffic was more fully paralyzed than at any time since the inception of the tie-up. 24. Effect of the injunction. The intervention of federal troops did not halt the spread of the strike. Troops cannot move trains, Debs wired the striking locals. 25. Nor did the sabotage of the strike by the officials of the railroad brotherhoods. The Pullman strike was broken, not by the U.S. troops, not by the opposition of the leadership of the brotherhoods, but by the action taken by the federal courts. The sweeping injunction made, the very command, of the Union leaders, to their striking men, an open defiance of the courts. As a result of the injunction, it became literally impossible for the strike leaders, centered in Chicago, to coordinate the striking groups scattered from Michigan to California. When the leadership of the strikers even urged workers to join the struggle, they were cited for contempt and arrested. Moreover, throughout the country, grand juries, hastily impaneled by the government, indicted hundreds of strikers and their leaders for conspiracy. On July 5, the federal grand jury at Chicago returned indictments against the officers of the Union, charging them with complicity in obstructing the mails and hindering interstate commerce. Debs and his fellow officers were arrested on the same day and were released on bail. While Debs and his associates were in the custody of the court, the Union headquarters were raided and ransacked by a squad of deputy marshals and deputy post office inspectors. 26. With the strike leaders removed from the scene of action, the strike headquarters in Chicago ransacked and abandoned, with all contact among the various local organizations of the Union cut off, with the newspapers printing false reports of a sweeping back-to-work movement. It is not surprising that most of the strikers became confused and uncertain as how to act. Frantic telegrams poured into the strike headquarters in Chicago, but there was no one there to reply. Small wonder that demoralization spread rapidly among the strikers. 27. General strike in Chicago. It was obvious by the second week in July that only a miracle could save the strike. Some labor leaders and many members of the trade unions felt that a general strike in Chicago might convert the doomed strike into a victory. On July 8, a mass meeting was held to which every local union in the city sent 3 representatives with full instructions. So poor was the ARU that the bail for the arrested union leaders had to be furnished by 2 Chicago saloon keepers. Florence Kelly to Henry Demarest. Lloyd, August 1, 1894, Lloyd Papers, WSHS. And authority to act. Throughout the night until dawn, the trade unionists, representing over 100 unions in Chicago and 7 national labor organizations, debated the question, shall the trade unions of Chicago strike in sympathy with the Pullman boycott, to the end that the principle of arbitration may win? The vote was practically unanimous for a citywide strike, but before taking that step, the trade unionists decided to make one last effort to persuade Pullman to accept arbitration. A committee was appointed for that purpose, and it was agreed unanimously by the delegates that if the strike was not settled by 4 o'clock in the afternoon of July RN, a general strike would start the following morning. 28. Once again, the Pullman Company declared that there was nothing to arbitrate, and the committee appointed by the Chicago trade unions was forced to acknowledge failure. As soon as this report was turned in, the chairman of the Trades and Labor Congress issued a proclamation calling upon all trade unions in Chicago to launch the citywide strike as planned. The response was disappointing. The local lodges of the remnants of the K of L turned out, as did several other unions. But in all, not more than 25,000 workers walked out. Even though the workers in Chicago were in favor of the general strike, the majority felt that with Debs and other officials of the ARU arrested, and with the city of Chicago virtually under martial law, a sympathetic strike at this point could not save the sinking ship. They preferred to await the outcome of the A.F. of L Executive Conference scheduled to meet in Chicago on July 12 before joining a general strike. 29. The Briggs House Conference. A call to Gompers, urging him to come to Chicago immediately, had been issued by the Trade Union Conference on July 8. Since many of the trade unions that joined in the request belonged to the A.F. of L, Gompers decided to appear. After consulting his close advisors, he sent the following wire to members of the Federation's Executive Council. Extraordinary industrial situation compels some action by Executive Council, hence you are urgently requested to meet with us at 10 o'clock. Thursday morning, July 12 at Briggs House, Chicago, Ill. Don't fail to attend. 30. We do not know just what was in Gompers' mind as he set out for Chicago. Indeed, to avoid meeting reporters, he refused to reveal the exact time of the train's departure from New York. Nevertheless, some of Gomper's associates on the executive council were worried about the course he would follow in Chicago, fearing that he might be carried away by contact with the strike leaders. CERNed, and on July 9 he wired Chris Evans, A.F. of L. Secretary-Treasurer, to persuade Gompers to go slow on Chicago meeting of council. McGuire was anxious to talk to Gompers before he left for Chicago to advise against precipitate action. 31. There is no record of what transpired in the discussions between Gompers and McGuire, but 6 years later, the latter boasted, in an address before the Masters Builders Exchange of Philadelphia, an employers' association, that he had influenced Gompers to oppose the movement for a general strike in 1894 and that he and Samuel Gompers fought and defeated the purpose in the Executive Council of the Federation. 32. It is likely that McGuire exaggerated his influence in the matter since there is little evidence that either he or Gompers had to struggle hard to defeat the proposal for a general strike at the Chicago Conference. The response to Gompers' telegrams was excellent. 24 high union officials, including representatives from 2 of the railroad brotherhoods, were present when the Briggs House Conference convened. With Gompers in the chair, the trade unionists turned immediately to a consideration of the status of the Great Strike. Early in the first session, a committee from the Cigarmakers Union of Chicago advanced the proposal for a general strike. Pointing out that the welfare of all workers, organized and unorganized, was at stake in the battle of the railroad men, the committee expressed confidence that a nationwide work stoppage would force Pullman to arbitrate. The majority of the union leaders at the conference were more cautious, emphasizing the dangers of a sympathetic strike and expressing doubt that it could be effective. Therefore, no action was taken immediately on the proposal, and it was left for further consideration. Meanwhile, the conference sent a wire to President Cleveland asking him to come to Chicago at once and attend the conference, and urging him to lend your influence and give us your aid so that the present industrial crisis may be brought to an end. Cleveland did not bother to acknowledge or answer the telegram. In the evening, Debs appeared at the conference. When asked by Gompers to offer a course of action, he suggested that the A.F. of L. President carry to the General Managers Association an offer from the ARU proposing the end of the boycott on the sole condition that all of its members be permitted to return to their jobs. Debs' statement, P.M. Arthur of the Locomotive Engineers sent a telegram stating that it was impossible for him to attend. P.H. Morrissey, LST Vice Grand Master, Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, and F.W. Arnold, Grand Secretary and Treasurer, Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, were the representatives of the 2 brotherhoods at the conference. For a complete list of the trade union delegates to the conference, see American Federationist, Vol. I, August, 1894, pp. 131-33. Killed off any hope that the conference would adopt the proposal for a general strike. It convinced the majority of the labor leaders that the ARU conceded defeat, and that the union was no longer concerned with the issues that had caused the boycott. With the strike apparently irretrievably lost and the sole question involved being the reinstatement of the strikers, the labor leaders were not willing to risk the future of their unions in a clash with the federal government. The army and the courts would move in swiftly to crush any organization that sought to spread the strike. The conference advised Debs that he could select any 1 or more members of the gathering to act with him, and any other committee of citizens, to present his proposition to the Railway Managers Association. The railroads obviously would not meet with Debs and the ARU. President declined the offer. To show its sympathy for the strikers and their leaders, the conference recommended that the A.F. of L. Executive Council contribute $1,000 to Debs' legal defense. As its final act, the conference issued a statement of policy. It came out unequivocally against a general strike, arguing that the situation in the country made the odds against the success of such a movement overwhelming. The document closed with an appeal for continued labor organization, and for the settlement of the issue at the ballot box so that the workers could take the government from the hands of the plutocratic wreckers and place it in the hands of the common people. 33. As soon as the statement was released, the Chicago Building Trades Council called off its city-wide strike, and other unions followed suit. The press praised Gompers for saving the people of this country from a most far-reaching and bloody revolution. But most members and officers of the ARU felt that Gompers and others at the Briggs House Conference weren't radical enough. Still others bluntly accused Gompers of having deliberately betrayed the strikers, sold out to the capitalists, and, along with Arthur, should be driven out from all labor unions. 34. Thomas J. Morgan, Chicago socialist, publicly arraigned Gompers for having conspired to defeat the strike, and quoted the AF of L president as having said when he left New York to come to Chicago, "I am going to the funeral of the American Railway Union." The issue was taken up at a meeting of the Chicago Trades and Labor Assembly on August 5, 1894, where a communication from Gompers denying the charge was read. Gompers, in his letter, stated that Morgan had based his charge on a report in an anti-labor paper which was utterly and completely false. At first Morgan refused to retract his charge, but when the case was put to him whether he would take the report of the capitalistic press against the positive denial of Mr. Gompers, he finally weakened and agreed to accept Mr. Gompers' statement as a vindication. Chicago Times, August 6, 1894. The matter did not die there, for another delegate at the meeting arose and said that she had. One cannot avoid the conclusion that the Briggs House Conference could have done more for the hard-pressed strikers than issue lofty statements to the press. The truth is that the A.F. of L top leaders were not too eager to come to the assistance of the ARU, and that they were not sorry to see the new union of railroad workers defeated. They saw in the ARU a direct threat to the principle of craft unionism upheld by the Federation as well as the embodiment of the evil of dual unionism. The A.F. of L leaders had been dismayed by the fact that so many members of the railroad brotherhoods had joined the ranks of the ARU, and they were apparently more concerned with keeping the brotherhoods alive than with preventing the destruction of the new union. In his autobiography published years later, Gompers coolly admitted that this was one of the motives for his stand at the Chicago Conference in opposing a general strike. The course pursued by the Federation was the biggest service that could have been performed to maintain the integrity of the railroad brotherhoods. Large numbers of their members had left their organizations and joined the ARU. It meant, if not disruption, weakening to a very serious extent. 35. On June 14, 1894, the very next day after the Briggs House Conference adjourned, McGuire wrote excitedly to Gompers from Chicago. Sovereign and Debs have joined hands. The K of L and ARU are one in method and now one in fact. It is very significant. Yes, it indicates a joint warfare is to be made against the older railway orders. The scheme is worthy our closest attention. 36T to expect men like McGuire to go out of their way to prevent the destruction of a union whose principles and methods they feared and detested was to expect the impossible. There is little doubt, too, that the leaders of the railroad brotherhoods who attended the Chicago Conference sought to convince the A.F. of L. leaders that it would be better for the type of unionism represented by the Federation and the brotherhoods if the ARU were destroyed. With the ARU out of the way, plans to federate the brotherhoods been informed by the vice president of the American Railway Union that he had a letter in his pocket from a New York trade unionist who asserted that he heard Gompers make the remark attributed to him. After considerable debate, the Trades and Labor Assembly decided to receive Mr. Gompers' statement as the truth and let the matter go at that. Ibid. The charge, however, continued to be hurled at Gompers for many years thereafter. See Bill Haywood's book, The Autobiography of William D. Haywood, New York, 1929, page 77. In August, 1894, A. Strasser, one of the important AF of L leaders, referred privately to the ARU as the second edition of the K of L movement, as managed by Debs and others. Strasser to Gompers, August 9, 1894, AFL Corps. T plans for an alliance of the ARU and the K of L were actually drawn up at the Union's convention before the boycott was ordered, but they were not adopted. See Chicago Tribune, January 28, 1895. Under the A.F. of L could be achieved. 37 The conclusion is thus inescapable that the leading labor officials at the gathering welcomed the defeat of the ARU, which they regarded as a definite menace to the trade union principles and practices they upheld, and that this outlook was responsible for the failure of the conference to pursue a more vigorous course in behalf of the strikers. The motives behind this failure struck an ominous note for the future well-being of American labor. Trial of strike leaders. On July 14, Mayor John P. Hopkins of Chicago carried to the General Managers Association Debs' offer to call off the boycott if all strikers, except those, if any, who had been convicted of crime, were rehired. The offer was promptly rejected. On July 17, Debs and the other strike leaders were again arrested and charged with contempt of court for having violated the injunction of July 2. Refusing to offer the bail fixed at $3, they were committed to jail. Explaining their refusal to accept bail, Debs remarked, "The poor striker who is arrested would be thrown into jail. We are not better than he." 38. Debs and his fellow officers were not tried on the contempt charge until the middle of the following December. They were then found guilty of contempt of an injunction issued on July 2 by the Federal District Court in Chicago. Judge William A. Woods, who presided over the contempt case, was along with Judge Peter S. Groskup, responsible for the issuance of the restraining order. The labor leaders were sentenced to jail for terms varying from 3 to 6 months. 16 days after the defendants started serving their sentence for contempt, the trial for criminal conspiracy to obstruct and retard the mails began in the federal court of Judge Groskup, one of the two promulgators of the injunction. From the Woodstock jail some 50 miles northwest of Chicago, Debs and his fellow prisoners were taken daily to that city for the trial, which opened on January 24, 1895. The illness of a juror during the trial caused the case to be dropped. T. Debs went back to Woodstock to finish his 6-month sentence. In January 1895, the strike leaders who were in jail for contempt appealed to the United States Supreme Court for a writ of habeas corpus. On May 27, 1895, Justice Brewer, speaking for the Supreme Court, defense counsel in the contempt case were the yet little-known Clarence Darrow and Stephen S. Gregory, a former president of the American Bar Association. T. Debs pointed out that the trial closed abruptly because the parties chiefly interested knew it would result in our complete vindication. There is not the slightest testimony against us, and the only purpose they ever had was to destroy our organization. Eugene V. Debs to August McCraith, February 25, 1895, AFL Corps. Need the appeal. In upholding the Woods-Groscup injunction, which had been predicated on the Sherman Act, the Supreme Court did not rule on the applicability of that law, saying instead that the jurisdiction of courts to interfere in such matters by injunctions is one recognized from ancient times and by indisputable authority. 39. The decision of the Supreme Court in the famous Debs case was wholly irrelevant to the outcome of the Pullman strike. Long before the decision was handed down, the strike had ended in defeat. On July 18, 1894, 24 hours after the ARU leaders were sent to jail, a large notice was posted on the gates at Pullman. These gates will be opened as soon as the number of operatives is sufficient to make a working force in all departments. 2 days later, the United States Army left Chicago. The Pullman strike was over. It remained only for the shattered Union to make it official. At a hastily summoned convention in Chicago on August 2, the ARU recommended to its local members that the strike be called off at once. 40. The American Railway Union never recovered from the disastrous defeat. Its leaders in jail, its members completely demoralized, unemployed, and blacklisted out of whatever jobs they could obtain. 41. The Union rapidly disintegrated. When the ARU held its convention in Chicago in June 1897, the 400 delegates of 3 years before had dwindled to a mere 24. From these shattered remnants of the once powerful industrial union was organized the Social Democratic Party, one of the forerunners of the Socialist Party of the United States. Significance of Pullman strike. Although some workers, especially in Chicago, wrested gains from their employers during the great labor upheaval accompanying the Pullman strike, RGANIZS, G labor, AKNG, WI, THJBE, ALE overwhelming go feet. Nevertheless, many American workers gained rich erpenais and more valuable lessons from the struggle about the underlying wrongs of modern society than all the lectures and publications could secure in a decade. 42. Many workers now saw clearly that the government was the tool of corporate interests, a conviction that was, the railroads adopted the very simple method of requiring men to produce clearances before they would be given work, or they required them to sign applications stating when they had worked and the date they had quit their last employment. They then wrote each other asking information, and if the answer came back that the applicant had participated in the Pullman strike, he was denied employment. Chicago Tribune, June 27, October 25, R. 899, U.S. Industrial Commission. Report, Washington, R. 900, Volume IV, pp. 503-25, Samuel Gompers, Blacklisting. Means Industrial Slavery, Typewritten Copy, AFL Corps. To IL_10-IFY the feeling for independent political act on in L_Boer circles, I. They also saw that only through powerfully organized UMQNS and the utmost of solidarity could labor effectively challenge the might of core I-Purit monopolies. As Debs pointed out in a letter to American workers, from Woodstock Jail, the recent upheaval has demonstrated the necessity for the solidarity of labor. Divided in cross purposes, labor becomes the sport and prey of its exploiters, but united, harmonious and intelligently directed it rules the world. 43. Yet there were elements in H. E. _R _NW VEMA _NT who _D. CW. Precisely the opposite conclusion from the recent upheaval. Many craft union leaders of the A.F. of L and the Railroad Brotherhoods saw in the defeat of the strike a lustification of their own RVA. L policies, Th_Fe_O. City with which the corporate Lamel 6 poles, TLIE government, and the IUD-1C1 ARI struck back at the railroad workers convinced these craft union leaders that any attempt to build trade unions along the lines of the ARU, the lines of industrial unionism, would bring forth similar opposition from this alliance of big business and the government. The only type of unionism that would be tolerated was a unionism which did not seriously threaten the absolute control of the corporate monopolies over the economic and political machinery. To attempt to unite the workers into powerful industrial unions, the craft union leaders argued, was to court the destruction of the existing labor organizations and to doom the trade unions to the fate of the ARU. The essence of this trade union strategy can be stated simply: labor must never seriously challenge big business and the government. Avoid head-on collisions with big corporations and with government. Team up with these industrialists and politicians who seem inclined toward a live and let live policy with ~H~, FR FLL 11, I9 ill. Make peace with the C. MP foyers OFL Surfen terms which would keep the craft unions alive even if this meant increased victimization of the unskilled and semi-skilled workers. This policy was soon institutionalized in the NATIO-J, IL. Civic Federation. T-C == European Trade Union and Social RST leaders, who followed the strike closely, predicted that it would bring American workers close to the thinking of European workers on such issues as independent political action. Tom Mann to Gompers. July 25, 1894. Vicomte de Meaux to Gompers, July 17, 1894, AFL Corps. Typical of the support the strikers received from workers all over the world is the resolution adopted by the Social Democratic Federation of England on July 25, 1894, and forwarded to Gompers, in which it tenders its sympathy to the workers of America in their rising against the tyrannous monopolists who oppress them, and trusts that little time will elapse before the people on both sides of the Atlantic will join hands in an organized effort to emancipate themselves from the yoke of capitalist domination. Ibid. TCPP. 384-87. The progressive forces in the labor movement challenged the conclusions the conservative, craft union leaders drew from the Pullman strike. Had all organized labor been united and active in the support of the strikers from the beginning of the boycott, they argued, had it sought militantly to keep the courts and the federal government from entering the dispute, had it tried to restrain the strike-breaking activities of the leaders of the brotherhoods, the final outcome might have been different. At any rate, the lesson of the Pullman strike, as Debs so cogently pointed out, was the crying need for greater not less unity and solidarity in labor's ranks. From 1894 on, the progressive forces in the American labor movement strove diligently to apply this lesson. The odds against them were great. The corporate monopolies fought tooth and nail to prevent the rise of a labor movement that would unite all of labor in struggle against its exploiters. The monopolists had the ready assistance of the leaders of the craft unions, the press, large sections of the clergy, and, of course, the government, local, state, and federal. But the progressive forces persisted, keeping alive the policy pioneered by the ARU, the policy of working-class solidarity and for a new organizational form that led toward industrial unionism. In 1905, a delegate to the founding convention of the Industrial Workers of the World characterized the Great Pullman Strike as a battle that, in spite of the fact that it apparently ended in Woodstock Jail, is not ended yet, but is going on today. 44 That battle continued until the cause for which so many workers had sacrificed in 1894 was crowned with success. The ultimate victory, it is significant to note, was predicted in the course of the Great Strike itself, indeed, at the very point when it appeared almost certain that labor's struggle was lost. On a large canvas strip, prominently displayed in Cooper Union Hall, New York City, on the evening of July 12, 1894, where a mass meeting of workers in support of the Pullman strikers was being held, was the following legend. They hanged and quartered John Ball. But feudalism passed away. They hanged John Brown, but chattel. Slavery passed away. They arrested Eugene Debs, and may kill him, but white slavery will pass away. Such souls go marching on. 45. Chapter 19. The Socialists and the Labor Movement, 1890 to 1896. In the summer of 1895, an article appeared in the American Federationist, entitled, Socialism in the United States. The writer, after a careful survey of the labor scene in the country, concluded, the feeling of wage earners, i.e., of the vast majority of the people, is growing more favorable toward socialism. The attitude of dislike and intolerance towards the idea is passing away, and they are becoming more willing to listen. The increasing power of great combinations of capital, and the increasing hopelessness of the wage earners ever becoming an employer is rapidly bringing about this change of heart. He is now ready to listen to anything that promises to deliver him from the ever-narrowing walls of his prison home. 1. Yet in 1896, the Socialist Labor Party, although some 20 years in the field, was more isolated from the American workers than ever before in its history. De Leonism. To a very large degree, the SLP's isolation in the years immediately preceding 1896 was due to its complete capitulation to the sectarian policies of the former Columbia University lecturer in international law, Daniel de Leon, who joined the party in 1890, and almost immediately assumed leadership of the socialist movement in America. He became national lecturer of the SLP in 1890 and editor of its English-language weekly, The People, in January, 1892, after Lucien Saniel, the former editor, had to resign because of failing eyesight. Sharp of tongue and caustic in his writings, de Leon possessed a supreme confidence in himself and his views. He was highly impatient. 279. With those who could not see matters in the same light as he saw them. To this arrogance and dogmatism was added a sectarian trade union policy, an indifference to immediate demands, a deliberate fostering of dual unionism in the labor movement, and a deep-seated hostility to any and all alliances between workers and non-working class elements. By this combination of incorrect policies, intransigence, and inability to work with anyone who did not unreservedly accept his doctrines, de Leon made it impossible for the SLP, under his leadership, to fulfill the historic task of guiding the American workers in the intensely sharpening class struggles of the 189.2. To Daniel de Leon, the work of the socialist unions in leading the workers in their day-to-day struggles was of slight importance. De Leon insisted that the aim of a trade union of workers must be the abolition of the wage system of slavery. Unions which concentrated on immediate demands, pure and simple, unionism, were impeding the historic mission of the trade unions, the overthrow of capitalism. Hence, no matter how militant a union was, no matter how progressive it was in its approach towards the organization of the unskilled and the semi-skilled, the Negro workers, women and foreign-born workers, unless it endorsed a socialist program, it was a reactionary organization. 3. De Leon labeled his trade union program, the new trade unionism, as opposed to the pure and simple unionism of the A.F. of L. He borrowed the name of the English movement, ushered in by the tremendous dock strike of 1889, led by Tom Mann, John Burns, and Ben Tillett, but none of its fundamental principles. For one thing, unlike the British, new unionists, who fought effectively inside the older unions to reform and revitalize them, de Leon was convinced that the existing trade unions in this country were so completely dominated by reactionary leaders, the labor fakers, being so completely in the saddle. Requests to de Leon to make the Negro question a special feature of the people came from members of the SLP. One member wrote to de Leon indicating his desire to go south to organize Negroes into the SLP to make the Negro at the South the ally of socialism in America. He planned to concentrate on distributing the people among Negroes in the South, and he pleaded, "We should make the expression of Southern and the worst-known American oppression of the Southern Negro a special feature of the people. This attitude of the SLP and the people will give us in the paper not only a stronghold on the Southern Negro population but in the colored population of the North. I believe it alone will add 10,000 names to your subscription list. In addition, it will give us the support of the Negro all over the North." C. G. Baylor to de Leon, Providence, R.I. December 8, 1895, de Leon Correspondence, WSHS. De Leon did not even bother to answer the writer. To de Leon, the Negro question did not exist. He reduced it to a class question. The only program he had for the Negro people was eventual socialism. The people did not at any time make the Negro question a special feature, notes James Benjamin Stalvey in his unpublished biography of de Leon. Ph.D. thesis, University of Illinois, 1946, pp. 193-94. That it was hopeless to attempt to reform and revitalize these unions. For another, unlike in England, where the new unionism signified the organization of the unorganized, class-conscious, militant campaigns for higher wages, shorter hours and other improvements, the new trade unionism of de Leon and his followers was limited to propaganda activity for socialism and to attacks on union leaders who opposed the endorsement of socialism. 4. De Leon's new trade unionism placed considerable emphasis upon the unity of the economic and political forces of labor for the achievement of socialism. Apart from the fact that there was no mention of using these forces in the everyday campaigns for immediate improvements, it is important to note that de Leon did not think in terms of an independent labor party. For to de Leon and his followers, all efforts to build a labor party, based upon the trade unions, were futile and in reality a betrayal of the movement for socialism. The only real labor party was the Socialist Labor Party, the only party which freely and sincerely proclaims that the liberation of the working class must be by the action of the working class itself. 5. No demand, however progressive it might be, could be supported by the SLP and its members, according to de Leon and his followers, if it was initiated or advanced by any group but the working class or by any party but the Socialist Labor Party. The story of how de Leon and the socialists under his influence fell afoul of the two branches of the organized labor movement in the United States, the A.F. of L and the K of L, is a tragic one. For it is basically the story of the self-isolation of the socialists from the mainstream of the A_N_Jabor movement precisely at a time when they had a fall opportunity to stand in the vanguard of the whole movement. Battle between A.F. of L, ANDSLP leaders. The story begins with the dispute between the A.F. of L leadership and the New York Central Labor Federation. Late in 1888, as a result of the unfriendly attitude of the Central Labor Union, affiliated with the A.F. of L, toward the SLP in the New York City campaigns of 1887 and 1888, the Socialist Trade Unionists organized the Central Labor Federation of New York. In March 1889, after a thorough investigation, Gompers and the A.F. of L Executive Council granted the new federation a charter. Sometime in the latter part of 1889, the CLF decided to amalgamate with the CLU. A harmony committee was elected by both bodies, and, among other things, it was decided to return the CLF's charter to the A.F. of L. CPP 154-55. President. The charter was delivered to Gompers in December 1889. Another quarrel soon arose between the two organizations. The Socialists, under de Leon's leadership, withdrew from the CLU, reorganized the CLF and, in July 1890, asked Gompers to return its charter. 6. Gompers had played a large part in the reconciliation of the quarrel between the Socialists and the Central Labor Union, and it was at his suggestion that the CLF had resolved to merge with the CLU. When the CLF applied for the return of its charter, Ernest Bohm, its corresponding secretary, sent Gompers a list of organizations represented in the Federation. Among the organizations represented was the American section of the Socialist Labor Party. Gompers rejected the application for the charter on the ground that, as a political party, the American section of the Socialist Labor Party should not be entitled to representation in a trade union body. It was perfectly acceptable to the A.F. of L., he pointed out, for the members of the SLP to be represented in the Central Labor Federation as representatives of their trade unions, but since the A.F. of L. was a federation of trade unions, the SLP could not properly be represented in a trade union central organization. 1. This then is the background for the conflict between the Socialists and the A.F. of L. leadership. The wise and proper thing for the SLP to have done at this point was to have withdrawn from the CLF, and to have instructed its members to join the organization as individual members through their trade unions. But de Leon and his followers refused to drop the issue, and instead launched a bitter tirade against Gompers, accusing him of collaborating with the employers against the Socialists and of seeking to weaken the labor movement by opposition to political movements. Rather than prolong the controversy and allow the anti-labor press to use the issue to weaken the A.F. of L., Gompers decided to refer the entire subject to the Federation's convention scheduled to meet at Detroit in December 1890. In announcing his decision to Ernest Bohm, secretary of the CLF, Gompers made a pertinent point. It seems to me that men in the labor movement can honestly differ with each other without finding it necessary to indulge in abuse, and I cannot for the life of me understand why an expression of opinion should call forth the spleen manifested by you in your official journals, and which was given out officially by you for publication in the public press. 8. 1 whole day and 1/2 was consumed at the A.F. of L's 1890 convention in consideration of the question, should a charter be issued to a central labor union which had a political party represented therein? The debate opened when Lucien Saniel presented his credentials from the SLP, which had sent him to Detroit to contest Gompers' decision. The matter was referred to a special committee which, in its report, denied Saniel his seat. The committee held that a political party of whatever nature is not entitled to representation in the American Federation of Labor. 9. The delegates debated the committee report back and forth. Some of the delegates blamed the Socialists for having raised an issue which could only cause dissension in the Federation at a time when unity was essential for the purpose of carrying through organizing drives. It is the business of our organization to debate matters of practical policy, it was pointed out, rather than to fling this bone of contention between the radical and conservative wings of the movement. To all this, Lucien Saniel, who was allowed to speak on the issue, replied that, we socialists will force socialism down the throats of the American workingmen. 10*. It was hardly the type of remark to influence the delegates to reject the special committee's report. Not only was the committee report sustained, but by a vote of 1,574 to 496 the delegates decided not to grant a charter to the Central Labor Federation of New York, so long as they have the Socialist Labor Party, as a party, represented therein. 11. Following the convention, Gompers asked the Central Labor Federation whether the SLPH1D withdrawn or intended to withdraw, in order that the charter may be issued to you. He was convinced that the SLP could do a great deal for the trade union movement in the city of New York by withdrawing, and instructing its members to join the CLF through their trade unions. He argued that the way the Socialists could make their best contribution to the development of progressive ideas among American workers was as members of the trade unions. Socialists in Europe, Gompers pointed out, had followed this course of action with effective results both for the trade unions and the socialist movement. Thus the British Socialists never made so preposterous a claim to represent the Social Democratic Federation of England in the Trade Union Congress of that country. They came there as representatives of the trade unions, and that is what I claim. 12. Outside of New York, members O_F, the _S_. 1. P. Tenkel approximately 9 to SUEP, Ort. Q9. E1, E_D, __15 Clei. 2. Court 1 SPTFFT. TFIE Detroit Socialists assure Tilda Gompers that they were, in accord with the action of the convention in the Socha one-istic matter. Thomas J. Morgan, the Welsh-born machinist and leader of the Chicago Socialists, even sent a letter to the New York branches of the SLP urging the withdrawal of the party from the. Several years later, the Volkszeitung conceded that Sonjal's remark had not been wise and expressed regret that it was ever uttered. New Yorker Volkszeitung. March 28, 1894. See also American Federationist, Volume I, April, 1894, page 30. Central Labor Federation and the re-entrance of its delegates as representatives from their respective unions. The letter was read at a meeting of the New York Socialists by Ida M. Van Etten, a leading figure in both the SLP and the A.F. of L., who strongly endorsed Morgan's suggestion. Since Morgan had supported Sonjal at the A.F. of L. convention, his letter carried considerable influence in socialist circles. 13. Having won the support of many socialists outside of New York, Gompers sought to enlist the backing of leading European socialists. He felt this to be important because de Leon and his followers were busily engaged in circulating reports in Europe that the A.F. of L. at the Detroit Convention had condemned the principles of socialism. 14. Of the several letters Gompers sent to European socialists in connection with his dispute with the de Leonites in New York, the most important was the one he addressed to Frederick Engels on January 9, 1891. This letter, never before published, opened, "I make so free as to write you upon a question which I know you to take a deep interest in, and from the further fact of having been a lifelong thinker and writer to and for the labor movement." Gompers then outlined the whole story of the dispute over the Central Labor Federation's charter, including the action taken by the A.F. of L. convention. "I am free to say," Gompers continued, "that in the discussion of the subject I took decided grounds that the trade unions were the natural organizations of the wage workers, under present economic and social conditions to secure present amelioration and final emancipation of the wage workers. That as a federation of trade unions the condition necessary to representation in a convention of trade unions is good standing membership in a trade union. This is the kernel of the whole dispute, and upon which I am willing to abide. There has never yet arisen a question in our councils whether a man was a socialist or not, whether he was an anarchist or not. In fact, the greatest freedom and latitude of thought have been not only permitted but encouraged. Some of our best men and staunchest in holding as I do are well-known and avowed socialists. Our movement is anxiously endeavoring to keep in touch with the wage workers, to help organize them, to make them self-reliant, to coalesce them into one grand whole struggling against the unjust conditions that exist, and to supplant them with such that the noblest aspirations of mankind has conceived or can conceive." Apologizing to Engels for troubling him with the entire subject, Gompers noted that, "I do so because as I have said I have respect for your judgment, and as a student of your writings and those of Marx and others in the same line I would not have your judgment formed upon." Morgan ran against Gompers at the convention for the A.F. of L. presidency and was defeated r. 716 to 194. The base of erroneous information. In concluding, he asked Engels to favor me in the interest of our great cause, with an expression of opinion upon the above at your earliest convenience. 15. Engels was not in London when Gompers' letter arrived, and he did not receive it for some time afterwards. By then it appeared that Gompers might be coming to Europe to visit the International Labor Congress in Brussels, and Engels thought he might have an opportunity to discuss the issue with him in person. Consequently, the co-founder of Scientific Socialism never answered Gompers' communication. 16, but he made his position clear in a letter to Hermann Schluter, an editor of the Volkszeitung and a frequent correspondent of Engels. "Nor do I understand the quarrel with Gompers," Engels wrote on January 29, L89I. "His federation is, as far as I know, an association of trade unions and nothing but trade unions. Hence they have the formal right to reject anyone coming in as the representative of a labor organization that is not a trade union, or to reject delegates of an association to which such organizations are admitted. I cannot judge from here, of course, whether it was propagandistically advisable to expose oneself to such a rejection. But it was beyond question that it had to come, and I, for one, cannot blame Gompers for it." Engels was critical of the SLP for failing to see the dividing line between party and trade union, and was strongly of the opinion that the socialists should have made every effort to keep on good terms with Gompers, who has more workers behind him at any rate than the SLP, by playing a constructive role in the A.F. of L. The say greater than Sealists would be able to prove that a narrow-minded trade union stand till the point was insufficient in the struggles against capitalism. At the same time, they would contribute to the growth of their own movement, for, as Engels pointed out, where do you find a recruiting ground if not in the trade unions? 17. But de Leon and his followers showed that they had not the slightest understanding of the correct tactics to be followed in relation to the American labor movement. In May, 1891, Auguste de la Barre, the socialist secretary of the Bakers and Confectioners International Union, anxious to heal the breach between the A.F. of L and the SLP, asked Gompers point blank, whether if the Socialistic Labor Party were to withdraw from the Central Labor Federation would you issue a charter from the American Federation of Labor to the CLF? Gompers replied that the moment the SLP withdrew, the charter would be issued. He was ready to let bygones be bygones, and he sought no personal triumph in the matter. There is no question of either a victory on one side and F. A. Sorge, another frequent correspondent of Engels, endorsed Engels' position and supported Gompers in the controversy with the SLP leadership. See Samuel Gompers, 70 Years of Life and Labor, Volume R, pp. 380-88. Humiliation on the other. In this great labor movement of ours, sincere men should be above personal glorification. 18. Impressed by the reasonableness of Gompers' proposal, de la Barre carried it to the Central Labor Federation. The overture was rejected. De Leon and his followers refused to let the charter dispute die. They seized upon it to drive a de Isiga between the SLP and he F. L, and advanced to the SLS that then Y underscore is no longer any point for SOC 1. ILI.SFS to Rernchen in the underscore A. F. of L. The federated H tilde D lost A11 significance for L. Few CFRKI F1GC. 0 Hey. RGUED, hence it was a waste of time for socialists to play any role in its operations. What excuse has it now for existence except to furnish offices for a few men and opportunity for several more to pose as labor leaders or manufacture political capital? It has become a whited sepulchre, a living lie, a petrified mummy galvanized into life once a year when certain eminent individuals pull the strings and cause it to dance before our wondering eyes and gaping mouths. 19. De Leon kept up a steady attack on the A. F. of L and its leaders, particularly Gompers. He condemned the Federation for its craft separation, its indifference to political action, and its concentration on immediate demands. He accused Gompers and his colleagues on the Executive Council of being ignoramuses, weaklings, labor fakers, agents of the capitalists inside the trade unions, and traitors to the cause of labor. They were guilty both of corruption and lack of vision. The organization they headed was ineffectual and hopeless, and it was a waste of time for socialists to try to transform at 0.20 inches the dry rot has set in the American Federation of Labor. As an organization, the A. F. of L is at best a cross between a windbag and a rope of sand. It has no cohesion, vitality or vigor worth mentioning. 21. De Leon urges socialists to leave A. F. of L. The effect of De Leon's bitter denunciations were felt by the A. F. of L. especially in New York. On April 16, 1892, Hugo Miller, New York organizer, informed Gompers Private LV that due to the activity of de L_un and his followers, already there is a strong feel in JFM 6 NGSF quite a number of our members, that the A. F. of L is inactive, that it is used less to pay dues to the organization. Quite a few worker especially in the unions affiliated to the United Hebrew Trades, where De Leon's influence was now considerable, were seriously discussing the value of being affiliated with the Federation. 22. A little more than a year later, De Leon decided that the time had come for a complete break with the A. F. of L. The People of August 13, 1893, featured a clarion call to the socialists in the Federation to quit the organization. The pure and simple have been found out. De Leon wrote, "Some are ignorant, others are corrupt, all are unfit for leadership in the labor movement. To civilize and unite them is out of the question. The social revolution must march over the bodies of each and every one of them." THTL. Section underscore a tilde 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 email when the F. ed. E tilde, Tianha underscore Jew tilde N to tilde SSUME a definite ILI tilde de jordal. A. tilde. T tilde tilde, we 11 it underscore W tilde underscore dot RDI. LP tilde S tilde H greater than LE 19. Underscore. Dot Ye tilde GCIA lists to work inside the movement to W1FY affiliate tilde D underscore UGIG 11s. S. QTEF tilde tick underscore S, and city centrals. To continue. A. W. L. Lev C. QR Lanny of TBEE.RO. Tilde S of policies of the early A. F. of L. De Leon called upon the M. ILI tie. Element do. AOA noon what Engels reminded the American social JST tilde was their chief recruiting ground in the country. To advance the march of the social revolution, De Leon now turned his attention to the rapidly declining K of L. He urged his followers to join the order, appealing particularly to the Jewish unions in New York, associated together in the United Hebrew Trades. It was through the UHT that De Leon hoped to win control of the once powerful and still influential New York section of the order, District Assembly 49. The UHT responded favorably to de Leon's appeal, and approximately 12 to 15 of its affiliates joined the KFL and sent delegates to DA 49. Supported by the Jewish, German, and other non-English-speaking socialist-led unions in New York, the SLP rapidly won leadership of DA 49.23. Outside of New York, the social ~T~IG, no ~5LJ2L, ~QJL, ~M2ELA, L, DCQ__NTNUQ2_ function in the A-FO-L. TE impact of the economic crisis, SOF 1893, the anti-de Leonites argued, opened up vast opportunities for socialist influence in the Federation. Hence to abandon the organization precisely at this time was to compound the evils inherent in de Leon's program. 24. The political program, the 189 F of L convention held in Chicago in the midst of the Great Depression, saw a Truendorf's victory for the socialists who upheld the policy of working IIL side TEA. F of L. On December 13, Thomas J. Morgan, socialist delegate from the Machinists International Union of Chicago, introduced the famous political program of 1893. The preamble of the program took cognizance of the advanced political status of the labor unions of Great Britain, and recognized such independent labor politics to be based upon a platform substantially made up of 11 points adopted in January 1893 by the Independent Labour Party in England: compulsory education, the initiative, a legal 8-hour day, inspection of mines and workshops, abolition of the contract system in all public work, abolition of the sweating system, municipal ownership of streetcars and gas and electric plants for public distribution of light, heat, and power, nationalization of telegraphs, telephones, railroads, and mines, the collective ownership by all the people of all means of production and consumption, the principle of referendum in all legislation. The resolution called for the convention's endorsement and provided that the program be favorably recommended for action by the local unions with the request that their delegates to the next annual convention be instructed on the matter. The opponents of the program succeeded in having the word favorable stricken out by a close vote of 1,253 to 1,882, but the program itself without recommendation was approved by the overwhelming vote of 2 to 44-5. What was surprising was the ready acceptance of the plank calling for the collective ownership of all means of production and distribution by the people plank.io. The large vote revealed the radical temper of the delegates and caused considerable alarm in the press. The New York Herald noted, "It will be seen on reading the platform that the 10th plank contains in a nutshell the whole essence of the socialist creed, and that the platform all through is that of moderate collectivism or socialism." 26. Interviews with delegates to the A.F. of L. Convention on the meaning and significance of its stand filled many columns in the press. 27. Gompers told a reporter in a discussion of the political program, "Personally, I approve of nearly everything in the platform, and so do most of the delegates who were in Chicago, and I believe it will be adopted by the organizations." Gompers did not spell out just what he meant by nearly everything, but, at the same time, he said nothing in opposition to plank.io. Moreover, he put himself on record as completely in favor of independent political action. "I believe that the time has come for independent action on the part of organized labor. The industrial depression has been caused by a false system of economics and can only be righted by such action. The people are now beginning to see how insincere and shallow the old parties and politicians are, and that the time has come to take independent action." 28. When it came to being insincere, Gompers could show the politicians a trick or two. There is not the slightest doubt that his remarks were part of a carefully calculated scheme to appear to be supporting the program of the progressive forces representing the rank and file in or to be in a position to sabotage it, a strategy Gompers was to resort to again and again in his career as a F. of L. president. The strategy was not to oppose the political program. At this stage, we must hold on to every inch we've got till matters resolve themselves into a condition of stability. In revolutionary times it is little use to preach conservatism, better go out of the way than try to stem the torrent. Rather than try to stem the torrent, divert it into meaningless channels. 29. This strategy was unfolded at the 1894 A.F. of L. Convention, referendum on political program. As the political program of 1893 went the rounds of the affiliated unions, *events_S_R. 1_G_9_the_gr nents of the socialist _s. The misery of the unemployed and die-calfousness of the capitalists and government towards the hundreds of thousands out of work through no fault of their own, the brutal treatment of the Coxyites, the defeat of the miners' strike, and, most important of all, the crushing of the Pullman strike by the alliance of monopoly corporations and the government were all, as Tom Mann put it, serving to teach the workers deep lessons. 30. Sentiment in favor of the entire political program, including Planck I.O., increased enormously in labor circles. The wage earners should lose no time in voting themselves into the possession of all the tools of production, beginning with the railroads and telegraphs. A group of Philadelphia trade unionists wrote to Gompers in September 1894.81. Only the Bakers' Union rejected the political program in toto. The typographical and web weavers' unions struck out Planck I.O. The carpenters and joiners adopted Planck I.O., but added the supplement, as the people elect to operate. The entire platform was upheld by the mine workers, iron and steel workers, cigar makers, lasters, flint and glass workers, tailors, woodworkers, brewery workers, painters, electrical workers, furniture workers, street railway employees, waiters, textile workers, shoe workers, mule spinners, machinists, the German-American typographers and others. The state federations of Maine, New York, Ohio, Rhode Island, Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Montana, Michigan, Illinois and Wisconsin also approved it. City centrals in Baltimore, New Haven, Cleveland, Toledo, Lansing, Saginaw, Grand Rapids, and Milwaukee endorsed it as well. 32. It appeared certain by the fall of 1894 that a majority of the Federatio Members _HS.DJP structed less than legates to AOPT TL IENT political -E at LIA 8 inches 94 convention. At any rate, the A.F. of L leader, at its meeting on January 13, 1894, the A.F. of L. Executive Council submitted the political program to the affiliated unions and advised them to vote on all the 11 propositions separately and instruct their delegates to the 1894 convention on each of the planks. Minutes of the A.F. of L. Executive Council, January 13, 1894. AFL Corps. American Federationist, Volume I, March, 1894, page 19. Shipp was definitely alarmed by the radical stand of the rank and file, so alarmed, in fact, that early in November, 1894, plans were laid to override the decision of the majority of the Federation members. P. J. McGuire, himself a former socialist, was the chief plotter in this conspiracy, whose objective was the defeat of the entire political program. More than ever, McGuire wrote to Chris Evans on November 3, "It is now important that the political questions which have been thrust on the Federation should be disposed of in such a way that the A.F. of L may be perpetuated and strengthened and not destroyed." 3.3. McGuire's plan, as outlined to Gompers, was, first, to challenge the right of the radical delegates to the 1894 convention to be seated on the ground that the organizations they represented had failed to fulfill their financial duties regularly to the A.F. of L. With these delegates out of the way, it would be possible for the Federation's leadership to take a most decided and positive stand at the next convention against the introduction of distracting political issues in the A.F. of L. Meanwhile, McGuire would work upon the delegates from the Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners to make sure that they are not likely to be carried away by any sentimentalism. 34. Since the Carpenters and Joiners had instructed their delegates to vote for the entire political program, it is clear that McGuire was planning to persuade them to violate their instructions. 1894 Convention. In response to an invitation from McGuire, a number of top A.F. of L leaders met in Chicago during the first week of December and discussed the strategy to be employed to defeat the political program at the forthcoming convention to be held in Denver. Present at the conference was William C. Pomeroy, head of a racketeering clique in the Illinois State Federation of Labor and the Chicago Trades Assembly. In 3 to 4 years, they stole over $RNO. Direct theft from the treasuries of unions was perpetrated by labeling such withdrawals as lobbying and committee work. The conditions here, wrote a trade unionist from Chicago in September 1896, is enough for one to lose heart in the labor movement. Personal aggrandizement seems to rule the day. Eugene Staley, History of the Illinois State Federation of Labor, Chicago, 1930, pp. 87-88, Lee M. Hart to Gompers. Chicago, September 25, 1896, AFL Corps. For a time, Pomeroy was the leader of the clique. Pomeroy gained a notorious reputation for selling out strikes for a payment from employers. John Mulholland to Gompers, October 22, 1900, AFL Corps. Another leader of the clique was Edward M. Carroll, president of the Building Trades Council of Chicago, who had a record of 6 arrests for larceny, assault and battery, and drunkenness. Chicago Times-Herald, April 25, 1900. Who had already gained notoriety in labor circles because of his corrupt leadership and the unscrupulous methods he used in fighting the socialists in the Midwest. It was decided at the conference to abandon the plan to challenge the right of radical delegates to be seated, probably because too many of the affiliated unions were behind in their payments to the Federation due to the widespread unemployment of their members, and to rely instead upon persuading delegates to ignore their instructa_ons and vote to defeat Planck.io. Following the conference, Maguire let it be known privately that Planck.io will be defeated. Thus it was that even though the vast majority of the affiliated unions had ratified the political program, including Planck.io, the A.F.L. leadership, determined to do anything to beat socialism and keep the Federation on a conservative path, set about to defy the will of the rank and file. Discussion of the political program was made the special order of the morning session of the fourth day at Denver. The convention refused to consider the program as a whole but voted on it piece by piece. The first casualty was the preamble, which praised the action of the British trade unionists in adopting the principle of independent political action. The attack was led by Adolf Strasser, a former socialist, whose union, the cigar makers, had endorsed the entire political program, including Planck.io, by a 4/5 majority, and had instructed its delegates to the convention to take a similar standpoint. Thomas J. Morgan led the defense, but Gompers used his power as chairman autocratically to crush the opposition. When it was objected that the preamble was part of the program and could not be taken out, Gompers overruled the objection. The vote revealed that the A.F.L. leaders had been successful in persuading many of the delegates who had come instructed to accept the political program to ignore their instructions. By a vote of 1,345 to 861, the convention struck out the preamble. When the discussion reached Planck.io, Strasser moved to amend the proposition so as to read, "The collective ownership by the people of all means of production and distribution without confiscation and with compensation." The discussion went on. Other amendments were proposed, discussed, voted down. Finally, on the afternoon of the fifth day, the following substitute proposed by Delegate McGrath of the International Typographical Union was adopted: the abolition of the monopoly system of land holding and the substitution therefore of a title of occupancy and use only. This was carried by a vote of 1,217 to 913.37 here, as in the vote on the preamble. Delegates whose unions had instructed them to vote for the entire political program, particularly those from the painters, miners, iron and steel workers, tailors, and lasters, cast their ballots for the substitute. 88. Each of the other 10 planks in the political program was voted upon, and none was materially changed, except that a declaration in favor of the repeal of the conspiracy law was added. But a motion to endorse the amended platform as a whole was voted down, 735 to 1,173. It was not made clear at the convention whether the amended political program had been adopted, when each plank in turn had Leon approved. Later, the proponents of the program claimed that TBE convention had adopted it in amended form, but the opponents construed the convention's action as a rejection of the entire program. In any event, the socialists complained bitterly that the heart had been taken out of the program by the elimination of all reference to independent political action and by the emasculation of Planck.io. The strategy of the A.F.L. leadership to defeat the will of the Federation's membership emerges clearly from the debate. Since the preamble had been declared not part of the political program, the delegates who had come from unions which had endorsed the program felt free to vote it down. When the program itself came up, it was claimed that it had been mutilated and therefore these delegates could reject it since they had been instructed to vote for it as it was. Still others simply claimed that they were free to vote it down on the ground that their constituencies did not fully understand it. 89. The plot engineered by Gompers, Maguire, and other Federation leaders to defeat the political program, particularly Planck.io, made a mockery of the A.F.L. President's repeated assurances that the organization he headed was one which insisted on giving every shade of thought, opinion, and expression full play, where every member or union enjoys the utmost freedom of expression, whether of the most radical or conservative character. Through this liberty of thought, expression, and action we expect to maintain a strictly working-class movement and to extend to the fullest development, keeping pace, yes, making the pace, which will evolve the freedom of labor from wage slavery. 40. These were fine words indeed, but the events at Denver indicated that the practice was a far cry from the principle. To be sure, the fullest freedom of expression was extended to the advocates of the political program, but the A.F.L. leadership sought it by undemocratic, bureaucratic procedure that the expression of the majority of the membership should not be translated into concrete action. Reaction of socialists. Infuri ted underscore by the duplicity of the A.F.L. leadership, the socialists struck back by joining with other delegates who resented Gomper. 4i. IGH handed underscore tacti. S. underscore and helped to defeat him for re-electic. N. John McBride of the mine workers was elected to replace Gompers as president of the A.F.L. Shortly after the Denver Convention, President McBride urged the Socialists in the A. F. of L to forget the defeat of Planck IO and other changes in the political program, and to join hands with non-socialist trade unionists to build a more powerful federation. 41 It was important advice, but, unfortunately, too many socialists were unwilling to accept it. Thomas J. Morgan emphatically rejected the suggestion. Under no circumstances would he consider an alliance with conservative elements in the A. F. of L who had been responsible for defeating Planck IO and emasculating the entire political program. I would not play the part of a Gompers or a Maguire for all the world, he wrote to McBride. Nothing can be greater treason than to lull the worker to sleep with the old trade union melody. My dollar and cents interests prompt me to be diplomatic, to talk of harmony between capitalists and laborers, etc., etc. No, I shall still talk war, that there is not and cannot be peace, and that the old must give way to the new even in the labor movement. That the revolution comes nearer every year, and that our best efforts will fail to fully prepare us to meet it. The old world is up and doing, why not us? They will not let even a Burns fool them, why should we? John 42. Although Morgan rejected McBride's appeal, he, at least, did not believe that the events at Denver had conclusively demonstrated that it was useless for the socialists to continue to fight for their program inside the A. F. of L. Other socialists, however, drew this conclusion, and, as early as March 1895, began an exodus from the F. duration. On March 5, 1895, Charles Rowan, who occupied the strategic post of A. F. of L. general organizer for New England, handed in his resignation. Permit me to say, he wrote to President McBride, that I cannot continue the office of organizer from this date for the following reasons. I am a socialist and have been one for a number of years. I thought the time would come when the A. F. of L would take independent political action, but I was doomed to disappointment. The defeat of Planck 10 was a great disappointment to me in view of the disasters and defeats the trades unions have met with from their strong opponents, the capitalist class. I am fully convinced that there is only one way to emancipate the toiling millions of the earth is through the collective ownership by the people of all means of production and distribution in the co-opera. Morgan was referring to Burns' developing conservatism after the dock strike of 1889, of which he was one of the chief leaders. Engels observed this tendency as early as December 7, 1889, writing to F. A. Sorge. I am not at all sure that John Burns is not secretly prouder of his popularity with Cardinal Manning, the Lord Mayor and the bourgeoisie in general than of his popularity with his own class. Letters to Americans, pp. 220-22. Tive Commonwealth, and in view of the fact that the A. F. of L is to continue on trade union lines is my reason for resigning my position as organizer. Please discontinue sending the American Federationists to my address. It is not the kind of reading I want on the labor question. 43. The very fact that a majority of the Federation membership had supported the entire political program, including Planck 10, should have convinced the socialists that they should intensify their efforts among the rank and file, exposing the betrayal of the membership by the A. F. of L leadership. Instead, as the above letter by the socialist organizer for the A. F. of L makes abundantly clear, many abandoned the rank and file, and surrendered them completely into the hands of the conservative leadership. With socialists voluntarily relinquishing important positions in the A. F. of L and resigning in disgust from the organization, it is scarcely surprising that conservative forces were in complete control at the S.J. Q.G. V. N. L. M. I Societis. ANMT1M beated we E2 NRRE. T. boot. Fo nothing to stem the tide in favor of Gomper's election as president. Instead of adopting a resolution urging the unions to organize an independent labor party, as proposed by the socialist delegates, the convention by a vote of 1,460 to 158, passed a resolution which acknowledged that it is clearly the duty of union workingmen to use their franchise so as to protect and advance the class interests of the men and women of labor and their children, and recommended to the workers more independent voting outside of party lines. 44 The adopted resolution was little more than a gesture. De Leon and the K. of L. De Leon greeted the reports of the A. F. of L. convention as conclusive proof of the bankruptcy of the policy advocated by the socialists who had remained in the Federation. Not only had the socialists failed to capture the Federation, but with each passing year, the A. F. of L. was proving itself an organization that was not even worth controlling. What point was there for socialists to remain any longer in an organization that was fossilized, useless and out of date, led by labor fakirs, doing picket duty for capitalism, an organization made up of craft unions which, as a whole, were little more than a conspiracy of the capitalists and conservative labor leaders against the working class? With increased vigor, De Leon ordered all socialists to abandon the American Federation of Labor to the sure death which awaited it under the command of the labor fakirs. 45. While the socialists in the A. F. of L had been attempting to obtain the adoption of their program, de Leon had been seeking to gain control of the K of L. In 1893, due to the combined efforts of the Jewish unions and other socialist-led unions in District Assembly 49, he was elected as a delegate to the National Convention. There he led the socialist forces into an alliance with Sovereign, and, together with other elements, they ousted Powderly from his 14-year leadership of the order. Sovereign was elected Grand Master Workman in his place. 46. At the New York State Convention of the SLP, held at Syracuse in June 1894, de Leon predicted that it was only a matter of a short time before the socialists would take over the leadership of the K of L. His followers echoed his refrain. "The Knights of Labor are getting into line with the socialists," one delegate announced joyfully, "and are openly expressing sympathy for our principles." 47. There seemed to be grounds for the socialist rejoicing. Sovereign was extremely anxious to obtain de Leon's support at the 1894 K of L. Assembly. This support was crucial, for with Powderly's friends trying to restore him to power and with the Powderly Sovereign forces evenly divided, the bloc of 8 socialist delegates, led by de Leon, held the balance of power. De Leon agreed to support Sovereign for Grand Master Workman on condition that he would appoint Lucian Saniel editor of the Journal of the Knights of Labor. When Sovereign was elected, de Leon was jubilant. In his presidential report to the General Assembly, Sovereign had called for the abolition of the wage system and the establishment of a cooperative industrial system. With Saniel as editor of the Knights' official journal, the order, with full socialist support, could begin to take the necessary steps to emancipate the American people from the yoke of capitalism. 48. It was all wishful thinking. The Sovereign-de Leon alliance did not last long. The victorious Grand Master Workman disregarded his political bargain, and refused to reward the socialists by appointing Saniel editor of the journal. He was willing, he wrote to de Leon in January, 1895, to do something about giving brother Saniel a position on the journal, even though the financial difficulties of the order made it hard to add new personnel. But he said nothing of the editorship. In a blistering reply, de Leon told Sovereign off, in asking that bro Saniel be made the editor of the journal. Our purpose was not to give him a job but to have him turn the journal into what it should be, and what it has not been, especially during the last year, to wit, a source of instruction to its readers. When Sovereign refused to budge, de Leon declared war. The People now featured editorials excoriating the Knights' leadership as vigorously as it did the A. F. of L leadership. The officers of the K of L, de Leon charged, had degenerated into a band of brigands no better than those of Powderly's old regime. He was confident, however, that they would not remain leaders long, for they were now in desperate straits, and ripe to be kicked out. 49. The final break came at the 1895 General Assembly. By a narrow vote, the convention, controlled by Sovereign and his machine, denied the validity of the credentials held by de Leon and other representatives of DA 49, and refused to seat the socialists. In December 1895, a month after the General Assembly, de Leon and his followers were expelled from the Order. 50. The expulsion order was an academic gesture. Even before it had been announced, de Leon ordered the socialists to break with the Knights and called upon all self-respecting members of the order to do the same. The whole organization was rotten to the core, and had been reduced to a nest of crooks, who had prostituted it to their own base ends. The socialist-led unions accordingly withdrew their 13,000 members from the Knights, and left the remaining 17,000 to find their own way to oblivion. Both the A. F. of L and the K of L were now, in de Leon's eyes, corrupt and decadent. Both were asking for mere crumbs for labor rather than working for an entire change in the industrial system. Both had fallen hopelessly into the hands of dishonest and ignorant leaders. 51. Socialist Trades and Labor Alliance. Having already taken the disastrous step of persuading the small minority of socialist-minded unions to secede from the A. F. of L and the K of L, de Leon now compounded the tragedy by embarking on a policy of dual unionism. On December 8, 1895, a call, signed by District Assembly 49, was issued urging all K of L assemblies and all progressive organizations to join with us in establishing a national body, on the natural class lines of the labor movement, the lines plainly marked out by the class struggle, in a word, the lines of international socialism. Then on December 15, 1895, the People carried the news that at a joint conference of representatives from DA 49 of the K of L, the Central Labor Federation of New York, the Central Labor Federation of Newark, and the United Hebrew Trades, the rough outlines had been drawn up for the establishment of a national body that, on the economic field, shall stand toward the corruptionists of the fake K of L, on the one hand, and the played-out scarecrow of the A. F. of L on. As early as the summer of 1894, some Knights had protested the validity of de Leon's membership in the order, contending that he was a lawyer and that under the Constitution, no lawyer can be admitted to the order. New York. Herald, July 29, 1894. The other, in the same uncompromising attitude as the SLP, stands on the political field towards all the parties of capital in the name proposed as the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance. The new organization would be based on the principle that the political and the economic movement must go hand in hand, and it had been brought into being because the experience of the past few years had proved that it was impossible to advance this principle in the existing labor movement. Every endeavor to carry this principle into the old national organizations has failed, and all future ones are bound to fail. By the light of this experience, the proletariat of the East has taken courage and set up a national organization that corresponds with the needs of our time, the Socialist Trades and Labor Alliance. 52. The formation of the Socialist Trades and Labor Alliance struck consternation in the ranks of many socialists who still advocated the principle of continuing to work inside the A.F. of L. They were infuriated by the fact that de Leon had staged the formation of the new organization with the aid of his few special lieutenants, but without the knowledge or consent of the socialist membership. Moreover, they viewed with alarm the unsocialistic actions of de Leon and his associates in issuing appeals to workers in the national unions affiliated with the A.F. of L, urging them to withdraw their organizations from the Federation and bring them into the Alliance. 53. Throughout the West, many socialists' papers condemned both the formation of the ST and LA and its attempts to disrupt the existing unions. The Brauer Zeitung, official organ of the socialist-controlled National Union of the United Brewery Workmen, the Printer, official journal of the socialist-controlled German Printers Union, and a number of other trade union journals, edited by socialists, bitterly denounced the ST and LA. The National Executive Board of the Brewery Workers Union condemned the formation and actions of the Alliance as a disgraceful treachery against the holy cause of labor and the fundamental principles of socialism. 54. The socialists who remain the A-F of L looked forward eagerly tr greater than TLI T HCOML 11G JB SJ E J PN Y ition in the hope th it underscore the underscore socialist underscore ts throughout the country will rise, and SFOP FFIE wrongs committed JN Ni Y YQ R delay TJ Am OT sotfatal STN by a number of unscrupulous CMs P opal. Some £0 the A.F. of L leaders shared this hope, writing in February 1896. Maguire reported that opposition to de Leon's policies was making itself felt in socialist circles all over the country, and he predicted that the next convention of the SLP will be full of music for the New York gang. Gompers was less optimistic. He felt sure that the SLP convention would be dominated by de Leon and the Alliance. 55. Gompers proved to be correct. De Leon and his lieutenants were fully aware of the rising tide of resentment in the party over the formation of the ST and LA. Hence, when the convention met in July 1896, they cleverly concealed the real dual union purposes of the Alliance and presented it to the delegates as a revolutionary union whose main purpose was to organize the unorganized. Then de Leon introduced the resolution which endorsed the Alliance and called upon the socialists of the land to carry the revolutionary spirit of the ST and LA into all the organizations of workers. The resolution was endorsed 71-6, after which the National Executive Committee urged socialists who had not thus far supported the Alliance to change their faint and non-committal attitude, and recommended to all sections of the party to affiliate with the organization. 56. A bitter dispute arose immediately as to the meaning of the endorsement. Although de Leon had assured the delegates that the Alliance would confine itself to organizing the unorganized, he and his followers insisted after the convention that endorsement was given with the clear understanding that it meant a declaration of war against the pure and simple trade unions of the land, typified by the American Federation of Labor. Hence all socialists who refused to support the Alliance, and especially all those who continued to work within the A.F. of L, were defying the will of the 18 convention and were traitors to the cause. 57. The advocates of boring from within challenged de Leon's interpretation. They insisted that the 1896 convention would never have endorsed the Alliance if it had been understood that it would seek to destroy the A.F. of L and other craft unions. They asserted emphatically that the endorsement had been obtained on the express promise given by its founders that it would not interfere with the existing trade unions, but would devote itself to organizing the unorganized. 58. While the interpretation of the meaning of the endorsement was raging in the ranks of the SLP, the Alliance was issuing charters and recruiting membership from unions affiliated with the A.F. of L. It began and ended as a dual union. The total result of de Leonist socialism, for all its sharp and unrelenting criticism of the rising labor bureaucracy, was the isolation of militant workers from the main body of organized labor, thereby strengthening the hold of the conservatives. The continuing rank-and-file pressure against bureaucracy and class collaboration was deprived of. De Leon even went so far in his attempt to hide the true purposes of the Alliance from the delegates is to offer no objection to the passage of a resolution urging all socialists to join the organizations of the trades to which they respectively belong. Proceedings of the 9th Annual Convention of the Socialist Labor Party, Fuli 4, 1896, pp. 28-29. Its actual and potential leaders precisely at a time when it was possible for the socialists to supply such leadership. The men who should have been organizing internal opposition to conservative leaders and their policies on the basis of the day-to-day issues related to the needs of union members, and who should have been demonstrating the connection between the economic and political struggles of the working class and the connection between the battles for immediate gains and the ultimate emancipation of labor, were busy passing revolutionary-sounding resolutions at gatherings attended only by those who were already full-edged socialists. Meanwhile, the conservative labor leaders, no longer forced to face effective opposition, hastened their march down the path of class collaboration. All in all, as Fred E. Martin pointed out in resigning his office as member of the National Executive Committee and his membership in the New York section of the Socialist Labor Party, de Leon's policies had hopelessly estranged the hundreds of thousands of organized American workingmen, whose close relations with machinery, the greatest modern factor of production, make these bodies, the trade unions geologically, the most prolific field in this country for the propagation of the truths of socialism. 9. Since this chapter was published, a number of works have appeared which attempt to present a revisionist view of Daniel de Leon and assert that his positive contributions to the socialist and labor movements outweighed any negative factors. None of these works in the present writer's judgment are truly convincing and do not persuade me to change the presentation above set forth. But the reader can judge for himself by consulting the following: Carl Reeve, The Life and Times of Daniel de Leon, New York, 1972, an uncritical biography which rarely proves its assertions, L. Glenn Sheridan, The Personal Style and Political Methods of Daniel de Leon, Labor History, Volume 14, Spring, 1973, pp. 163-201, which tends to view the opposition to de Leon's policies as primarily a matter of differences in personality and methodology, and Paul Boole in John M. Laslett and Seymour, Martin Lipset, editors, Failure of a Dream, Essays in the History of American Socialism, New York, 1974, pp. 635-45, which views de Leon's contributions as primarily positive ones. My evaluation of the negative effect of de Leon's influence on the labor movement has been criticized by John Laslett in his Labor and the Left, a study of socialism and radical influences in the American labor movement, 1881-1924, New York, 1970. For my response, see my piece in Laslett and Lipset, Op. Cit. pp. 233-43. Insufficient attention was paid in my discussion of de Leon to his contributions on the Negro question, but this is developed in my work, Black Protest and American Socialism, New York, 1975, Volume 2. Chapter 20. Labor and Early Populism. Come join the alliance, to battle we go. Labor united we'll conquer the foe. 1. So went a farmers' alliance song appealing to organized labor to unite with the farmers against the common enemy, the monopolists. The K. of L. and the Farmers' Alliance. The response from the declining K of L was immediate and enthusiastic. In the local campaigns of 1890, the Farmers' Alliance and the K of L united to launch reform tickets. Labor demands, such as enforcements of laws establishing the 8-hour day, opposition to the use of Pinkertons in labor disputes and to the use of convict labor, were incorporated into the platforms, and labor representatives were nominated for office. 2 Outstanding successes were recorded in Nebraska, Kansas, and Colorado, and in the last named state, the movement boasted that all of the elected officers were members of the K of L. 3. K of L delegates were present at the Convention of Farmer and Labor Representatives, which met at Cincinnati in May, 1891, to launch the People's Party. 56 of the R. 400 delegates represented the order. These delegates exerted some influence in the shaping of the new party's platform. In addition to the traditional demands for free coinage of silver, the Farmers' Alliance movement arose out of the discontent of the farmers over steadily declining prices for farm products, high prices for everything the farmers had to buy in a highly monopolized market, excessive railroad rates, usurious interest rates on loans and mortgages, loss of farms through foreclosures of mortgages, and a rapid increase in farm tenancy. An official estimate in 1891 placed the total membership of the three farmers' alliances, the National Farmers Industrial Union, or Southern Alliance, the National Farmers Alliance, or Northern Alliance, and the Colored Farmers National Alliance and Cooperative Union at 3 million members. 300. Abolition of national banks, and regulation of railroads. The planks included demands for a graduated income tax, direct election of president, vice president and senators, universal suffrage, and an 8-hour day. 4. The platform adopted at Cincinnati by the People's Party was reaffirmed at a convention in St. Louis in February, 1892. nearly two-thirds of the 860 delegates at the St. Louis Convention were representatives of farmers' organizations. Still, 29% of the delegates came from labor organizations, the K of L with 82 delegates, and from the A. F. of L, the International Association of Machinists, the paper hangers. National Union, the International Wireworkers Union, the United Mine Workers, as well as delegates from the central labor bodies of St. Louis and Springfield, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas, and Memphis, Tennessee. 5. Farmer labor unity on the economic front. Simultaneously with the developing unity between farmers and workers on the political front came examples of such unity on the economic front. The November 1, 1890, issue of the National Reformer carried an appeal from the Gambrinus Assembly 7503, K of L, urging all Alliance officers and members to boycott the beer of the Anheuser-Busch and W.M. J. Lemp brewing associations, two brewery firms guilty of denying their workers the right to organize and of blacklisting those who they suspect of having joined a labor organization. 50,000 copies of the Alliance's official organ were specially printed and sent to 22,000 different local farmers' organizations. The secretary of the K of L. Assembly acknowledged that it was largely due to the Farmers' Alliance, prefixed to the platform drawn up at St. Louis was a militant preamble, the work of Ignatius Donnelly, which presented a powerful appeal to the working class. The urban workmen are denied the right of organization for self-protection. Imported pauperized labor beats down their wages. A hireling army, unrecognized by our laws, is established to shoot them down, and they are rapidly degenerating to European conditions. The fruits of the toil of millions are boldly stolen to build up colossal fortunes, unprecedented in the history of the world, while their possessors despise the Republic and endanger liberty. Cleveland Citizen, February 27, 1892. Such unity emerged frequently during the L-88 O's. An outstanding example occurred during the Second Gould Strike in 1886. A K of L striker who had visited the Farmers' Alliance in Fort Worth, Texas, to obtain assistance reported, they fully recognized that the fight of the K of L against Jay Gould was also their fight, and that it was suffering humanity's fight against monopoly oppression. Support was promised by every Alliance member who was spoken to, and our relief committee has begun to receive contributions of money and provisions. Ruth A. Allen, The Great Southwest Strike, Austin, Texas, 1942, pp. 12G-30, OHN Swin. Tons Paper, May 13, 1886. Support of the boycott that the Union had succeeded in reducing the brewer bosses' sale of beer to a great extent, and had forced the breweries to withdraw their blacklists. In Arkansas, a campaign against convict contract labor was initiated in 1891 by the Farmers' Alliance. In Kansas, the Alliance demanded that members should purchase only goods with a Union label. In Indiana, South Dakota, and other states, the Alliances denounced Pinkertonism. In the state of Washington, the Alliance helped the locked-out miners of the Oregon Improvement Company and condemned the use of scab labor and Pinkerton thugs. The National Alliance officially declared its support of a number of important labor boycotts. 6. The spring and summer of 1892 were marked by even more numerous examples of such support for labor's struggles. The Farmers' Alliance in New York endorsed labor's boycott of the Rochester open shop clothing firms. The People's Party in Michigan declared that it endorsed all K of L and A. F. of L labels, and urged the adoption of an 8-hour day in all factories, mines, and shops. 7 In Congress, Thomas E. Watson, populist leader in Georgia, spearheaded a drive to have the Pinkerton Detective Agency investigated and regulated by the federal government. He appealed to labor leaders to support his move by furnishing him with facts about its vicious work, and with this information, Watson was able to force Congress to agree to investigate the Pinkerton Agency. 8. Especially impressive was the action of the populists in support of the Homestead Strikers of 1892. The supporters of the People's Party in Kansas are warm and earnest in their sympathy for the homestead workers, a K of L organizer wrote to Powderly from Eureka, Kansas. The shipment of 2 carloads of flour by the Nebraska Alliance to the strikers received wide publicity and did much to unite the mechanic and agricultural classes. Populist rallies all over the country adopted resolutions extending to organized labor at Homestead our heartfelt sympathy in its present struggle. These pro-labor activities of the populists made a deep impression in working-class circles. Many who had previously argued that labor could gain nothing from the agrarian revolt began now to shift their position. Labor journals which had formerly been indifferent or hostile to the People's Party now declared that the serious revolt of the farmers appeared to bode well for a speedy union of the workers' forces alike in factory and farm, city and village. 9. Events in the spring and summer of 1892 showed that labor support, after the Homestead Strike, the labor leader, organ of the Central Labor Union of Lancaster, changed its tone of hostility towards the People's Party and began to boom the populist movement. Reprinted in Cleveland Citizen, July 23. August 13, October 8, 1892. Of the People's Party was not strictly limited to the declining K of L. Under the leadership of the Cleveland Central Labor Union, People's Party clubs were set up throughout the city by the early summer. Populist clubs were also set up in Toledo, Columbus, and Zanesville, Ohio, and the printers at Cleveland and Akron, usually indifferent to political action, endorsed the People's Party. Following a conference of 81 trade unions at San Francisco in the early summer of 1892, the Populists were able to organize a network of party clubs. Similar clubs were set up by trade unions at Los Angeles and Sacramento. 10. The Northwestern Labor Union, official organ of the Minneapolis Trades Assembly, came out strongly for the People's Party. At Tacoma, Washington, the Trades Council called for complete support for the new party. The Federated Trades Council of San Francisco, the central labor body of the A.F. of L unions, endorsed the People's Party, as did the A.F. of L central labor body of Sacramento. The Denver Central Labor Union also endorsed the new party. The fact that the usually non-political typographical and machinists unions, as well as the miners' organizations, which favored free silver, had taken the lead in booming the People's Party, was considered highly significant. In the spring of 1892, some 300 delegates from farmers and labor organizations met at Lansing and organized a state People's Party for Michigan. In the early summer, in accordance with resolutions adopted by trades and labor unions, K of L. assemblies and the German Arbeiterbund, a conference of 50 labor organizations met at St. Louis and formed a state People's Party. With the inclusion of 8 important labor planks in the platform, the Missouri Federation of Labor officially endorsed the party. 11. The SLP and People's Party. With such encouraging news pouring in from the labor front, the People's Party felt that it could count on fairly widespread labor support in the presidential campaign of 1892. The People's Party's convention at Omaha, Nebraska, on July 2, 1892, had adopted 4 resolutions directed towards gaining labor support, and following the gathering the Populists issued an address warning that labor organized and these resolutions condemned unrestricted immigration and denounced the present ineffective laws against contract labor, expressed sympathy with the efforts of organized labor to shorten the hours of labor and demanded a rigid enforcement of the existing 8-hour law on government, and asked that a penalty clause be added to the said law, characterized the maintenance of a large standing army of mercenaries, known as the Pinkerton system, as a menace to our liberties, and demanded its abolition, and endorsed the boycott imposed upon the clothing manufacturers of Rochester by the K of L. Organized, cannot resist the onslaughts of millions of dollars of capital working for the disintegration of organized labor. The People's Party, the address continued, is in full sympathy with organized labor, hence workers were invited to vote for the populist presidential candidate, James B. Weaver, and to support all other third-party nominees, thereby ensuring to industrial workingmen as well as to agricultural laborers the full fruit of their labor without the necessity of strikes. 12. The appeal left the leaders of the Socialist Labor Party and of the A.F. of L. cold. From the birth of the People's Party, the SLP, dominated by Daniel De Leon, refused to see anything of value to labor in the new movement. De Leon argued that the farmer and the political expression of his discontent, the People's Party, was essentially reactionary. The farmer did not desire any change in the structure of society, even though, like the worker, he was robbed by the capitalist. The farmer's real aim was to maintain his bourgeois position, hence the worker, who had nothing to gain under capitalism, could gain nothing from an alliance with the agrarian reformers. Therefore, De Leon urged all local sections of the SLP to have nothing to do with the middle-class corruption of the Populist Party, justifying the refusal of the SLP to endorse the People's Party. De Leon declared, could the American Socialists, then, win the support of the rest of the American workingmen by supporting the presidential candidate of the People's Party? No. Any other reply would be an insult to the intelligence and honesty of American labor. 13. The issue raised by De Leon was not a simple one. Engels, for example, expressed the opinion at this time that the small farmers, businessmen, and professional people of the United States were incapable by themselves of organizing a third party because they consisted of elements that changed too rapidly, and because they were easy marks for politicians who used their discontent to sell them out to one of the big parties afterwards. Nevertheless, Engels' approach was a far cry from the sectarian position De Leon adopted by labeling the whole populist movement as representing only middle-class corruption. Much closet to Engels' position was that of the socialists who insisted that it was the duty of the radicals to work inside the populist movement in order to shape a program that would be capable of redressing the grievances of the farmers, the workers, and the common people generally. By working with them, the populists, to the extent L. have, a member of the SLP wrote to De Leon from Independence, Kansas, and at the same time preaching the truth as I see it, I have, I think, converted most of the populists who were not already socialists, to the true faith, and lots of my old Democratic friends besides. If I had commenced by denouncing the populist organization, nothing I could ever have said or done would ever have availed to convince the populists here that I was anything but a wolf in the fold, trying to divide them that I might aid the old parties in conquering them. To make the populists of this section true socialists by building on the foundation of socialistic teaching they had already received in the alliance, was to promote the spread of socialism more than I could in any other way. 14. De Leon dismissed these arguments in typically arrogant fashion, accusing the writers of being dupes of the bourgeoisie. To cooperate with a movement that was interested solely in immediate improvements was to endanger the approaching social revolution. Not immediate but safe ultimate victory should be the aim of the social reformer, De Leon editorialized. Nothing short of socialism must be the slogan. 15. In spite of De Leon's injunction, several sections of the SLP began to cooperate with the People's Party. In the main, however, De Leon's stand helped to isolate many militant workers from the natural allies of the working class and to isolate the SLP from the emerging mass movement to fight monopoly. Gomper's position. Although he would probably have shuddered if the fact had been pointed out to him, in reality Gomper's approach both to the farmers' alliance and populist movements was one of deep hostility, rivaling in sectarianism, despite the soundness of some of his arguments, the approach of Daniel de Leon. At the 1890 convention, the A.F. of L adopted a resolution instructing the president to forward the organization's goodwill to the officers of the Farmers' Alliance. Gomper's refused to carry out these instructions, maintaining that the trade unions and the employing farmers, who made up the bulk of the farmers' movement, had nothing in common, and that the Federation should devote itself to aiding the farm laborers to organize, thus building an alliance with the workers on the farms rather than with those who were their employers. Spokesmen for the farm laborers informed Gomper's of efforts to organize unions and of the bitter opposition they had encountered from prominent members of the Farmers' Alliance. The leaders of the Farm Hands Labor Union of Ohio wrote to Gomper's in the summer of 1892. Ever since our first meeting, 2 years ago, we have met with the stubborn and selfish opposition of the wealthy farmers and alliance men throughout the county. We have borne every discouragement that could be heaped upon us. From 1891 to 1893 the SLP took no official position towards the populists. Individual sections were permitted to act as they saw fit. We have no means to push our organization, and after 2 years of persecution we have accomplished nothing. But we still believe we have the last link to organized labor, and our faith has not been diminished in the least, in the belief that we must prohibit, by organization, the supply of farm laborers from taking the places of union men, in the mills, workshops, mines, etc. whenever a strike or lockout occurs. 16. Such letters convinced Gomper's that the opinion I have always held in reference to the Farmers' Alliance and kindred organizations of farmers is more than verified. These men exploited their farm laborers as much, if not worse, than the employers of labor in the industrial centers. They have antagonized every effort on the part of the farm laborers and farmhands to organize a union for their own protection, he wrote to John McBride, president of the United Mine Workers, so much so even that where the Farmers' Alliance exists they hold their meetings in the schoolhouses, and refuse the use of the schoolrooms for the Farm Laborers Union. Whenever it is possible, they discharge and blacklist a man who is known to belong to the union. 17. A number of reports Gomper's received from A.F. of L organizers in key populist states also deeply influenced his stand towards the movement. These emphasized that many populist leaders were endeavoring continually to discourage the trades union movement by pointing to and commenting on its failures and declaring that the strike at the ballot box is the only strike that will succeed. These people seem to think that if a strike succeed, it decreases the necessity of their party, and if one fails it makes it so much more necessary. 18. Gomper's agreed with this criticism. All discussions he had had on the trade union and strike question with our populist friends had convinced him that they simply do not understand and are woefully ignorant upon the underlying principles, tactics and operations of the trade unions. The strikes that are won, the advantages that are gained every hour and minute of the day by the wage workers and which are unnoticed and unheralded, escape the notice of the men who superficially examine into the laws of our present societary system. 19. All of Gomper's detailed criticism of the populist movement, quoted above, were set forth in private correspondence. Its gist was embodied, however, in an article in the North American Review for August, 1892, entitled, Organized Labor in the Campaign. After pointing out that the populist movement was composed of employing farmers without any regard to the interests of the employed farmers of the country districts or the mechanics and laborers of the industrial centers, Gomper's concluded that the People's Party could not be considered as a labor party, or even one in which the wage workers will find their haven. 20. Gomper's article aroused widespread discussion in populist, labor, and general reform circles. Populist papers replied sharply that the People's Party was not a trade union and that even in a strictly labor party there was room for non-working class elements, that the agrarian reformers had already demonstrated their interest in the mechanics and laborers in the industrial centers. By the pro-labor stand they had taken in resolutions, party platforms and concrete action in strikes and boycotts, and at the active stand taken by the Southern populists in behalf of Negro tenant farmers, sharecroppers, and farm laborers proved that the movement was not indifferent to the needs of the employed farmer of the country districts. Some populist papers accused Gompers of raising spurious arguments against labor support of the People's Party in order to prevent the organized workers from taking any action on the political front. 21. Evidently the populist replies to Gompers' article expressed the sentiments of sections of the A.F. of L membership. Several A.F. of L organizers, while agreeing with some of Gompers' criticism of the populist movement, expressed concern that his approach would antagonize local unions affiliated with the A.F. of L who were cooperating with the Populists and Farmers Alliance and thus enable the K of L to win their allegiance. E.H. Cherry, general organizer of the A.F. of L in Michigan, reported in alarm that K of L members in Lansing who were also active in the Farmers Alliance had made effective use of Gompers' article to get the Lansing Trades and Labor Council to return its charter to the Federation. We will try to have the Lansing Council again become attached to the A.F. of L, he assured Gompers. But he was not confident that this would be easy to accomplish as long as Gompers maintained so deeply hostile an attitude towards the People's Party. W. A. Colley, A.F. of L organizer in Kentucky, reporting the serious effects of Gompers' article in his state, urged the A.F. of L president to issue a statement assuring the Federation's membership that, even if you were against the action of the third party, you would not do anything to antagonize their interests. 22. Gompers was forced to admit that his stand on the populist issue did, in their platforms, writes C. Van Woodward, Southern populists denounced lynch law and the convict lease and called for the defense of Negro political rights. Origins of the New South, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 1951, page 250. The contributions of Southern populism to the establishment of unity between the exploited Negro and white masses were especially evident in Georgia, where Congressman Tom Watson, campaigning for the third party, and for his own re-election to Congress, built a remarkable alliance of the Negro people, the white farmers and the urban workmen. See Tom Watson, The Negro Question in the South, Arena, Vol. V. October, 1902, pp. 540-50, c. Van Woodward, Tom Watson, Agrarian Rebel, New York, 1938, pp. 220-30. In later years, however, Watson became a vicious foe of the rights of the Negro people. Not win universal support even in A.F. of L circles. This is not surprising, for though there was agreement with many of the arguments Gompers advanced, there was, at the same time, a strong feeling that his total attitude towards the populist movement was entirely too negative. For one thing, the issue involved was political cooperation with the farmers' movement, not economic alliance. There was nothing inherent in this political cooperation that ruled out A.F. of L activity in the economic organization of farm workers. The populists did not raise as a condition of cooperation that the A.F. of L should abandon its work in helping the farm workers to organize and chartering their unions. Indeed, even though the populists were fully aware that the A.F. of L was engaged in such activity, they were eager for a political alliance with the Federation. 23. There was reason for criticism of the attitude of important elements in the populist movement towards trade union activity in general and strikes in particular. Yet the enthusiastic support by the populists of the Coeur d'Alene, Homestead, and other strikes, and their campaigns against the use of Pinkertons, convict and contract labor in breaking strikes revealed that there was widespread support in the movement for labor's struggles against industrial despotism, and that this was the main reason for the endorsement of populism in local labor circles, including A.F. of L circles. A positive position which would have met with almost unanimous support in labor circles would have been one which, while pointing, as Gompers did, to serious shortcomings in the populist movement from labor's standpoint, would have, at the same time, stressed the need for unity between farmers and workers against their common foe monopoly capitalism, and would have called on labor to work for the adoption of a program that would truly reflect the needs of both classes. Henry Demarest Lloyd, the noted reformer and friend of organized labor, informed Gompers that he had read his article in the North American Review with great interest. He went on, "You put your finger on the same weak point in the People's Party movement that I have often commented upon. I was deeply offended by the failure of the St. Louis and Omaha conventions to say a word of any value for the workingmen's movement, nothing in favor of trades unions or the 8-hour day. T. Lloyd then proceeded to advance a position that went beyond Gompers' negative criticism of the populist movement, emphasizing that in September 1892, the A.F. of L chartered the Farm Laborers Protective Union of Bel Air, Ohio. T. Lloyd must have been aware that the Omaha platform did advocate enforcement of existing 8-hour laws. What he probably was referring to was the failure to speak out for the 8-hour day in all industries. Was the duty of organized workers, who, today are far ahead of the farmers in their comprehension of our social and economic drift, to assume a leading role in the movement and guide it in the direction that it should move against monopoly capital. It is of the highest importance to the workingmen that the farmers should be made their allies, and of equal importance to the farmers. It is precisely the same pressure which the farmers feel in low prices for produce and high prices for tools, etc. that makes the laborers' wages low and living poor. Every great social change has been led by the artisans, but has been also fed by the farmers. 24. Election results. The total results of the election must have startled both old parties. Though Cleveland was elected, W. Carver polled over 1 million votes and received 22 electoral votes. It was the first third party to break into the Electoral College since the Civil War. In addition, the People's Party sent 10 representatives and 5 senators to Congress. 25. It is clear that the new party had made a profound impression upon the voters. A breakdown of the election returns reveals that the Populist Party had its greatest support in western rural communities. But it also discloses that working people in the cities of the West were voting populist. A study of the votes by counties in Kansas, Iowa, and Colorado reveals that the city communities furnished a considerable share of the populist vote, and in Minnesota the votes by counties proved that the cities were going populist at almost the same ratio as the farming districts. 28. Nevertheless, only a sprinkling of votes were cast for populist candidates east of the Mississippi River, where labor's strength was concentrated. In 5 states of the East, the populists polled slightly over 20,000 votes, while the SLP in these states polled 21,000 votes and the Prohibition Party polled over 83,000 votes. In the urban centers of Illinois, the populist vote was less than half of 1% of the total. In New York only some 16,000 votes were polled, and in Pennsylvania only 8. In the entire city of Pittsburgh only 578 votes were cast for Weaver. Undoubtedly, the Democratic Party's attack on Frick and the Carnegie Steel Company and its support of the Homestead strikers cut seriously into the populist vote in Pennsylvania. In general, there is little doubt but that the intensive Democratic campaign to win the labor vote cut into the populist vote in the eastern urban areas. 27. Nevertheless, the total vote cast for the populists impressed labor leaders, and it is significant that Gompers sought to gain credit for the labor movement for the results achieved by the third party. Writing to the newly elected populist governor of Kansas, Lorenzo D. Llewellyn, Gompers boldly asserted, throughout the country wherever a fair opportunity was presented, the trade unionists were a part of and cooperated with the People's Party. I have no doubt that the gratifying results attained in the recent elections were largely attributed to them. 28. Farmer-labor unity after the election. Within a month after the election, the A.F. of L convention met at Philadelphia. The aging John Swinton, addressing the delegates, received an ovation when he declared, "It is time for the struggling work people of the eastern cities to link arms with the advancing farmers of the resurgent West." 29. As its contribution to the movement for unity, the convention adopted 2 of the planks in the populist platform: the initiative and referendum and government ownership of the telegraph and telephone systems, and instructed the Executive Council to use their best endeavors to carry on a vigorous campaign of education, in order to widen the scope of usefulness of the trade union in the direction of political action. 30. Reports of the proceedings at Philadelphia were featured and hailed in populist journals, and produced an enthusiastic response from the leaders of the farmers' movement. Noting, with much interest and pleasure, the proceedings of your late meeting in Philadelphia, Ben Terrell, national lecturer for the Farmers Alliance and an editor of the National Economist, wrote to Gompers, "I am more convinced than ever from the way in which things are shaping themselves, that there is a great need that the farmers and laborers of the country should be a unit upon such political demands as we may see proper to make upon the country." 31. James B. Weaver, the populist presidential candidate, visited the A.F. of L national headquarters upon his return from a gathering of People's Party representatives from 20 states held in December 1892, and informed Gompers that the delegates had voted to organize a subsidiary industrial legion which would concentrate on building closer cooperation with the trade unions, including the craft unionists. He spent 2 days discussing with Gompers a number of matters in connection with the labor movement and the People's Party. Gompers felt that much had been accomplished during the discussions. He had conveyed to Weaver the feeling of many labor leaders that the populists were not sufficiently sympathetic to trade union activities, such as strikes, and were not sufficiently supporting labor's key demands. He had obtained from Weaver the assurance that the populists would support the A.F. of L in its organizational campaigns. He fully concurred, Gompers wrote jubilantly, with my view of organization for less hours being essential for every reform movement to uplift the toiling masses. 32. Chapter 21. The Rise of Labor Populism. I believe that the present industrial depression will have the effect of turning the thoughts of the workingmen of America toward independent political action, Gompers predicted in a press interview shortly after the outbreak of the economic crisis. 1. It was an accurate prediction. Local branches of the Industrial Legion appeared everywhere. Individual unions endorsed political action by the hundreds. At mass rallies of the unemployed in Chicago, New York, Cleveland, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, great emphasis was placed on the need for political action. As the Western laborer noted in September 1893, by laying off some men and curtailing the time of some others, the employers are setting labor unions an example worthy of emulation. Now let the laboring men unite at the polls and lay off a few capitalists. 2. Farmer labor unity. As the sentiment for political action began to mature in labor circles, the populists intensified their efforts to convince the workers that it was through the People's Party that this sentiment could best be expressed. The farmers' organizations hailed the news that the delegates to the 1893 A.F.L. convention had approved by an overwhelming vote the famous political program, which endorsed the principle of independent political action. In a letter to Gompers, the Farmers' Alliance in Nebraska urged the Federation to supplement the convention's decision by joining hands with the farmers in furthering the populist cause. That it is a matter of great pleasure to us, and we accept it as a sign of encouragement that the American Federation of Labor have resolved with such unanimity and enthusiasm to carry the matter of capital, see above, pp. 287-89. 3. And labor to the ballot box, and we openly declare, as we have always declared, that the farmer and mechanic and wage laborer have one and the same cause, one interest. 3. Whatever form the discontent the workers assumed during the difficult crisis year, the populists were quick to lend it their support. They characterized the enforced idleness upon several millions of working men throughout our land as the direct and inevitable consequences of legislation in favor of monopolies. They supported the demands of the unemployed for relief in public works. They denounced the disruption of unemployed demonstrations by the police, and they condemned the unlawful practice of our officers of arresting working men whose only crime is poverty. 4. It was the populist senators who introduced Coxey's bill into Congress and advocated its passage, who protested most vehemently the arrests of the Coxeyites for stepping on the grass while at Washington, and introduced resolutions in Congress to that effect. 5. It was the populist governor of Colorado, David H. Waite, who aided the miners at Cripple Creek win their strike for the 8-hour day in the spring of 1894, and won the distinction among workers of being the only governor in the United States who had ever called out the soldiers to protect the workers. 6. It was the populist governor of Kansas, Lorenzo D. Llewellyn, who won the title, Champion of Labor, when he demanded during the Pullman strike that the railroad companies remove 60 strikebreakers from the state and send them back to their homes in Philadelphia. It was the populist senators who voted against the resolution in the Senate commending President Cleveland for his action in using federal troops to smash the strike. In every state, the populists endorsed the strike, denounced the railroad magnates as anarchists and nihilists, and gave material aid to the strikers. 7. Even the leaders of the A.F.L.'s Farm Laborers Protective Union reported that a remarkable change had taken place in the attitude of the farmers' movement towards the organization of farm workers, a change from hostility to support. Our enemies a year ago, Alonzo Krauss, president of the union, wrote to Gompers in September 1894, are now among the warmest supporters and advocates of the rights of labor. 8. In the years 1891 and 1892, many in the labor movement were still skeptical of the value of joining the populists. But, as one student of the period has pointed out, after the panic descended and the Pullman strike came to pass with its injunction, U.S. troops, and the imprisonment of strike leaders, labor changed its mind and joined the populists. 9. It was the R.R. Company and the Republican Party on one side and the Populist Party and organized labor on the other, was the way an AFL organizer summed up the strike in Kansas. M.C. Wayland to Gompers, Argentine. Kansas, October 12, 1894, APL Corps. Free silver. In at least one other important respect, the crisis of 1893 had the effect of bringing labor closer to the farmers' movement. Before the panic, workers, apart from those directly engaged in the silver mining industry, had not been greatly interested in the currency reform aspect of the agrarian revolt. 10 To be sure, as early as 1890 the KFL had gone on record in favor of free coinage of silver, and between 1890 and 1893, a number of state and city central labor organizations had done likewise. 11 But, in the main, it was not until the panic descended that the issue aroused much comment in labor circles. On September 2, 1893, a few weeks after the crisis began, the Boston labor leader predicted that the silver issue is liable to do what has not before been accomplished: weld together the farmers of the West and the mechanics of the East. The way out of the crisis and mass unemployment was through the free coinage of silver, declared the free silver advocates. Free silver, Ignatius Donnelly cried, means work for thousands who now tramp the streets, not knowing where the next meal is coming from. It means food and clothes for the thousands of ill-clad women and children. It means the reopening of closed factories, the relighting of fires in darkened furnaces. 12. Searching desperately for a solution to the pressing problem of unemployment, a large section of the working class fell prey to this propaganda. Mass meetings of the unemployed echoed the "free silver" cry, and resolutions were adopted asserting that through the free coinage of silver, the industries of the nation would be brought into immediate activity. 13. Just how many workers understood the long-winded economic analysis of the currency reformers that began to appear in many of the labor newspapers after the panic, it is difficult to determine. Very likely the bulk of the working men did not concern themselves with the intricacies of the problem. The only thing that appeared to matter was that here, these workers were not insignificant, however, for silver mining was one of the most important industries in the United States. 5. Between 35,000–40,000 men worked in the mines and at least twice this number were dependent on them, for example, the laborers in the reduction works. Philip F. Buckner, Silver, Mining Interests in Silver Politics, 1876–1896, unpublished M.A. thesis, Columbia University, 1954. Page 16. The Cleveland Citizen, one of the staunchest supporters of free silver among the labor papers, admitted as much. Don't understand this money question, as often heard nowadays. Most men, knowing that hundreds of thousands of columns have been written on the subject, can hardly be blamed for showing a lack of interest in the subject, which is dry at best. September 2, 1893. Seemed to be a plan which offered a speedy solution to the ills of a society in the throes of a depression. Nor did these workers appear to be impressed by the argument that inflation would only bring higher prices for the goods they purchased. Union spokesmen hammered at the theme that the slide in farm income was hurting city workers as well as the farmers. They gave the names and locations of companies which had laid off thousands of workers as a result of the farmers' widespread inability to buy farm equipment and other goods. Free silver, by increasing the farmers' purchasing power, would restore work to thousands of the unemployed. In short, jobs were more important to the workers than high prices for the goods they purchased, and since the Free Silver Crusaders offered a simple program to assure full employment, it is hardly surprising that so many half-starved, unemployed workers should have joined their crusade. 14. The socialists decried the entire stress placed upon the silver issue. They pointed out that, whenever the currency is debased, prices rise, but the workers' wages do not rise in proportion to the amounts they have to pay for rent, food, clothing. 15. They argued that since free silver did not strike at the system of capitalist exploitation and could not end the control of the economy by the capitalist class, it was of little use to the workers. In fact, by fostering illusions that it would solve labor's problems, it was a real menace to the best interests of the working class. In an election manifesto to the toiling masses of America, the Socialist Labor Party warned the workers to beware of the free silver panacea, through which aspirant capitalists, bankrupt speculators, indebted skinners of labor, and designing politicians would rise upon your shoulders to wealth and power, leaving you forever in wage slavery. 1e. But these appeals to logic availed little in producing any change in the general attitude among workers, organized and unorganized, favoring free silver. The majority of organized labor enthusiastically supported the free coinage of silver. Delegates from the K of L, the A. F. of L, and the Railroad Brotherhoods attended the convention in Chicago in August, 1893, sponsored by the American Bimetallic League, and voted in favor of free coinage of silver. In 1894, a circular entitled, Demands of Organized Labor for the Free Coinage of Silver and the Restoration of the Money of the Constitution, was signed by the heads of the A. F. of L, the K of L, the Carpenters and Joiners Union, the United Mine Workers, the Railroad Brotherhoods, the National Farmers Alliance and Industrial Union, and the Farmers Mutual Benefit Association. The circular called upon the members of organized labor and all other producers and toilers throughout the United States to adopt a resolution demanding that Congress immediately restore the free and unlimited coinage of silver at the present ratio of 16:1. 17. It is difficult to evaluate to what extent these leaders reflected the sentiments of the rank and file of their organizations. But the circular certainly demonstrated that on the issue of free silver, the leaders of the farmers' movement and the leaders of the labor movement were seeing eye to eye. Labor populism in Illinois. In September 1893, the Wisconsin Labor Congress endorsed independent political action in the platform of the People's Party. As the Depression deepened and neither of the major parties did anything to relieve the suffering of the people, this trend became nationwide. Many labor leaders cast in their lot with the populists, and, speaking of the K of L, one organizer noted that, "They are nearly all populists." 18. By the summer of 1894, this characterization could be applied to nearly all of American labor. As one student of the People's Party writes, everything pointed to the almost universal conversion of labor to populism. 19. The consummation of a labor-populist alliance in Illinois, the leading industrial and farming state in the Northwest, was the outstanding event in this emerging coalition of farmers and urban workers. Nowhere was the influence of organized labor in the alliance as clearly seen as in Illinois. Willis J. Abbott, a contemporary observer, pointed out, in all essentials the movement was a labor movement, having its first inception in a labor union, supported throughout by the effort of organized labor and drawing its principal support at the polls from the manual working class. 20. The developments in Illinois were not unexpected. Here was a powerful organized labor movement, coordinated through the State Federation of Labor, that could be expected to exercise considerable influence in the political campaign. In Chicago, alone, the voting strength of labor was estimated at 235,000. Here, too, one of the after-effects of the Pullman strike was a new militancy in the unions and labor organizations, including those affiliated with the A.F. of L, were thoroughly embittered by the Republican and Democratic parties, and were ready for a real labor-populist alliance. In Illinois, moreover, were a group of professional men, long sympathetic to both labor and the farmers, who understood that an effective labor-populist alliance would build the foundation for a truly progressive national third-party movement. Clarence Darrow, Lyman Trumbull, and other prominent men were included in this group, but the most important was Henry Demarest Lloyd, the prominent publicist, champion and spokesman for organized labor, and author of an important work, Wealth Against Commonwealth, a 6-page carefully documented attack on the trusts, especially the Standard Oil Company. 21. Lloyd had followed the rise of the People's Party with great interest, and had made a careful study of its composition and platform. In 1892, it will be recalled, he had agreed with Gompers and other labor leaders who had criticized the farmers' movement for its hostile attitude towards the organization of farm laborers and its lack of sympathy for trade union activities. Nevertheless, he had urged organized labor to build an alliance with the People's Party, and by working inside the movement, to influence its policies in a radical direction. After the election of 1892, Lloyd continued to advance this program, emphasizing the importance of building an alliance between labor and the poorer farmers, and, in that way the more conservative farmers would in time be won over to us. 22. Lloyd also felt that the socialists should enter the populist movement and work towards building a labor-populist alliance that would be based on the city workers and the poorer farmers. His plan was to make the trade unions and the socialists a decisive influence in the labor-populist alliance, and beginning on a local and statewide basis, gradually build the alliance into a nationwide movement. In this movement there would be no room for red baiting, for Lloyd had learned from the history of the independent political parties of the 80s that this resulted in tragedy for the progressive forces and only benefited the major parties representing the capitalist class. Thus Lloyd wrote, to shut them, the socialists, out would be to repeat the blunder Henry George made at the state convention in Syracuse some years ago. They were willing to cooperate with him, but to save himself from the odium of socialistic affiliations he excluded them from the convention, and he has never been heard of since as a political force. If we begin to read each other out of the ranks for difference of opinion, we are lost. 23. In the late spring and early summer of 1894, steps were taken in Illinois to achieve the type of labor-populist alliance Lloyd envisaged. On May 28, the Populists met at Springfield together with representatives of the K.F.L., the Illinois State Federation of Labor, the Socialist Labor Party, various local trade assemblies, and general reform groups. The conference adopted a platform urging a union of urban industrialists and agriculturists in one harmonious political party. Such a union was recommended to the Populist State Convention to be held on the following day, and to this gathering the conference recommended the favorable consideration of the A.F. of L's political program. 24. A bitter conflict arose at the Populist State Convention which was to rock the emerging labor-populist alliance for months to come. The Socialists in Chicago, under the leadership of Thomas J. Morgan, had ignored the official stand of the SLP, and had accepted the invitation, see above, pp. 148-53. To attend the Populist gathering at Springfield, apart from the fact that Morgan was critical of De Leon's intransigent, sectarian approach to the farmers' movement, a decisive factor in his determination to lead his followers into an alliance with the Populists was his conviction that the People's Party was an important avenue through which to agitate for plank 10 inches of the A.F. of L's political program which, it will be recalled, demanded the collective ownership by the people of all means of production and distribution. Since agitation for plank 10, in Morgan's eyes, was essential to the propagation of socialism, he regarded it as the heart and soul of any movement for independent political action. 25. In taking this stand, however, this highly respected Midwest labor and socialist leader did not seem to understand that important elements in the emerging labor-populist alliance were not yet prepared to endorse and commit themselves to socialism, and that to insist that they should do so was to endanger the prospects of realizing such an alliance. Indeed, rather than endorse plank 10, the more conservative populists in Illinois, led by Herman E. Taubeneck, chairman of the National Committee of the People's Party, and the conservative labor forces, led by the corrupt, racketeering William C. Pomeroy, were prepared to oust the socialists from a labor-populist alliance. At the Populist State Convention, Taubeneck told Morgan bluntly when the latter carried the fight for plank 10 inches to the convention floor after it had been struck out of the program by the Resolutions Committee. If this is what you came to the People's Party for, we don't want you. Go back from where you came with your socialism. 28. The convention defeated plank 10 by a vote of 76 to 16. But it did adopt every other demand proposed by the labor delegates, placing special emphasis upon the demand for the adoption of a state constitutional amendment for the abolition of payment in truck and enforcement of weekly pay, a demand extremely important to organized labor. But Morgan does not seem to have been impressed by this action. The fact, at its national convention in July 1893, the SLP, for the first time, took an official stand on the question of the relation of the socialists to the populist movement. Under de Leon's prodding, it attacked the People's Party as one based on a hybrid and transitory class, doomed to dispossession, and charged that the farmers and small traders were appealing to the wage workers in order to prevent their falling into the ranks of the proletariat. A resolution was adopted which asserted that the wage working class cannot possibly support this movement, and a clause was added to the party's constitution which stated, "No section shall enter into any compromise with any other political party." The People, July 24, 1893. The National Executive Committee, having but very limited power, could not do much to enforce the constitutional provision. It did suspend the weak sections in Cleveland and Toledo for having violated the provision by working actively with the populists, but when the powerful sections in Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Louis did the same, it could do nothing. That the Populist Convention had rejected plank 10 inches was enough to convince him that it was a failure. 27. Early in July, a conference was held at Springfield under the auspices of the Illinois State Federation of Labor to consider the A.F. of L. political program and to discuss measures necessary for independent political action. The repeated deception of the laboring people by the Republican and Democratic parties emphasizes the necessity for independent political action on the part of the producers, the Federation declared in calling the conference. 28. The conference was practically disrupted by the conflict over plank 10, although the platform submitted to the delegates by A.L. Maxwell, the populist leader, was the product of an earnest effort to conclude a working agreement between the different schools of radical thought represented at the conference, and included, in order to placate the socialists, planks advocating government ownership of mines and municipal ownership of public utilities. It did not endorse plank 10. Every other proposal of the A.F. of L's 10-point political program was endorsed. Morgan, however, refused to be placated, and insisted, in a minority report, upon the inclusion of plank 10. A bitter debate ensued which resulted in twice adjourning the conference, and, finally, on a roll call, in a defeat of Morgan's minority report by the vote of 59 to 49. Just when it seemed that the socialists would bolt the gathering and the conference be disrupted, Henry D. Lloyd, in an hour-long speech, introduced a compromise program. It recommended independent political action by the organizations represented at the conference, urged their officials to take immediate steps to hold a national convention, to perfect plans for such political action, and to establish a political party espousing the principles of labor populism. Pending the organization of such a party, the representatives at the conference and the members of the organizations should vote at the forthcoming election for those candidates of the People's Party who will pledge themselves to the principles of the collective ownership by the people of all such means of production and distribution as the people elect to operate for the Commonwealth. Lloyd's resolutions were added to the majority report, and after their adoption the conference adjourned on a harmonious note. 29. A labor-populist alliance had now at last been consummated in a key industrial and farming state. Although it had not been easily achieved, the alliance was a tremendous step forward for the people's movement. It was based, moreover, on a platform far in advance of anything thus far achieved in the rise of populism. The Springfield Conference had endorsed 9 of the 10 planks of the political program of British Labour and of the A.F. of L. 1893 Convention. It was pledged to nationalization. The mines. Municipal ownership of street railways, gas, and electric, jailants. Employers' liability for occupational injuries and diseases. Abolition of the sweating system. Sanitary inspection of mines, factories, and homes. Compulsory education, a legal 8-hour day, and confiscatory taxation of speculative landholdings. Furthermore, the conference had adopted a modified version of Plank 10, which endorsed the extension of collective ownership of the means of production and distribution as far as the voting public should approve. While there was considerable difference between the populists and the socialists as to whether the People's Party in Illinois was now committed to socialism, there was complete agreement among all groups that the Springfield Conference had adopted a program that went far beyond the Omaha Platform of 1892. The Springfield Platform was endorsed at a great ratification meeting in Chicago on July 12, 1894, attended by 2,500 A.F. of L, ARU, K of L, socialist, single tax and populist delegates. The gathering also renounced allegiance to old parties, and, declaring itself for independent political action, pledged itself to make a straight fight under the banner of the People's Party. Lo. Despite frantic efforts of corrupt labor leaders and Democratic politicians who feared the loss of the labor vote to disrupt it, the Labor Populist Alliance in Illinois pushed ahead to nominate a county ticket. On August 25, 1894, a convention was held at Chicago's Ulrich Hall, which was attended by 313 delegates, the vast majority of whom were representatives of organized labor. The Springfield platform, including Plank RN, was endorsed, and, apart from 3 important offices, the nominations of the county ticket went entirely to labor representatives. Lewis W. Rogers, leader of the American Railway Union, was made county chairman. The objective of the Labor Populist Alliance, Rogers declared, was to turn upside down our whole industrial system, and the ticket nominated by the convention was pledged to accomplish this objective. Rogers, one of the ARU leaders imprisoned during the Pullman strike, was nominated for Congress in Chicago's 6th District on the People's Party ticket under the slogan, "From Prison to Congress." 31. Labor populism spreads. Illinois paved the way for labor populist alliances in other parts of the country. The state federations of labor of New York, Ohio, Indiana, many populists argued that the clause in Lloyd's Compromise, as the people elect to operate for the Commonwealth, meant a popular mandate attained through the initiative and referendum. The socialists denied this and claimed the Compromise platform committed the party to socialism. Minnesota, Massachusetts, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Montana, Texas, and California-sponsored conferences attended by trade union and populist delegates at which many of the principles of the Springfield platform were endorsed, including, in the case of Wisconsin and New York, Plank 10. The conferences issued declarations of support of the People's Party that were ratified, in turn, by the sponsoring federations of labor. 32. City central labor bodies followed the lead of the state federations of labor and combined with the People's Party in Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Tiffin, Ohio, New Haven and Bridgeport, Connecticut, Jersey City, New Jersey, Saginaw, Michigan, New York City, Springfield and North Adams, Massachusetts, Omaha, Nebraska, St. Louis and Kansas City, Missouri, Dallas, Texas, Alameda, California, and Butte, Montana. 33. Little wonder that William V. Allen, a populist senator, declared jubilantly, "I think I might say that we can reckon upon the organized workingmen." 34. Gompers opposes labor populism. The spread of the Labor Populist Alliance caused discussion of establishing it firmly on a nationwide basis. 35. Late in July, Henry D. Lloyd made an attempt to get Samuel Gompers to take the initiative in extending the Labor Populist Alliance to the entire nation. In telegrams and letters, Lloyd urged Gompers to call upon the populist governors to join with him in convoking a national delegate convention which should unite trade unionists, socialists, single taxers, and populists in a common front in the autumn state and congressional elections. "You have in your place at the head of the workingmen the key to the future," the Midwestern reformer pleaded. 36. Governor Wade of Colorado and Lawrence Gronlund, Danish-born socialist writer and editor, endorsed Lloyd's appeal and pleaded with Gompers to give it serious consideration. The Labor Populist Alliance, Gronlund wrote, held out the only hope for a progressive America, for only in a union of wage workers and farmers can there be success, and there never was so good an opportunity as now. 37. Gompers did not even bother to answer the appeals. Nothing was further from Gompers' plans than to sponsor a convention to advance the alliance between organized labor and populism. If anything, Gompers was determined to restrict and end this developing alliance which, as he saw it, was completely subordinating the trade unions to party politics. Letters from A.F. of L organizers during the spring and summer of 1894 strengthened Gompers' determination to do nothing to advance labor populism, for they emphasized that many unions were so preoccupied with building the Labor Populist Alliance that they had abandoned all other activities. Criticizing the Central Labor Union of Indianapolis, an A.F. of L body that was working closely with the populists, the organizer in the area wrote to Gompers, "For months the officers have neglected real labor interests to work for the Populist Party. The result is that unions which might have been saved have been permitted to droop and die without one effort on the part of the CLU to succor them." 38. There is no question that disheartened by lost strikes, not a few trade unionists falling prey to the arguments of some of the populist leaders who, somewhat like the Lassallean socialists, emphasized that the strike was a useless weapon and urged that organized labor should abandon the economic struggles in favor of political action as the sole solution of the problems of the working class. The Railway Times, official organ of the American Railway Union, reflected this tendency when, in urging labor to turn to independent political action and unite with the populists, it argued that 19 out of 20 strikes fail, that the Pullman struggle had clearly demonstrated that the strike cannot protect labor from the robbing corporations, now solidly united, and that the ballot pointed the only way out for the workers. 39. Gompers was correct in being concerned over the fact that there was a tendency among trade unionists who were active in building the Labor-Populist alliance to practically dissolve their unions as working-class organizations in the economic field. At the same time, he refused to see that independent political action and the economic struggles were inseparable parts of the fight against the employers. The only good Gompers saw in the Labor-Populist alliance was that it would convince the trade unionists, through first-hand experience, that they had nothing to gain and everything to lose by becoming involved in the bitter rivalries of different factions associated with independent political action. In this way, he prophesied, the emergence of labor populism would prove not an unmixed evil, since the disillusioned trade unionists would come to the A.F. of L. Denver Convention in December, determined, on the basis of their own experience, to save the general movement from further involvement in independent political action. 40. Election of 1894. On September 24, 1894, Gompers circularized the entire A.F. of L in an effort to obtain a list of all Union men who had been nominated for public office in the autumn state and congressional elections, the union of which they were members, and the party which had nominated them. 41 letters in response to the circulars came from A.F. of L officials all over the country. Heretofore unpublished, they throw considerable light on the cordial relations between the trade unions and the populists, as well as on the extent to which Gompers' opposition to independent political action was ignored by trade unionists affiliated with the A.F. of L.T. The following are typical. In answer to your letter of inquiry in regard to candidates on the several tickets affiliated with labor unions, wrote an A.F. of L official in Kansas, I find them all on one ticket, namely the populist. This alone should be conclusive evidence as to the standing of the two old parties in this state and county. The People's Party ticket for the state of Ohio is composed of Union Men and Farmers Alliance. An A.F. of L organizer in the state reported. The laboring men predominate in the People's Party here, wrote the secretary of the San Diego, California, Federated Trades and Labor Council, and we have very good prospect of electing 4 or 5 of the principal officers on our ticket. The secretary of the Sacramento Federated Trades Council, listing 4 trade unionists nominated for office, added, these candidates are all good union men, and are all running on the People's Party ticket. We are working hard here, for the success of the People's Party. An A.F. of L official wrote from Belleville, Illinois. The old parties don't know what to think. They cannot draw voters to their meetings, with music and free beer, they're badly demoralized. If we don't defeat them in our national strike on November 6th, election day, we will have the satisfaction of knowing that we had them awfully frightened. 42. So the story went as the reports poured in from the A.F. of L officials. Even before all the reports were in, the American Federationist published a partial list of 300 Union men who had been nominated for public office, and concluded that even this incomplete list was sufficient indication that the trade unionists are actively participating in the political campaign in their own interests. Although the journal failed to indicate the parties which had nominated the unionists, the correspondence on which the list was based reveals that the vast majority ran on the People's Party ticket. When to this is added the number of candidates nominated by the People's Party who, though not members of trade, of the hundreds of letters received by Gompers in answer to his circular, only one was critical of the People's Party. This came from William P. Daniels, Grand Secretary and Treasurer of the Order of Railway Conductors, who had been nominated for Congress by the Democratic Party in Iowa. W. P. Daniels to Gompers, September 28, 1894, AFL Corps. See also Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Evening Gazette. August 28, Sept. L. 1894. T. Most certainly, the correspondence should cause one to question Professor Hicks' conclusion that the labor movement, especially the A.F. of L., had nothing to do with the populists in the 1894 campaign. John D. Hicks, The Populist Revolt, Minneapolis, 1931, page 35. Unions were recognized as champions of their cause. 43. It is clear that a nationwide labor-populist alliance was beginning to emerge. The People's Party campaign in the hard-fought elections of 1894 was waged intensely in working-class districts. Debs and Ignatius Donnelly, symbolizing the unity of workers and farmers, spoke on the same platforms to packed meetings in a swing around industrial areas. Candidates nominated on the third-party tickets spoke to workers at mass meetings, and many labor bodies welcomed them to their sessions. Leaflets and circulars addressed to the workers emphasized, the People's Party is the great coming party of the United States. Its platform represents the various political demands advocated by labor organizations. The People's Party has in many parts of the country nominated candidates selected only from the ranks of labor, and surely such a party deserves your confidence and support. Handbills reminded the organized workers that the time to strike is the present, and the place to strike is the ballot box. 44. The third party's campaign in Illinois' Cook County was correctly characterized by Willis J. Abbott as a model for all independent movements. People's Party clubs, industrial legions, and an active women's auxiliary were established in Chicago's wards and precincts. Thousands upon thousands of leaflets containing the platform and ticket were distributed, as was a pamphlet drawn up by Thomas J. Morgan, describing the history of independent political action of British labor. Apart from contributions from a few wealthy people, most notably Henry D. Lloyd, the funds for these and other campaign activities came from working men, the clerks and small businessmen, 45. A.F. of L. Trade unionists, socialists and single taxers worked wholeheartedly for the labor populist cause, each ignoring the warnings of their top leaders, Gompers, De Leon, and George, to remain aloof from the third party movement. 46. Henry D. Lloyd, Lyman Trumbull, Clarence Darrow, Thomas J. Morgan, Eugene V. Debs, Ignatius Donnelly, Governor Wade of Colorado, Father McGlynn, Thomas I. Kidd, leader of the Woodworkers Union, and other prominent trade union representatives of the A.F. of L. were among the brilliant array of speakers for the populist cause in Illinois. They addressed monster mass meetings in Chicago's Central Music Hall, and so great were the throngs that frequently overflow rallies were held. 473,000 supporters of labor populism packed the hall on October 6, 1894, and listened attentively as Lloyd analyzed the evils of concentrated wealth and predicted that the Labor Populist Alliance of workers, farmers, socialists and reform groups would provide the forces to batter down the inner citadel of monopoly, and Plank 10 is the battering ram which will bring down its walls. 48. While the most conservative sections of organized labor in Chicago regarded Lloyd's emphasis upon Plank 10 as much too radical, the viewpoint of the majority of the workers was expressed by Thomas I. Kidd when he endorsed Lloyd's address as embodying the hopes and aspirations of organized labor in America, adding, "We are not afraid nor ashamed to advance principles which must eventually bring about industrial emancipation to the masses." 49. Election results. The election results were a bitter disappointment to those who had looked forward to a sizable representation of labor populists in Congress and the state legislatures. Despite the most strenuous efforts, only 6 of the trade unionists nominated for office were elected, all on the People's Party ticket. James Brettel, A.F. of L. 3rd Vice President and People's Party candidate for Congress from Ohio, wrote bitterly to Gompers, "I presume it is not necessary for me to tell you that I've got left in the late election. The people are not yet ready for workingmen as members of Congress to make laws for workingmen. They do not understand their needs like the lawyers, bankers and millionaires." 50. The disillusioned trade union candidate failed to understand that it was not a simple matter for the third party, with an empty treasury, to defeat the major parties with their experienced, well-financed machines. It is significant that many of the A.F. of L officials who had replied to Gompers' circular of September 24 had cautioned against over-optimism, pointing out that the labor populist candidates were, to a very large extent, handicapped for want of funds to make an aggressive campaign. 51. There were other factors that were responsible for keeping the labor populist vote from rising to the strength anticipated by its followers. Throughout the campaign, the conservative press worked sedulously to precipitate a split between the trade unionists and the socialists in the third party. Special emphasis was placed upon turning the Catholic workers against the independent movement by exaggerating the role played by the atheistic socialists in the campaign. Some labor leaders were weaned away from the Labor Populist Alliance in the closing weeks of the campaign by promises from the major parties of appointive offices in government and of special favors to their unions. In response to the rise of the Labor Populist Alliance, the Democrats in a number of states adopted a fairly progressive position in the campaign. Wherever the Labor Populist Alliance was consummated, the Democrats embodied some of the third party's demands in their platforms. The Illinois Democrats, for example, adopted a militant antitrust stand and advocated municipal ownership of electric light plants. This, in addition to the progressive administration of Democratic Governor John P. Altgeld, distinguished by unprecedented legislation and actions friendly to labor, made it difficult to draw the bulk of the labor vote from the Democratic Party. 52. The Republicans also staged an aggressive campaign in 1894, placing great stress on the protective tariff as the solution for the hard times. This propaganda won over sections of the working class. 53. Notwithstanding these numerous obstacles, the Labor Populist Alliance made a very creditable showing in the elections. The returns revealed that in the urban areas a considerable increase had occurred in the People's Party vote over that of 1892. The vote in Illinois' Cook County increased from 2,000 to between 34,000 and 40,000, and it was widely conceded that the returns were falsified and that at least 25% of the Labor Populist vote was not recorded. Outside of Cook County, there was also evidence of strong labor support for the People's Party in Illinois. In Bureau County, 700 of the 973 votes cast came from the mining region of Spring Valley, scene of a recent strike in which 2 miners had been shot by U.S. troops. In Will County, most of the fairly large populist vote was credited to the railroad men of Joliet. The railroad workers were also responsible for the large vote of the third party in Peoria and Rock Island counties. 54. Coxey, Labor populist candidate for Congress in Ohio, pulled 24% of the votes cast in his district, mainly industrial in composition, and received more than 5 times as many votes as the populist candidate 2 years before. In the entire state, the populist vote increased from 15,000 in 1892 to approximately 50,000 in 1894. The vote of 1,286 cast in Milwaukee for the third party in 1892 was now 9,479, and in the state the vote was almost quadrupled, reaching a total of 45,000. In Minnesota the vote was increased 167% to reach 80,000, with St. Paul and Minneapolis, the industrial centers, polling 25,000 more than Weaver had polled in the entire state in 1892. Pennsylvania's populist vote was doubled, from 8,000 to 16,000, with the city of Pittsburgh increasing its vote from 578 in 1892 to 3,000. The populist vote in New York rose from 16,000 to 30,000. In Texas, where the State Federation of Labor, the Federated Trades, and the Farmers Alliance had amalgamated, the labor populists selected the peak number of representatives to the legislature, having 22 successful candidates. California saw a great increase in the third party's vote, especially in the industrial sections of the state. The People's Party have elected the mayor of San Francisco, the Coast. Seaman's Journal reported joyfully on November 14, 1894, and the victorious candidate was quoted as attributing his victory mainly to organized labor support for the third party. 55. Nationally, the populist vote in 1894 was 1,471,590, an increase of close to 500,000 votes over 1892. The People's Party elected 6 senators and 6 congressmen, besides several hundred state officers. 56. But the outstanding feature of the 1894 election was that the largest populist gains were made in the industrial states, with the increased vote being largely attributed to labor's support for the movement. The following table, prepared by Professor E. Witt in his unpublished study, Organized Labor in Politics since 1880, shows this trend most strikingly. The table compares the percentage of the populist votes in the cities to the state vote. 571892-1894. Minnesota, 230.0. Minneapolis 535.0. Wisconsin 2.37.0. Milwaukee 2.519.0. Illinois 2.67.0. Chicago 0.612.0. Michigan 437.0. Detroit 1.03.0. Pennsylvania 1.02.1. Pittsburgh 0.84.0. Ohio 1.86.5. Cleveland 2.08.0. Massachusetts 0.82.7. Boston 2.06.0. On the basis of this evidence, one can understand Henry Demarest Lloyd's conclusion, made in a letter to President Benjamin Andrews of Brown University shortly after the elections, that all this shows that the workingmen are rapidly coming to the conclusion to have nothing more to do with the old parties, that they will work with the People's Party if it goes their way, and their way grows more radically socialistic every day. 58. But would it go their way? This crucial question was to be decided in the next 2 years. Chapter 22. Labor Populism and the Election of 1896. The campaigns of 1894, featured by the Labor Populist Alliance in a number of key states, marked the achievement of the long-sought unity between agrarian and urban labor. But already a conflict was in the making that was to disrupt the alliance and hasten the decline of labor populism. Split in People's Party. It was not a new conflict. As early as 1892, a split within the People's Party between conservative and progressive forces was emerging. While most factions within the Third Party were in favor of free coinage of silver, many were opposed to turning the populist movement into a silver party. On the other hand, there were strong forces operating within the Third Party, especially at the top, who were in favor of a one-plank party. These elements represented the wealthier farmers and the millionaire silver mining interests who were primarily concerned with using the populist revolt to secure the passage of a law for the free coinage of silver, in order to prevent these forces from dominating the Omaha Convention, where the People's Party was to draw up its platform and nominate its candidates for the presidential campaign of 1892. Thomas E. Watson had strongly urged organized labor to be well represented. Free silver, he wrote to Powderly in May, 1892, is one of our demands, but we never thought it more important than many others. 1. Among these millionaire populist mine owners were W.M. Stewart of Nevada, $40 million, Senator John P. Jones, Comstock Lode minus $25 million. The Hearst interests in California, $75 million, and Chaz. E. Lane of California, $20 million. Philip F. Buckner, Silver Mining Interests in Silver Politics, 1876 to 1896, unpublished MA thesis, Columbia University, 1954. pp. 63 to 65, 327. To the disappointment of the silver advocates, the delegates at Omaha decided to hold tightly to their original list of reforms, with free silver being only one of the many planks in the platform. But the silver propagandists did not abandon their efforts to influence the People's Party to concentrate on the money question. In 1893, Herman E. Taubeneck, chairman of the National Executive Committee of the People's Party, relied heavily upon the Western silver miners for financial aid in campaigns. He soon established close connections with the American Bimetallic League, sponsored mainly by the Western mine owners, and its president, A. J. Warner. Joining in this alliance was James B. Weaver, the Third Party's former presidential nominee, and Senator William A. Peffer of Kansas. Point 2. Talk for a new silver party spread rapidly from out of the West. Populism as a whole was declared to be unacceptable to many conservative elements, and thus needing a strong silver transfusion. Progressive populists who attended conferences of the People's Party observed a big plot being engineered by the silver men of the West, led by Taubeneck, Weaver, and Peffer, to replace the overly broad Omaha platform with a new program emphasizing only one demand: free silver. Point 3. The emergence of the labor populist alliances, the adoption of the Springfield Platform, and other progressive platforms drawn up by the state and local populist parties during the 1894 campaign, the number of trade unionists nominated on the People's Party tickets, the activity of organized labor, and the socialists in the Third Party movement all combined to convince the conservative elements that populism was assuming too radical a hue. Henry D. Lloyd had been particularly impressed by the contributions made by the socialists who cooperated with the People's Party. "They are the most intelligent, most energetic, most reliable workers we have," he wrote to Clarence Darrow a few weeks after the 1894 elections. But the conservative populist leaders did not share Lloyd's views. On the contrary, they claimed that the slow growth of the Third Party vote in the rural areas was because the farmers and small businessmen were righted by the apparent domination of the party by the socialists. "We could have had a bigger vote had the socialists been less prominent in the campaign," one populist leader declared. Point 4. Even during the 1894 campaigns, a number of populist leaders went out of their way to deny that the Third Party movement was in any way committed to the ideas of the radical labor and socialist elements. These elements sought energetically to attract more and more middle-class forces, appealing openly that merchants are wanted, lawyers are wanted. They warned the farmers that the greater the influence exerted by organized labor, including the unions of farm laborers, in the People's Party, the greater the danger they would have to pay higher wages and extend shorter hours to their farmhands. "The whole influence and trend of their appeal," wrote a Kansas farm laborer, "is toward cheap labor." 5. Defeat of the conservatives. In extending invitations to a mass conference at St. Louis in December 28 to 29, 1894, the People's Party's National Executive Committee deliberately excluded the more radical elements, especially representatives of organized labor and the socialists. As Henry D. Lloyd pointed out, as soon as he became aware of this maneuver, the People's Party's leadership intended to throw the radicals in the party overboard. At St. Louis, if successful, he warned, they would doom the Third Party. Revolutions never go backward. If the People's Party goes backward, it will prove that it is not a revolution, and if it is not a revolution, it is nothing. 6. Alerted by Lloyd's warning, the progressive forces in the People's Party, including Debs and other spokesmen for organized labor, met before the St. Louis conference and drew up plans to prevent the conservative leadership from shelving the program of labor populism and concentrating on the silver issue. Following the meetings, Lloyd, Thomas J. Morgan, J. Z. White, W. H. Madden, Thomas I. Kidd, and other founders of the Labor Populist Alliance in Illinois, issued a declaration predicting dire results to the Third Party cause and to the prospects of developing a full alliance between the labor and agrarian forces, if the silver barons are allowed to have their way. At St. Louis. 1. The result was a stunning defeat for the conservatives. Representatives of the mining and wealthier farm groups spoke up at St. Louis in favor of ridding the populist movement of the cranks and socialists, and urged that a pure silver party be organized at once. But the resolutions adopted by the 250 delegates, drawn up by Lyman Trumbull and introduced by Henry D. Lloyd, reaffirmed the program of labor populism. They called for the ending of government by injunction and of the use of federal troops in labor disputes, for the limiting of the size of fortunes that could be acquired through inheritance, for public ownership and operation, under civil service rules, of all monopolies, affecting the public interest, and free silver. Free silver was mentioned, but it was subordinated to the struggle against the monopolists and their agents in the government. Down with monopolies and millionaire control. Up with the rights of man and the masses. was the slogan of the triumphant advocates of labor populism at St. Louis. 8. Effect of 1894 A. F. of L. Convention. But the victory for labor populism at St. Louis was overshadowed by the defeat it received at Denver. Here, at the 1894 convention of the A. F. of L., the delegates were to decide whether or not to adopt the two-point political program which had been submitted to the Federation's membership for referendum. As we have seen above, the supporters of the political program, including Plank 10, had won the referendum in advance of the convention, and the majority of the delegates came to Denver instructed to vote for the entire program. Moreover, quite a few delegates were specifically instructed to champion the cause of labor populism and to advance the slogan, "Boom the People's Party." Adoption of the political program, the 8-Hour Herald predicted, would give a powerful impulse to the Third Party movement. 11. In his presidential address, Gompers tried to stem the tide in favor of independent political action in the Labor Populist Alliance by pointing to the fact that few of the trade union candidates had been elected in November, 189 plus 10, but the delegates were evidently not impressed by this argument, for the A. F. of L leaders had to resort to trickery, dictatorial and despotic methods to defeat the will of the membership. As we have seen, by piecemeal consideration of the political program and by persuading delegates to violate their instruction, Gompers and his lieutenants succeeded in striking out the preamble, and in substituting a vague anti-land monopoly plank for plank low. Finally, after all the remaining planks had been approved separately, a declaration to endorse the amended program was voted down. The treachery of Gompers and his lieutenants, to use the term employed by Henry D. Lloyd in describing their conduct at Denver, could not entirely obscure the fact that the bulk of the A. F. of L membership favored independent political action. Nevertheless, the action at Denver was a severe setback to the Labor Populist Alliance. The defeat of the political program, especially Plank 10, Lloyd observed in February 1895, threatens to make it impossible to get our workingmen into any kind of political action outside of the old parties. 11. Moreover, it encouraged the conservative leadership to renew their opposition to labor populism and to an alliance with organized labor and the socialists. Why bother to advance the demands of labor populism when even the American Federation of Labor was not ready to endorse independent, CPP, 290-92. Political action? Why run the risk of losing the support of farmers and businessmen when organized labor could not be counted upon to build T.1e Third Party? 12. In February 1895, the National Watchman, the official populist organ, featured an editorial which showed clearly which way the wind was blowing. The time for populism and socialism to part has come. Let us be conservative, in order to secure the support of the businessmen, the professional men, and the well-to-do. These are elements we must use if ever success comes to our party. For every loud-voiced socialist who declares war on us, we will get 100 of the conservative element in our society. 13. It was clear that by socialist, the populist leadership meant anyone who supported the progressive planks adopted in the various state platforms during the 1894 campaign and reaffirmed at the St. Louis Conference after the elections. 14. Election of 1895. With the trade unions affiliated to the A. F. of L disinclined to play an active role in the independent politics following the stand taken at the Denver Convention, 15. The third party's base in the cities was considerably narrowed. The results of the spring municipal elections of 1895 were disappointing to the supporters of the Labor Populist Alliance. In a few cities, aldermen were elected by the populists, but the vote generally was far below that cast in November, 1894.16. Disappointing as the results of the campaign were to the friends of the labor populist cause, they were received with joy by the populist national headquarters. The election returns were hailed by the populist leadership as proof that a labor populist coalition could get nowheres at the polls, and had vindicated those who wished to narrow the populist platform to the silver issue. The platform of 1896 will not be broadened to meet socialist ideas, the National Watchman rejoiced. Populism and socialism have parted company. 17. Thus the crisis within the Third Party was officially proclaimed, and throughout the remainder of 1895 it became clearer and clearer that the populist leaders were not eager for labor support and would accept it only on their own terms. But the majority of the workers who had voted populist in 1894 were not willing to see the demand of the extreme silver faddists made the central slogan of the independent political movement. To these workers, the positive labor planks of the Omaha platform as well as those added in the summer and fall of L 894 were and should be, along with free silver, the basis of a great people's movement that would revolutionize the politics of the country, as one worker put it. In a letter to the Railway Times in the spring of 1895, I am a populist from core to rind, and the Omaha platform is good enough for me. I do not believe that free coinage of silver and gold is all that the working millions want in this land of the poor and the home of the slave. 18. The election returns in the fall campaigns of 1895 clearly revealed the effects of the conflict that was tearing apart the Labour-Populist alliance. In the industrial areas, the People's Party polled about half as many votes as in the fall elections of 1,894.19 only in the South, where the Populists as a whole fought the efforts to concentrate on the free silver plank to the practical exclusion of all other issues and went before the electorate on platforms embodying a wide list of reforms. Did the third party increase its vote? 20. Unlike other sections of the country, the election campaign in the South was highlighted by effective unity between organized labor and the farmers, Negro and white. 21. The election figures for the industrial areas outside of the South were easy to explain, wrote the editor of the Union Workman when asked by a liberal reformer to account for the decline of the populist vote in the urban centers. There is no question in the minds of thinking workingmen of the industrial centers that the present leaders of the People's Party have none other than a commodity use for them. If the state and national committees do not see C.ne to their senses soon, if they have any senses to come to, they will find themselves generals without an army. The mechanics of the city who take part in politics are not fools, and they cannot be fooled with. 22. Populists fuse with Democrats. The answer would be given conclusively at the National Convention of the People's Party to be held on July 22, 1896, at St. Louis. Months before the convention opened, those who were still working for a Labor-Populist alliance began to rally around the standard of Eugene V. Debs. 23. They argued that if the People's Party would nominate Debs as their candidate for the presidency on the original Omaha platform plus the added planks incorporated in subsequent state platforms, it would be an expression of good faith to the labor supporters of the AFL. General organizer in Texas wrote to August McCraith, the Federation's secretary, in September, 1895. I am a very strong third-party man and am doing good work in that direction. I have found a colored man here who is a leader and stump speaker among the colored. He can do a great deal with his race for us. He is educated and intelligent. The farmers seems to have a wake up, and the Populist Party seems to be advancing nicely. W. E. Cannon to August McCraith, September 7, 24, 1895, APL Corps. The AFL correspondence contains a number of letters from organizers in the South describing their work in the campaign for the third party movement and would rekindle enthusiasm for a labor-populist alliance in working-class circles. 24. While it was admitted that Debs was too near the rank of the wage workers to be acceptable to the conservative leadership of the People's Party, 25, it was also argued that because of his stand on the silver issue and his popularity among the farmers as well as workers, he would be the ideal standard-bearer. At any rate, it was around his candidacy that it was hoped that the People's Party could be salvaged. 26. Starting in the summer of 1895, the boom for Debs spread rapidly in labor circles. Workers were warned that the enemies of labor in the populist movement are laying their plans for 96, and were urged to send penny postcards to the leaders of the People's Party insisting on Debs' nomination on a truly progressive platform. It will cost you but 1 cent to express yourself. Besides, it will force his nomination on the platform that labor has been fighting for the last 20 years. By the winter of 1895 to 1896, labor papers all over the country placed Debs' name at the bannerhead of their journals, and a number of trade unions passed resolutions favoring the Debs candidacy. 27. But the leaders of the People's Party had other plans. They decided to hold the National Convention after those of the two major parties, for the purpose of laying the groundwork for fusion with the Democratic Party. When the Democratic Convention met at Chicago, the leading figures of the People's Party were on hand to work out the plans for fusion. The possibilities for fusion became greater when the Democrats endorsed free silver and nominated William Jennings Bryan, the young ex-congressman from Nebraska, who, even though a Democrat, had long flirted with populist doctrines, and whose famous Cross of Gold speech, which had won him the nomination, was filled with populist ideas. These possibilities were further advanced by the fact that the Democrats adopted a progressive platform, authored by Governor Altgeld, with planks for free silver, strict control of monopolies, a graduated income tax, a reduced tariff, and a sharp denunciation of Cleveland's action in the Pullman strike, which attacked government by injunction as a new and highly dangerous form of oppression. 28. Thus many of the strongest populist demands had been taken over by a rival organization. On the first day of the populist convention, an informal poll showed that a majority of the delegations of 22 states favored Debs, including Bryan's speech, which electrified the convention, closed with these words: "You shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." For 15 minutes after he finished, the Coliseum was a pandemonium, and the next day he was made the Democratic nominee. Entire delegations from Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Texas, Georgia, and Missouri. Henry Demarest Lloyd, who had for almost 2 years been hoping to see Debs chosen as the presidential nominee of the People's Party, 29, wired to Debs in Terre Haute informing him that he had a wide lead and would probably win the nomination if he wanted it. 30. But Debs, fearing that his nomination would disrupt the populist movement, withdrew his name, and ordered Lloyd not to permit use of my name for nomination. When this was announced to the convention, the left-wing movement collapsed. 31. Now the National Committee leadership was able to swing the convention to its desires. By a vote 758 to 564, the delegates, after hours of debate, supported fusion. The convention endorsed Bryan for president, and accepted silver coinage as the dominant issue in the campaign. The anti-fusionists gained a small consolation in the rejection of Sewell, a rich Easterner, and the substitution of Tom Watson for vice presidential candidate. 32. The St. Louis Convention sounded the death knell of the People's Party. Without a clear program, without adequate leadership, torn apart into conflicting factions, it was impossible for the party to exist as an autonomous political organization. The labor of many years is swept away and the hopes of thousands of good people are gone with it, Tom Watson wrote bitterly. 33. Actually, though the People's Party had been wounded unto death at St. Louis, all this had been planned long before by the conservative leadership. Lloyd was correct when he observed, every development shows that the disintegration of the People's Party was planned 2 years ago by Taubeneck, Weaver et al. And was given its great impulse at St. Louis. 34. Fear of organized labor, the socialists and other radical forces in the labor-populist alliance, and a determination on the part of the conservative leaders to eliminate the pro-labor, anti-monopoly demands from the populist program and leave only the free silver plank. These factors were the root causes of the St. Louis debacle, S.L.P. and fusion. When the populists at St. Louis endorsed Bryan and went over to the Democratic camp, Daniel De Leon and his followers were overjoyed. Now their arguments against populism were fully justified. Now the People's Party stood out clearly as a middle-class movement. Moreover, stripped of its socialistic pretensions, it will cease to stand in our way and hinder the growth of our party in Western states, where the allurements held out by populist politicians served to give them quite a large following from among the working class. 35. With complete optimism, the SPL proceeded to nominate presidential and vice presidential candidates. Organizers were sent into the Midwest to wean disillusioned populists away from their party into the socialist fold. The National SLP Convention, in a resolution entitled, "To the Thinking and Socialistic Members and Friends of the Populist Party," urged all earnest reformers, especially the organized workers, in that middle-class party, to support the party which aims to remove the cause of all class struggle, the profit and wage system that underlies the present capitalist system of exploitation of the masses by the few. 36. The response dashed the bright hopes of De Leon and his followers. Although the cause which Bryan championed in 1896 was essentially that of the farmers and the middle class, organized labor, with very few exceptions, supported the Democratic and populist presidential candidate. Indeed, instead of the adherents of labor populism supporting the SLP candidate in 1896, not a few socialists supported Bryan. 37t. Labor support for Bryan. The reasons for the widespread support for Bryan in labor circles are not difficult to discover. Large sections of the labor movement were still staunch in their support of free silver, even though they did not believe that this issue alone was of concern to the workers and their allies. 38. Throughout the spring, summer, and fall of 1896, trade unions, city centrals, and state federations informed the A.F. of L's national headquarters that their members are almost unanimous for the free and unlimited coinage of silver at the ratio of 16:1 regardless of former party affiliations, believing that by increasing the volume of money it will help bring about a revival in business and thus again bring prosperity to our country. 39. Debs expressed the views of many in the labor movement when he, although it was on the ballot in at least 16 states, the SLP polled only 36,000 votes for its presidential candidate, C.H. Matchett. The People, November 17, 1896. On October 22, 1896. Henry White wrote to Gompers from New York City. Some of the principal socialists are out for Bryan and are members of the independent Bryan League, AFL Corps. There would have been even more socialists out for Bryan in New York City had not the Jewish socialists been antagonized by the anti-Semitic propaganda associated with the Bryan campaign. The Jewish socialists, like all Jews in the United States, were furious when they read in the New York Sun's report of the Democratic Convention that delegates screamed, "Down with gold! Down with the hook-nosed Shylocks of Wall Street! Down with the Christ-killing gold bugs!" September 16, 1896. Edward Flower, Anti-Semitism in the Free Silver and Populist Movement in the Election of 1896, unpublished M.A. thesis, Columbia University, May, 1952. Declared it as his belief that the triumph of Mr. Bryan and free silver would blunt the fangs of the money power. 40. Yet most of the organized workers who supported Bryan did so not primarily because of their belief in free silver but because of their conviction that William McKinley, the Republican nominee, was the candidate of the anti-labor monopolist forces in the country, and that every power and every interest bent on crushing labor and cutting down wages was united on the side of McKinley. They supported Bryan also because they believed that the Chicago platform of the Democratic Party, with its protests against industrial despotism, its support of the income tax, and its condemnation of government by injunction, reflected the principles of labor populism. The issue of 16-1 is not the only issue of the campaign, declared the labor advocate, organ of the Troy, N.Y. Central Federation of Labor. The other planks in the Chicago platform are of greater importance than even the money clause. 41. The unprecedented furor of the conservative attack on the Chicago platform led many workers to line up behind Bryan. For the workers were convinced that the attack on the platform was caused not so much by the free silver plank as by the fact that the program had spoken out against government by injunction. This conviction was borne out by a survey made by the labor press during the campaign which pointed out, no plank in the Democratic platform has been more fiercely denounced than the declaration against government by injunction. This declaration has been denounced as being anarchistic in its tendency and utterly subversive of law and order. 42. Both the K of L and the American Railway Union went over completely to Bryan's standard, and from the beginning to the end of the campaign, their leaders devoted themselves to convincing the rank and file of labor that its welfare was linked to a Democratic victory. 43 Support for Bryan was also widespread in the A. F. of L. It is a fight between the masses and the classes, observed James O'Connell, president of the International Association of Machinists, as he endorsed Bryan. 44 John McGrath, A. F. of L. organizer for the Southern District of Ohio, reported on July 14. I found 16-1 laboring men who are thoroughly dissatisfied with the Republican and Democratic parties, and who will vote the Democratic ticket this fall, simply because they regard the situation so changed that it is now the masses against the classes. A weak, no wild-eyed and rattle-brained horde of the red flag ever proclaimed such a specific defiance of law, precedent, order, and government, was the comment of the New York Mail on the Chicago platform. Reprinted in Public Opinion, Volume 21, July 16, 1896, page 75. Considering the platform, declared E. Ellery Anderson of New York, it may be as well that a revolutionist like Bryan stands upon it. We want them with red flags so there will be provocation for shooting them down. Literary Digest, Volume 13, July 18, 1896, page 357. Later, an A. F. of L. organizer wrote to Gompers from California. All the unions are with an almost unanimous sentiment for Bryan as choice for President of the U.S. This is a golden opportunity to gain a step toward the objective point we have been battling for years to reach. I wish to say I was requested by a number of union men to write to you, and we hope you will do your best to wheel organized labor into line for Bryan. Do your best as the situation is desperate, it is the classes for McKinley and I trust the masses for Bryan. 45. This appeal to Gompers was one of hundreds that flooded his office from A. F. of L. unions and members during the summer of 1896 with demands that he abandon his attempt to keep the Federation neutral in the campaign, and officially endorse the Democratic populist candidate. Gompers, Roll. On June 27, 1896, even before the various national conventions met, Gompers issued a general circular to all A. F. of L. unions warning them against the dangers of political action. Of the 12-section manifesto, Section 3 was the most important. Whatever labor secured now or secured in the past is due to the efforts of the workers themselves in their own organizations, the trade unions on trade union lines, on trade union action. The problem was to vanquish the political intruder at the doors of our meeting rooms, to compel him to turn about and take his departure. Then the happy day would be in sight, when there will be few if any of our fellow toilers outside the beneficent influence of organized labor. 46. The manifesto did not have its intended effect. In many A. F. of L. unions it was either condemned on the ground that it violated local autonomy or quietly ignored, and Gompers was bluntly told to mind his own business. 47. So hostile was the reaction to the circular that early in August, Gompers was compelled to issue a public statement in which he claimed that he had been misinterpreted. By no amount of sophistry or distortion of language can any word used in the circular be construed to deny the right of the workers to take such political action as they may deem most advisable, and even so far as the trade unions as such are concerned, there is not a word in the circular which even advises them to refuse to take political action. 48. Since Gompers' modification of the circular was not accompanied by an endorsement of the Democratic and populist candidate, it failed to satisfy his critics. Throughout the A. F. of L. the charge of insincerity and inconsistency was hurled at Gompers. It was inconsistent and insincere for Gompers to announce publicly that he was absolutely in favor of free silver, but was opposed to the Federation taking any position that would affiliate it with any political party. How could the A. F. of L be in favor of free coinage and not place itself on record as in favor of the only man and party which represented the issue in the campaign. Logic alone should compel Gompers to follow the lead of many A.F. of L. officials and members and support the candidates of that political party which favored the economic measure, free silver, which had been endorsed by the A.F. of L, in preference to the candidate who, with his party, was pledged to defeat their will. 49 as John B. Lennon, a member of the A.F. of L. Executive Council and a supporter of Bryan, put it bluntly to Gompers. To me it is indeed strange how a man can believe in a question as an economic demand and be opposed to the same principle as soon as it becomes a political question. In answer to Gompers' charge that labor's activity in the campaign would lead to a neglect of trade unionism, Lennon replied, "Trade unions will not be forgotten. My correspondence shows that the activity in politics of the public at large has awakened renewed interest in the union by the workers. I suppose this comes from the great amount of talk as to the effect on labor of the different policies advocated, and the workers are more and more coming to realize that under any and all policies they will need the union." 50. As the campaign drew to its close, the pressure upon Gompers to declare himself mounted. Hundreds of letters and telegrams poured into the A.F. of L headquarters from affiliated unions, their officials and members pleading for Gompers to come out flat-footed, in common with all the leaders of organized labor, against the common enemy. "The plain people who have kept you at the head of the Federation are incensed at your silence," went a typical letter. "Before long there will be a protest sent up that will take you a lifetime to recover from. Act now, and get off the fence. If you value your position as a leader of the common people, lead them when they most need you." 51. But Gompers refused to budge. He was aware that the course he was taking was exceedingly unpopular in the labor movement, but he agreed with P.J. Maguire that a basic issue was at stake that went beyond the campaign itself. That issue was stated bluntly by Maguire in a confidential letter on September 9, 1896, in which he warned Gompers to ignore the rising demand for him to endorse Bryan. "That is the trap, for if you declare for Bryan or anyone else it will be a pretext for the socialists to drag in their politics. Agreeing that to endorse Bryan will reopen the doors to the socialists." Gompers continued to turn a deaf ear to the appeals from the A.F. of L membership and refused to declare for any party in the contest. 52. Ity of A.F. of L affiliates from declaring their position in the campaign. International and national unions, city centrals and state federations of labor openly endorsed and supported Bryan and sponsored the formation of workingmen's Bryan clubs. Not all members of these organizations saw eye to eye on the free silver issue, but they were all united in support of the other planks in the Chicago platform: its aggressive attitude towards trusts, its endorsement of an income tax, and, most important of all, its opposition to government by injunction. As Henry White, secretary of the Bryan Campaign Club of the United Garment Workers and a leader of the independent Bryan League, formed by the Central Labor Union of New York, pointed out to Gompers, "The political campaign is peculiar in that it does not in any way cause dissension within the unions, and even those favoring sound money do not object to the active work being done by the union officials on behalf of Bryan." 53. Pro-McKinley Reign of Terror. A handful of labor leaders, most of them like Powderly ex-labor leaders, spoke out for the Republican candidate. But even the Republican campaign managers agreed that these men spoke only for themselves. "The labor organizations are against us to a man," wrote one campaign manager to Mark Hanna. "Impossible to teach them. They are more interested in the question of federal jurisdiction over strikes than the money question." 54. Republicans like Theodore Roosevelt felt that there was only one way to deal with the problem. "The sentiments now animating a large proportion of our people can only be suppressed, as the Commune in Paris was suppressed, by taking 10 or a dozen of their leaders out, standing them against a wall and shooting them dead." 55. Hanna and other Republican leaders decided on a different strategy which they felt would be even more effective: the use of economic pressure, intimidation and terror. On September 13, Theodore Nelson, secretary of the Democratic State Central Committee of Illinois, wrote in a confidential letter to Gompers, "We are daily in receipt of information at this office of a disposition on the part of employers to compel their men to vote for McKinley. To our certain knowledge many men who favor Mr. Bryan are compelled to wear McKinley buttons and enroll themselves as mem." This was not the first time Roosevelt had offered such advice. On December 9, 1894, he wrote to a friend, "I know the populists and the laboring men well, and their faults. I like to see a mob handled by the regulars, or by good state guards, not over scrupulous about bloodshed." The letters of Theodore Roosevelt, selected and edited by Elting E. Morrison, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1951, Volume I, page 412. Hers of McKinley Clubs. "I have been informed from what I regard as reliable authority that the workingmen after enrolling in these clubs are watched by detectives." 56. This disposition on the part of the employers was by no means confined to Illinois. As the campaign advanced, the labor press carried a constant stream of reports to the effect that attempts are being made in different parts of the country to intimidate or coerce workingmen into voting as their employers wish. Mills and factories in every part of the country were shut down with the public announcement that operations would not be resumed until after the election, and then not unless the results were a Republican victory. Railroad employers, owners of textile and carpet mills, lumber companies, steel corporations, indeed every type of manufacturing concern, were found guilty of such intimidating tactics. Manufacturers received letters from dealers stating that they would cancel orders if Bryan were elected, and these were posted in conspicuous places in factories for the workers to see. One employer told his workers that if Bryan were elected he would pay them only $10 per month, whereas if the Republicans were victorious they would receive $26. The 3,000 employees of the Jones and McLaughlin Iron Works at Pittsburgh were forced to contribute $1 each to the Republican campaign fund. The workers employed by the Goodyear Rubber Company were bluntly informed. The stockholders and officers of the Goodyear Rubber Company wished to have it distinctly understood that a vote for Bryan in Sewell on the part of any of its employees will be regarded as an act committed directly against the welfare of the company and its employees, and any employee working for or voting the above-mentioned ticket in the coming election may expect to be regarded by the officers as antagonistic to the company. 57. Small wonder that Professor E. A. Ross commented, "Never since the days of the Slavocrats has there been shown the ruthless determination to beat down, bulldoze or throttle opposition that is shown at the present time. The brutality of the methods is almost incredible." 58. Effects of the terror. In many parts of the country, organized labor voiced its resentment against the intimidation of workers and affirmed its determination not to bow before it. Typical was the stand of the A.F. of L. City Central Council of Meriden, Connecticut, which expressed its most solemn protest against such encroachment on the rights of labor, and pledges itself to resist by every means within its power such unjust and un-American conduct, and stamp it out as deserving the resentment and rebuke of all organized labor. In an article entitled, "Political Intimidation," the terrorized as a fair expression of the feeling of resentment felt by organized workers of this effort of many of the employing class to control, and unduly and unfairly control, the votes and political rights of the workers as men as American citizens. S9. It is questionable whether the Republican campaign of terror and intimidation had too much of an effect upon the organized workers. In coming out for Bryan early in October, the United Labor Conference of New York, representing nearly every union in the city, declared, "Intimidation of the most flagrant character has failed to swerve those of our people who believe in exercising their God-given right of casting a free ballot, and it is the unanimous opinion of the undersigned Executive Committee, that organized labor now has a splendid chance to show that they believe in the people being the true rulers, and not the paid attorneys of trusts and syndicates." 60. Undoubtedly, the well-organized campaign in behalf of Bryan conducted by the trade unions and their leaders went far in counteracting Republican terroristic tactics among members of these unions. But this could not offset its effect upon the great mass of unorganized workers. More than any factor, Republican employer-sponsored intimidation nullified the efforts organized labor made to win the support of the unorganized workers for the Democratic populist ticket. Following the election, the Fernal of the Knights of Labor observed correctly, "The unorganized toilers of the great cities, terrified by the prospect kept constantly before their eyes of less work and lower wages, were led to desert their organized brethren and helped to bring about defeat." 61. Election results. All evidence leads to the conclusion that the vast majority of the organized workers supported Bryan at the polls. But this could not cope with corruption, threats, intimidation, and the endless supply of money the Republicans collected from corporations, individual industrialists and bankers, and poured into the battle. "We have carried the Middle West by main strength and by an unprecedented use of money," one Republican campaign worker wrote frankly after the election. He estimated that $3.5 million had been raised in New York City alone. One student of the campaign concludes that, in all probability some 10 millions were used to further the candidacy of William McKinley. 62. The vote Bryan polled in the election was a sharp disappointment to his supporters. Yet even though he did not win a single state from Maine to Minnesota and lost California, the loss may not be completely at. The executive committee was made up of representatives from the bricklayers, coach drivers, box makers, printers, tile layers, helpers, and waiters unions. Tributed to a lack of support from the urban industrial centers. As one historian points out, the fact Bryan carried a number of the agricultural states of the West in 1896 while the East voted against him has obscured the further fact that he received strong support in many of the eastern urban centers while heavy majorities were in many cases rolled up in rural sections of the East. This conclusion has been substantiated in a statistical analysis of the election returns published in the American Historical Review in January, 1941, under the title, Urban and Rural Voting in 1896. William Diamond, the author, points out in his conclusion that Bryan, relative to his rural vote, did better in the cities of the more urbanized states or those most rapidly moving in that direction, than in the cities of the less populous and more agricultural states, 63. And, as an A.F. of L leader pointed out to Gompers 2 days after the election, in the cities Bryan's vote was largely the labor vote, 64. Despite the defeat in the election, some of Bryan's labor supporters entertained hope for the future. The secretary of Local No. 1 of the American Railway Union wrote the defeated candidate to express the sorrow of the entire organization and to pledge continued support. The American Railway Union voted solidly for you and ask you to keep up the good work. Your cause is just, success is certain. James R. Sovereign, K. of L. Grand Master Workman, sent similar assurances. We will, he wrote to Bryan, continue to fight for American financial independence together with the other important issues of the platform. The General Secretary of the A.F. of L's United Garment Workers wrote optimistically. All active union men knew only too well that a movement represented by the Chicago platform could not succeed in one contest. It had to meet all the powers of darkness, the opposition of the church, the press, the organized money power. I consider that the strength the movement showed to be a great gain, 65. Anti-political action trend. But these were voices crying in the wilderness. Feeling that the election results had fully justified the role he had played in the campaign, Gompers laid down the course the labor movement should now follow. The time had come, he declared shortly after the election, for the workers of this country to sever their connection with all political parties, and get down to the real business of trade union organization. 66 or as Andrew Faruseth, leader of the Sailors Union of the Pacific, one of the most active supporters of Bryan, put it in a letter to Gompers 3 days after the election. Our policy as organized labor seems to be plain. Organize, educate and get such legislation on conservative lines as we can. The Federation should draw up a limited legislative program and seek to achieve its passage by lobbying activities at the nation's capital, confining itself to obtaining the enactment of laws favorable to the A.F. of L and blocking the passage of bills harmful to the organization. Furthermore, the A.F. of L should refrain from active participation in election campaigns, and, under no circumstances, should it support a movement for independent working-class political action. 67. In the face of this attack, even the staunchest supporters of independent political action in the labor movement weakened. 68 when the Chicago Labor Congress and the Trade and Labor Assembly amalgamated in December, 18 cents, to form the Chicago Federation of Labor. Both organizations acceded to Gompers' demand that they insert a no politics clause in the Constitution. When one considers that the Chicago Trade and Labor Congress had been formed in December, 1894, precisely to advance the cause of independent political action and that its program reflected some of the most advanced thinking in the Labor Populist Alliance*, it is clear that the conservative forces in the labor movement had temporarily carried the day. 69. Causes of decline of labor populism. Thus labor populism passed into political oblivion. Actually, the election of 1896 was only the final chapter of its decline. The People's Party had failed to wed labor and the farmer in a permanent alliance even before its surrender to the Democrats. The conservative leadership of both the populist and the organized labor movements was not really interested in such an alliance. Henry D. Lloyd accused the conservative trade union leaders of being henchmen of the major political parties, and charged that their function was to make sure that the trades unions are kept in dependence upon the capitalistic parties. These labor bureaucrats, he pointed out, received rewards from the capitalistic parties in the form of appointed places in city, state, and national administration. These leaders, Lloyd wrote in the London Labour Leader, are given these positions as bribes to play the bellwether to prevent the body of working men from leaving them. 10. While large sections of organized workers were attracted to the People's Party and in several localities were the decisive force in it, organized labor had not been strong enough or united enough to attain leadership. In addition to specific labor legislation, the Congress demanded abolition of the United States Senate, direct election of president and vice president, nationalization of railroads, telegraphs, telephones, municipal ownership of public utilities, judicial reform, the initiative and referendum, abolition of stock speculation, and the ultimate establishment of the cooperative commonwealth. Dessler, American Radicalism, page 235. Of the movement on a nationwide basis, and, together with the small farmers, sharecroppers, and agricultural laborers, to build a real anti-monopoly party. The conservatism of the leadership of the People's Party, the strength of the silver miners and wealthier farmers in the populist movement, the weakness of the silver panacea as an issue around which to build an effective farmer-labor alliance, the lack of unity in the labor movement, the influence of pure and simple trade unionism, and, of course, the attacks of big business and its allies which pictured populism as an alien, un-American plot engineered by foreign-born socialists. 71 inches which attacks the leadership of the People's Party joined all contributed to the downfall of labor populism. Yet the fact that the populist movement after 1896 was dissipated as an organized force did not mean that the Labor-Populist alliance had not left its mark upon American life. Measure after measure advocated by Labor-Populist alliance, such as the 8-hour day, the institution of more adequate mine and factory inspection in industrial areas, and other specific labor legislation, direct election of U.S. senators, the initiative and referendum, the Australian ballot, municipal ownership of public utilities, etc. were to be included in the platforms of one or the other of the major political parties and to be enacted into legislation. 72. The great social unrest that had swept so many farmers, so many organized workers, intellectuals and professional people into the populist movement and led to the building of a Labor-Populist alliance, did not die with the election of 1896. It was to revive again and to gather strength with each succeeding year of agitation against monopoly capitalism. After 1896, the People's Party gradually declined and soon passed out of existence. Returning prosperity, the phenomenal increase in the production of gold ending the monetary stringency, along with the effects of fusion with the Democrats, hastened its demise. Since this chapter was written, the following works have appeared which deal with labor and populism and are worth consulting. Norman Pollock, The Populist Response to Industrial America, New York, 1966, Gerald N. Greb, The Knights of Labor, Politics and Populism, Mid-America, Vol. XL, 1958, pp. 3-21. Eli Goldschmidt, Labor and Populism. New York City, 1891-1896, Labor History, Vol. 13, 1972, pp. 520-32. Nothing in these publications changes the basic approach in the chapters of the present volume dealing with labor and populism. Since the following chapter was published, the following works have appeared which should be consulted with respect to the issue of the early AFL and labor solidarity. Paul B. Worthman, Black Workers and Labor Unions in Birmingham, Alabama, 1897-1904, in Milton Cantor, editor, Black Labor in America, Westport, Con. 1969, and Herbert Gutman, The Negro and the United Mine Workers, in Julius Jacobson, editor, The Negro and the American Labor Movement, New York, 1968. However, the reader should also examine my criticism of the Gutman thesis in my Organized Labor and the Black Worker, 1619-1973, New York, 1974, pp. 95-100.